What's the other duck? Wait, did you catch it? Oh, yeah? Oh,
I don't know.
I didn't catch the Dutch bar, no.
Oh.
I'm not a lawyer.
Dumb.
Yeah.
Only now.
Oh.
Yeah.
You guys
because we're probably gonna take away, because I think the
We
CT
can
we
also
had
just
for
like
the champions.
skip this like
we're-
MSI talk stuff.
No, because I like the MSI talk, but we're probably gonna, based on how it felt at least, we're gonna drop some time from here and put it towards the items and the
Okay.
system changes. Because those are big.
Yeah.
Those are huge.
Why is Jonah strong in the darkness now?
So we are out of office space, so some of the riders are working there. So
Oh.
it's
Aha. Hello.
Uh-oh.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to the LCK. It's weird being on this side. I don't know, this is very strange. I'm Valdez. With me is, of course, Chronicler and Oxington III. We are jumping into the pre-show here for, of course, the first day of the LCK. Guys, how does it feel to be back?
Pretty good, pretty good. We got some new music. Apparently it's not new to you, but it's
Not new.
I don't know what he's talking about new. You know, we've been there for the whole time. You know, you're not really back. Were you really there?
I'm 8 weeks early this time, you know? Last time started with
There
9.
for the whole split?
Yeah, that's the plan. Unless you guys like lock me out one day, steal my badge, I can't get in. Hopefully I'll be here for the whole
That will happen. Yeah, don't worry. Guys, let's take a look at the overview of the LCK because, of course, we're back here for summer and things have changed, but some things have also stayed the same, which in this case is the overview. Still Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at 5. Saturday, Sunday on the weekends is going to be a bit earlier. And, of course, we have double elimination now for playoffs.
And obviously, if you watch Spring, double elimination actually coming up huge because it allowed Gen G to defend their title. Were reigning champions of last year in summer, and they were, to the surprise of many, including I think all of us, able to get the win over T1. And without a lower bracket, that would have never happened.
Yeah, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We had a pretty banging format, so yeah, just keep it the same.
Also, money. Everybody loves money, especially Ox. No, I don't know. Yeah, same prize pools. Definitely going to be a lot of fun as always. Finals MVP, regular season MVP, best coach, rookie of the year. Obviously, that is one of those votes that it comes over every year. So it says there per year. That will include spring, so we'll have to see who's going to be there. And we still have the 10 same teams, but there's one notable difference.
One, which I would say is an improvement, and that is OK Nan Breon, OK Savings Bank coming in hot. We already casted them in challengers, and if you thought it was fun to root for this team before, the amount of jokes are endless. And you know, Breon is a fan favorite for a reason, and they went from bro to OK bro.
It was the perfect move, honestly. I feel like they just planned it out so well. Couldn't have gone better. Couldn't have gone better.
Yeah, so OK Man, bro, and also not OK Man is going to be coming through. That makes sense because it's their mascot, apparently. It is OK Bro, but OK Man is their mascot, so it's in the logo, so pay attention, guys. Yeah. But we are here, and it is a new time in the LCK. Of course, some things change, but some things stay the same. We can take a look at the rosters and some of the new players that we do have coming into the LCK. Speaking of which, some roster updates for these teams.
And want to hone in on DRX first, even though I am very excited that Teddy is back. The fact that Paddock and Kyo are called up is really surprising. This is coming from an organization that has a really good challengers roster, that were able to make it to multiple playoffs, did extremely well in the end of the regular split. We have seen Plata literally pick up POG. Now, I don't think that Dokdom was a problem at all, but him and Barrel clearly didn't work very well together, so it's up to Paddock now, called up from Academy, to try and get a better split for DRX.
Yeah, and I think the Teddy, I think, is a big upgrade for Sandbox, who obviously had a pretty good spring overall. But yeah, Teddy having the spring out, now joining in again. And what good timing, because AD carry feels really strong. I know that's a rare thing to happen, that AD carry is broken, but you know, making improvements in that role when it seems like AD carry will forever be the overlords of Pro League Legends is definitely a positive.
Yeah, and Quad coming in there into the mid lane. We have had him in the past, notably on DRX behind Chovy. Not the greatest time, but I'm curious to see what he's going to have prepared because he was well known as like kind of a Casio one trick, his mechanics very high level, but he's never really gotten a long period of stay in the LCK. So maybe this is his chance.
Yeah, in 2021, then known as Solka, which if you caught DRX back then, you might still remember. That was a very, very dark split for the team when they went like, I think 2-16, bottom of the standings, really tough time. Rest of the rosters unchanged, so Gen G, T1, KT, everyone looking exactly the same. We do have, though, some nice purple highlights that you might be seeing there, and those are the players that are on the shortlist for the roster of the Asia Games.
But Mao, where was Jungle and AD carry?
Where is Jungle and AD carry? Who could know? It's because it's Ruler and Kanavi.
Oh yeah.
And they are really good. Just one MSI, and we have to talk about it you know, a little bit.
Do we?
So, I mean,
What do you guys have to say for yourselves?
Uh,
I'm on a separate couch over here. So.
yeah. I
you
mean,
go first.
could have gone better. Unlucky. We'll get them next time. LPL wins MSI. LCK wins Worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just following the roster of last year. And obviously, LCK not the best performance. Lagging pretty far behind the LPL, I'd say. Still ahead of LEC and LCS, but that's not really enough, right? We're looking for
Still
more.
very ahead of LCS and LEC. You gotta get that in.
No. That feels like kicking down, Ox. We don't do that over here in the LCK. But hopefully we'll be able to get a better performance when it comes to Worlds. And I do think that Ruler and Kanavi, like, individually had an insane MSI. And even as an LCS, and you really got to appreciate how good of a team JDG as a whole was.
Yeah, they're pretty solid.
Yeah, they're pretty good at this video game we call League of Lego. Let's jump into the patch notes. We do have a very particular patch for this one. It is 13.10. There are no disabled champions, which means there's only a lot of enabled fun on the Rift.
Yeah, I think a big one to talk about is Nico. We are seeing Nico in pro play now. They did a big rework where she can now turn into anything. Before it's just champions. You can turn into Gromp. You can turn into minion.
Not a turret, though.
Pretty huge, not a turret, sadly.
Not the Nexus.
Not the Nexus yet. But often you'll see players have to count how many minions are in a wave because they'll turn into a melee minion, walk in with a wave to get the jump on you. But super strong right now and seeing a lot of presence in pro play so far.
Yeah, I think the rework on Ult in particular turned her from, a champion that maybe could work in very specific situations to a very reliable team fighter. Her laning phase, very good as well. Do have some buffs. I think Kindred is the only one that, might be somewhat surprising. Given that she was already in the meta. We saw her come up in MSI a little bit. Kalista and Vayne, neither of which have been successful at all. But it's not about them. It's about these champions right here.
Yeah, I mean, Milio has been out for a while. We haven't seen him in pro play because obviously he was disabled in playoffs, disabled in MSI, and the champion is a little bit bonkers and hasn't been nerfed yet. So still very bonkers, great with Lucian. So Lucian is not just Lucian Nami, there's now Lucian Milio as well, but also with champs like Jinx, like you give them more range, and range is kind of strong, so yeah, a little bit obnoxious.
And hey, Yumi's back! Whoa!
Yay!
But only with Zeri. So if you ban Zeri, which we've been there before, if you ban Zeri, then everything's okay. Even with the rework.
Zeri Yumi is a thing?
Whoa! But,
guys,
been there for like the last, 5 months, 6 months. So boy Cassante.
he's still on top. He's still really OP. I do not want to see this champion very much. We just saw him in Challengers yesterday and the day before. Nothing has changed. We've seen him obviously quite a lot in the LPL. He's broken. Don't let him through. Or just play him if he's open.
What's painful is the fact that, like, if you look at how many games are played on Milio, it's way lower than Cassante. It feels like, like Zeri and Milio feel like these must bans, which means Cassante gets through. It's like there's too many champions you have to take off the table. And as well, we have Jinx still. Jinx is still a thing, sadly.
Yeah, hasn't really gone anywhere for the longest time. And she's been meta for every part of time, besides like last summer when we had the Zeri meta for a little bit when she was nerfed. But last spring it was also Aphelios and Jinx.
Yeah, definitely have some fun with the champions that are coming in. Let's take a look at the items that we do have changed for this patch. And boy, are there a lot of them. We have a massive table. It's like a map. We don't have time. Go through these items, guys.
Yeah, so support items, big one. All of the support mythics and legendaries pretty much across the board were made cheaper so that supports are more likely to finish off 2-3 items. Mandate is no longer a mythic, now a legendary, which is really great for Nami because she builds that and then she builds the new support mythic, Echoes of Helia. It's a bit like old Athene's, except better. Not only gives you extra healing after you damage an enemy champion, also gives more damage. Really strong. It has been nerfed on live, but is currently in its untouched position, so expect to see that quite a bit. It's mostly enchanters who benefited from these buffed and cheaper items.
Also want to highlight the assassin changes, most notably Proudest Claw lost its dash, no longer a mythic, has been turned into a empowered auto now. And instead you have Yumu's, which on this current patch is completely insane. We're going to see Jace use it, we're going to see Kha'Zix use it very often, and I think that there's even more opportunities. Anything that uses Ghostblade well, the movement speed, can really do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, and then the big change as well with AD carry itemization. So we now have Ai, Navori, and Ginsu's, which most AD carries build one of those are exclusive. They're now mythics. Gale Force is also mythic as well, so you can't go Gale Force IE. Out of those, Gale Force is really strong. They changed the way the damage works. It's physical, but it scales with crit. Navori has some places, but ultimately the main talking point is the legendary items, because we saw Storm Razor get changed. Instead of giving a slow on auto, it gives movement speed, and that item is super strong. Again, it's nerfed on live, but will be abused constantly on this patch.
And then finally, after years, Divine Sunder has been overthrown. I think Triforce is finally getting a moment to shine again. Item is super duper strong, even though I think on the current patch is still a little bit undervalued because of how strong crit is. As we go forward into the next patches, like Triforce everything, Triforce Ezreal, Triforce Graves,
Kindred,
Triforce TF, Triforce Kindred. We've actually been, can do it all. Doesn't matter. Slap Triforce on it.
Triangles everywhere. Guys, let's take a look at some of the system changes that we have seen over in the patch as well, because there are quite a lot of them, and they might have an impact on the game, especially this teleport one that we did take a look at, and we have up first.
Yeah, so I think this is huge because they've moved when Unleashed Teleport is available to that 10-minute mark. So you now have a moment where between 10 minutes and 40 minutes, plates are still available. Teams are often going to have Herald at that point as well, so you can go for a heavy side lane play where you put a ward behind, you TP your top laner in, you throw down Herald, you get plates, and maybe a couple of kills as well. So expect to see a lot more proactivity between that 10 to 14 minute mark. It's obviously still, you're not going to have TPs like we did back in the day, before 10 minutes to interrupt the laning phase, but definitely gives a window for top laners to be perhaps somewhat relevant, I'll say.
Yeah, also see, I think the changes to Farsight are nice, but it's mostly about what happened to Sweeper, right? Oracle Lens really getting changed. Recharge time has been substantially upped and the duration has been shortened. So as a result, this should lead to a situation where later in the game there's going to be less vision denial available. And I quite like that. I do think that we have struggled a lot with metas where once you get vision control, it feels almost impossible to get it back.
Yeah, it also feels like because, you know, you have those two charges, you have to be a lot more precise with where you want vision. It's not, you can sweep the whole river with one charge. Something else I wanted to hone in on is the minion changes. These were heavily talked about when these were proposed. Basically, the side lane minions are more synced with mid lane. Because often what would happen is that because of the different timing between the waves, you'd be able to stack waves and lean into the side lanes. It's now going to be more punishing for mid laners to roam. They will be, you'll find it more difficult to find timings to roam as well. And they also changed it so that when you're diving a tower, normally when you attack enemy champions, the minions contribute. That's not the case anymore. So expect dives to be a little bit harder to pull off, a little bit rarer in the early game.
And this might not be a, you know, a change that everyone's happy about, but Brandon Valdez, I just want to ask, that's a Blast Cone nerf.
Yeah, the Blast Cones got nerfed, but they haven't been removed yet, so I'm not satisfied. And until they're removed, I will not be satisfied. It doesn't matter.
No?
I will not let this game count. Doesn't matter at all.
It's like when they removed or when they nerfed Stopwatch, like, not enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, Stopwatch is just really good. I'm fine if people actually purchase that.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's okay. Yeah, in between the off-season, we did have MSI, of course, but then before the LCK did start, we had the Media Day, which is something that all of the teams join up. They kind of take some nice pictures. They get asked some initial thoughts about, you know, what do you think is going to happen this season? So we can take a look at what some of the teams and some of the players thought about this upcoming season of Summer.
I love this graphic, right? Like, it's very fun. We can see, it was actually you that pointed out, so everyone is trash talking someone except Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut has gone for the neutral one. We beat every team in spring. I only wish for a favorable outcome. Very zen, but everyone else is just throwing shots all over the place. I love Clid as well. I will finally defeat KT this time round. Also, he will finally defeat Gen G this time round. Very ambitious, but I respect the call-outs in two different directions.
Also, Beryl and Teddy, you know, kind of throwing shade at each other. Beryl's like, you're not getting playoffs. It is summer. I am Beryl. We're gonna make it happen. Beryl had a very rough spring, so if that actually ends up coming true and Sandbox with Teddy doesn't make it and DRX somehow making it, would be kind of insane.
Yeah, and the Lens, specifically, I'm coming for you, Viper. Some other teams, it's like, I am coming for you in particular. Yeah, so a lot of call-outs, a lot of fun.
Yeah, Sylvie, he has some
so cute
high expectations this time. They want to win against a strong team like T1.
Aim
to
high.
Create a lasting memory.
They won one game. the fact that Twitch support was picked, we're not going to mention, but Nongshim won.
Yeah.
They're on the board. Just need one more.
Yeah, so I don't know if Nongshim are going to get it done this time. I think that T1, regardless of people what they will say about what happened at MSI, they're still extremely strong. And now, you know, in regular season, I feel like that's where they are almost the strongest. So they will come in, they will dominate, no doubt. And what did the players and the teams think about who's going to win Summer, right? So we've done this kind of every season for a while now. T1 got 7 votes from all the teams below, and DK got 2 votes from T1 and Hanwha Life. T1 couldn't vote for themselves. And Live Sandbox voted for Genji.
Yeah, the DK votes to me are the most interesting because DK as a team looks pretty lackluster. There were glimpses of players individually performing, but it didn't really come together. In playoffs, they were surprisingly knocked about Hanwha Life, who looked much more well-rounded than them. So them actually getting votes is maybe also T1. Like, we don't want to curse ourselves again. They were the only one who predicted Genji last time around, and then Genji upset them, was able to get the big victory in finals.
I think this also illustrates how much of an upset it was. Like, obviously we saw all the predictions for Genji, but like next split, Genji won, and it's still 7-1 in favor of T1 in terms of votes. So still, in terms of expectations, an uphill battle once more.
Yeah, I also think if you look at how the teams actually performed at MSI, T1 did look a lot better than Genji, so that taking that into account as well might be another reason why T1 still has so much votes, or so many votes rather.
They're always going to have a lot of votes, especially when they're doing really well nowadays. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with that, as it's always difficult to prediction in the beginning. Let's take a look at the next week of matches that we do have, and we can have our predictions after that as well, as we talk about the upcoming days here at the LCK. Today is only the first day, and then of course 4 more to follow.
I'm going to take that Sunday match. I know that's a bit of a hipster choice, but you know Genji T1? It's just good.
Oh, I wonder how that'll go. We
Good.
haven't seen that matchup too often in the LCK. I wonder how it'll go.
Internationally, you know, domestically, never happens.
Yeah, well, me, a bit of a savant. I'm going to go for Brion against Nongshim, which I only got to cast one day last split, as obviously I joined in late, and I got to cover that series with you, Brendan.
Yeah.
And I feel like the way I would describe it was iconic. Definitely one for the ages. And a lot of fun.
It's a good welcome to the LCK.
Absolutely, and I mean, we're going to get all the spam of the OK bro, so I think it's going to be a fun one.
Also want to highlight the first match. KT Hanwha, I think, is actually a really cool matchup. Should be very close on paper. KT almost beat T1 last playoffs. Looked like one of the most well-rounded teams versus Hanwha Life that never really lived up to their potential. Had a couple of OK weeks, but as we know, have been really talked up by a lot of the other teams for how they performed off stage. And maybe now in summer, after having a break, they really can bring that out to the LCK stage.
Yeah, I mean, this first match is going to be really fun. I would imagine that it should be close. I don't think that either of these teams will take a 2-0 unless the Scrimbucks are really true on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. They looked good last time, but obviously some kind of in-your-face mistakes at times, and I think as long as they kind of clean things up as a team, they definitely do have a lot of potential. We also do get to see DK up against Live Sandbox, and get to see Teddy coming in as well, no doubt. Let's take a look at our Week 1 predictions, where nobody else voted for DRX against Kwangdong Freaks. Very strange ones, don't you think, guys?
Not really. I think that's kind of expected.
No, I kind of like it. I think that the series where there is the most discord are also where I expect upsets to happen, right? KT versus Hanwha, it leans KT, but that one I think is the least surprising. But between like Kwangdong, DRX, Bro, Nongshim, we don't really know what the form of these teams. We haven't seen them for so long. DRX obviously as new members might play both of them. Paddock obviously playing, but we don't know if Fate or Q is playing. And then we also have Nongshim who bring in Quad, right? So you don't really have any idea of what the power level of these teams is going to be.
Also, even when there's the one-sided votes, like everyone went for T1 and T1 against Hanwha, but they were the team to beat T1 last regular season, which, you know, means potentially something could happen. There's always upsets in the LCK. I'm sure we'll see some this week.
There's always one match that nobody's going to get unless they're Captain Jack, of course. So we'll have to wait and look at his predictions as well. But that's pretty much it for the pre-show. I hope you guys did enjoy everything we had to say. And we are just about ready to jump into the first day of the LCK. So it's here, Wednesday. We are back at Lal Park, and we are ready to jump into the intro. So let's jump into it right now, guys. We'll see you on the other side.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I will say spring at least one time this week. It's just a thing that I'm going to do. I'm Alice, this is Wolf, and we're here for day number 1 of the summer season. And Wolf, I am looking forward to all of the champion changes, all the differences that we're going to see in drafting here in today's first match. Are you excited for it as well?
I'm looking forward to seeing how the LCK teams are different from the LPL teams and the LCK Challengers teams, which haven't shown us that many differences thus far. I'm really excited to be back here at LCK Summer, though. That's the number one thing about today for me. And I think going into this, we have one of our most hotly contested matches of the entire week in KT and Hanwha Life Esports, two teams that are very similar in terms of their playstyle in a meta that is so AD carry focused and centric. I think this one definitely is going to go the distance.
I agree. I actually think it's a perfect way to start us off, right? Because it's the two teams that were so close to making it to MSI but didn't quite make it in there. And I think it's time to check out these rosters as well. No changes on the side of KT. This is the roster that was really starting to come together towards the end of last season. Didn't quite make it towards that top 2 position, but I think KT fans would have been pretty happy.
Yeah, it was a very successful season for KT, and fans always say KT does better in the summer, so keeping this roster together, no changes here whatsoever, and we'll see if that summer theme continues for them because they were looking very strong, so close to potentially going to the first LCK finals since 2018.
Exactly. Wow. And I remember that final. That was an epic one as well. Hanwha Life Esports going to be the next squad that's going to be taking on KT here, and this was touted as a bit of a super team. Wolf didn't quite get to the heights that I think a lot of people were expecting for them, but I'm looking forward to seeing whether they can get themselves back on track. I think the expectations for HLE were a little bit higher than they probably should have been.
And I think considering this meta, they might be even higher this time around. I've seen a lot of fans, a lot of Viper fans in particular, really excited to see how he's going to play on these new patches, right? Where we saw at MSI, Jinx, Aphelios, Ruling, Supreme. And we'll see if Viper can continue to have that same dominance we saw on his Xayah, for example. And this is it. It's the opening match. Which team is going to dash towards their first victory? Right now, KT on a massive 8-match winning streak over Hanwha Life Esports. They haven't beaten them since 2021 summer, HLE that is. So a bit surprising we consider some of the rosters of KT they've gone through. Here's that stat here. And we'll see. It's been 2 years. But I think that with a lot of off-season time to continue to build that synergy that was really missing for Hanwha Life Esports, maybe they could take it tonight.
Yeah, and there's only really 3 series that are actually relevant, right? Because this particular iteration of Hanwha Life Esports is very different from the other ones that we have seen, especially last year. But the fact that KT were able to take them down in the 3 series that they met, including that best of 5 that we did see, is the important part. But let's jump into the interview and see what these players think about this match.
처음에 생각했을 때는 분명히 그보다 더 높은 곳에 있을 거라 생각했는데 저희가 실수도 많고 결국 그 순위에 머물렀던 것 같아요.
마무리가 아쉽게도 3등으로 돼서 썸머 때는 더 잘하려고 엄청 열심히 하고 있습니다.
마지막에 저희가 KT한테 지고 탈락했다 보니까 가장 만나고 싶은 상대 중에 하나였죠.
저희가 하나생명을 스프링 때 3번이나 이겼는데 되게 부담이 적어서 그냥 이길 것 같습니다.
뼈아픈 패배였지만 얻는 것도 많았고 다음에 꼭 다시 만나서 복수하자라는 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
그래도 하나생명이 열심히 한다면 2등까지는 갈 수 있을 겁니다. 근데 2등하면 아마 저희가 1등일 거예요.
리헨즈 선수는 크게 의식하지 않겠습니다. 네. KT의 핵심이라고까지 생각하지 않기 때문에 다른 선수들을 좀 더 견제하겠습니다.
제가 바이퍼 선수 이기고 얼굴을 봤는데 되게 재밌더라고요. 이번에 개막전도 이기고 바이퍼 선수 얼굴 보겠습니다. 누나 경기 이기고 네 표정 보니까 맛있더라. 진짜 맛있더라. 한 번 더 먹을게.
좀 화가 나는데 이번에는 활짝 웃는 모습을 보여줘요.
일단 뭐 하나생명한테 진 적이 없으니까 당연하게 이기고 다음 경기도 준비하겠습니다.
서머 시즌 첫 시작인데 꼭 승리로 시작하고 싶고요. 승패를 떠나서 좀 만족스러운 경기를 꼭 이번엔 하고 싶죠.
Oh, Lehens never change. The trash talk videos are going to be so much worse now because Lehens has like set the bar so extraordinarily high. Oh man, the Griffin face-off on the bottom side of the map going to be massive. Let's welcome KT first as they make their way out onto LOL Park. It's for the first time in Summer Wolf. It's so exciting.
It is, and it is a team that had reached such a high peak, but you could tell the players are not satisfied with third place. They knew that as an organization and as these five as a unit, they accomplished more than anyone expected of them, and yet it still wasn't enough. It wasn't satisfying. No MSI appearance, no finals appearance, and coming into summer here, their playstyle is so strong right now in this meta. A player like Aiming has a lot of agency here, and I really do think it could once again be a summer of KT Rolster.
Well, I hope that it is. I mean, I think it was you and I that were really the KT believers, you know, hoping for like a Telecom War final for that rematch of that epic best of 5. But they have to contend today with this team on the other side. Humble Life Esports have not been capable of taking down KT for an extraordinarily long time. But that gentleman there towards the bottom side of the map could certainly change things up. Life as well, you know, Yumi's enabled now. Life was pretty good at that champion.
Yeah.
Although he did have a lot of experience attaching to Ruler and then just watching him do ridiculous stuff. That guy's pretty good. You
Pretty
know, like,
solid.
He did that winning at MSI thing that we'd prefer not to think about.
I look at Humble Life Esports, and I looked at them last season as a team that never realized their potential because there were confidence issues, there were communication issues, Clid's up and downs are I think what most people will focus on and remember. But there were also champion pool issues for Zeka, for example. The one constant really felt like it was Viper, and not Viper in life, just Viper in 5v5 team fights when this team could play front to back. And we are living in that meta with the Psy on top. You know, we're seeing Or on top, Kingan's best champion in recent memory. So both of these teams right now coming into a meta where they are extremely good at the exact playstyle that's put in front of them. So I'm expecting a great match tonight. You look at the history between these two teams, obviously you can see very KT favored.
Yeah, extraordinarily KT favored. Even in that best of 5, we did see Humble Life Esports take one game, but honestly, it never really felt like they had too much hope in that particular series. KT Rolster on an absolute tear towards the end of the season, but it's been a long off season, right? And this is a Humble Life Esports that we know, like, the parts of this team are very, very good. Even Clid on his day, we were talking about Clid-demption, Wolf. It could be possible here in the summer season, even though I probably, you know, I wouldn't throw too much at it unless we see something change. So Kingan right there just got his new Aatrox and Aatrox Prestige skin as well, which is very, very exciting to see. Zeka's Akali, I don't think is going to make an appearance, but a girl can dream.
I did see that Kingan was playing a lot of Aatrox and solo queue, and we all know why. You know, he was just testing it out. He was just trying to show off a little bit, no doubt, but this matchup, I think, really sets the pace for what we are going to see in terms of the AD carry meta, as we do have, you know, all of our fantastic teams playing this week, but like both these teams specifically were Aiming is the carry, right? Viper is the carry. I think at BDD had some moments right during the season where he had some fantastic Ahri games, or rather previous season, he had some fantastic Azir games during the Azir meta and Talia, but we've really moved away from that meta completely here. So I think the star of the show is definitely going to be Aiming here for KT Rolster. And for Humble Life Esports, Zeka wasn't as consistent, so it was always Viper that you could trust. And I imagine that the synergy that wasn't there before, you have to just expect that it's grown over time as this team has spent an entire start of the summer together, bonding, scrimming, and preparing.
I agree, and I actually think that it's kind of beautiful that we have this exact matchup. Of course, both of these teams face off against Genji and T1 respectively for KT and Humble Life Esports, so whoever wins this, getting momentum into what could be a very difficult match on Friday. Of course, both of those matches are going to be Friday's an epic day, guys.
It really is. Friday is like the best day of the week, honestly.
Yeah, that is a very, very good one. It's our top 4 teams from last season facing off against one another, so that will be epic. But both of these teams, I think, like, your point about BDD, I think, is really interesting, right? Because Nico comes into the meta. Nico kind of feels like a bit of a BDD champion. I think there's like, Syndra as well, epically BDD. But in comparison, Zeka, I mean, his champions haven't found their way to the forefront yet again.
Yeah,
So-
Zeka is more of an assassin-focused player where he will execute one player to turn a 5v5 into a 5v4, whereas BDD loves initiation mids, right? Like the Azir.
Yeah.
And Nico gives you that opportunity to be teamfight defining with one clutch play. And I do agree that in terms of BDD's playstyle does suit him more. I think Zeka is a very aggressive laner, and there is some kill pressure in a lot of matchups with Nico too. So both of these mid laners, I think, will love to pick up Nico first pick if they have the opportunity, if it's not banned, which
Yeah.
I think it will very often be.
I have a feeling that you might be correct there, Wolf, but we need to talk about Nico before we get into the ban phase, because then she'll be banned and then we don't get to talk about her. So we'll see. We'll see exactly what the priorities are going to be, because there are a lot of things that need to be banned. On the blue side, we see a lot of Vi, Maokai, things like this. This is, of course, taken from LPL and Challenger. Melio is busted. We casted one of his games, and he lost, but that was not his fault.
No.
The Maokai is the other one that we were talking about.
Kasante on red side, you got to take a look at Zeri, right?
Yeah.
So Milio Zeri is almost 100%. So then you have to make the decision, do you want to ban the Kasante? Do you want to ban the Nico, which is very first pickable right now on blue side? So these are the picks that we're going to be zooming in on. Because right now, this looks like every single game in Challengers and most games in the LPL. No surprises here in terms of what the priority is. That final ban on blue side sometimes can throw you for a loop. You'll oftentimes see the Lucian banned here, or sometimes if there's no Zeri ban in that second slot, you're a little bit concerned about it. You will ban it away if you've got another plan in mind. Let's see if it's going to be Kasante or Nico here for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, and see whether it is going to be snapped up first pick as well, because the Nico will be banned away, and so now Kane can go towards Kasante if he wants to. BDD's been playing a bit of it in solo queue recently as well. Could be a first pick option, but you could also just take a jungle. Sejuani is pretty good at this point in time. Cuz can take that away from Clid if he would like to. A few options here, but Yumi's up and available, and I guess even with Zeri banned, we're still taking a cat on. I mean, it's Lehens. It's
so
Lehens.
I'm not shocked by this, but this does now allow Hanwha Life the opportunity to pick up Kasante here, and potentially the Aphelios pick. Now, Jinx has dropped in priority in Korea quite significantly, not as popular as it is in the LPL, but another pick to potentially look at here. But the Kasante feels like it is just going without saying here. The Twitch, I mean, very popular in solo queue right now.
Yeah, Twitch was, like, it did make a bit of a move into the meta when there was Zeri Yumi running around. That's not going to be the case here. Aphelios Lulu is probably what we're going to see from Viper.
Grab the, yeah, and obviously you won't have to grab the Lulu right now. You can just go ahead and take the Kasante. And this may lead us to, you know, a Kasante Scion or a Kasante. Oh, gonna grab the Wukong here instead. A little bit surprised to see that.
Yeah,
As now you're just giving that over to Keen.
and the Kasante priority has been all over the place, even in Challenger as well. We've seen that it's been picked up all the time in the LPL, and when it does get picked here in Korea in Challenger or not, it has been very strong. But Annie being considered here for BDD, certainly a whole lot of comfort there, and then we can pick up an 80 carry for aiming and not give too much away. I actually kind of like this for KT.
I do like it a lot as well.
Just do it.
Not expecting
Don't
to
be
see
scared.
the Neela here. The question was going to be, what is Yumi going to be paired with? Because historically, Zeri, Yumi, the only duo, and then you have sometimes some niche picks like the Yumi and the Ezreal. That does sometimes happen, but Yumi and the Lucian was what I was going to say, which was also banned away. So aiming is going back to his classic Ezreal pick here. And very early on in the season, it usually takes him until like round 2 where he starts pulling this out, even if it's not meta. And now with Wukong here, it's a pretty no-brainer pick, potentially to grab the Lulu. And that's why they won't do that and just pick Ari here instead.
I was expecting just to snap away the Lulu as well, but I guess Life is happy to pick up one of his potentially signature champions. Like, imagine if you catch Yumi detaching and you're set. You know, you just break their faces, man. It feels fantastic. I don't think that that is going to be what's going to happen.
No, I don't
can
think
imagine
so.
you just get rolled over in the lane, but that's a consideration because, of course, it's Life. That's one of his key picks there towards the bottom side. He has a pretty eclectic but extensive champion pool.
The Kha'Zix is taken away. I think Viego might need to see a look here Very strong with the Annie and especially with Ezreal compositions. The Lulu was obviously going to be banned since they decided to not opt into that here in that third slot. So gets a little bit more complicated here now in this final ban for HLE. But I think the Viego is definitely a strong option here for Cuz. Sejuani, also a very strong option right now in this meta with the Annie. You have a lot of lockdown CC, a lot of follow-up damage. Yumi's new ultimate adds to that. Of course, you just lock everybody down with the Annie ult. Yumi's ulting on top of that. Sejuani's getting in there. Be the Jax a keen special. It feels like a lot of this draft, because these teams haven't scrimmed against each other, is kind of just going back to historical picks for these players. It's a little bit more comfort rather than a meta read. Neither team wants to reveal too much just yet.
Yep, and we have to remember as well that this is the Freak patch, so Triforce Ezreal feeling like a pretty cool pick right now.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at the Ezreal quizzically, we haven't actually seen it. I don't believe it was played yesterday in Challenge. It definitely wasn't played on Monday.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to see what Ezreal with a triangle is going to look like. The Ornn taken away from Kingen. They're like, oh, well, you're going to ban the signature Jax. We'll ban the signature Ornn. Take that.
It's a different way to get to the Cassante Scion game than I expected, but,
Yeah.
I guess that's where we're headed here. Looks like the priority here, at least with our pro teams in the LCK so far, has definitely been much lower than what we've seen in Challengers and in the LPL. As a bit of a consideration here of side laning Fiora, and this is definitely one of the weak points of Hanwha Life Esports' draft with this Cassante lock-in. And this is something we don't see in Challengers, a lot of side laning. That Viego pick I was talking about looks like it might get locked in first. But Fiora here, in terms of what it does in this composition, is a backline threat sometimes in teamfights, but could buy a ton of time for Ezreal to get that scaling online. Then you've got good engage with the Annie, plus long-range damage here with an Ezreal that's going to scale so incredibly well.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Ezreal's really self-sufficient, so you can play more of that 4-1 style, and KT were the best team at it last season, so I'd kind of like to see it. Or King can just be a rock, and he is just going to be a rock. Sometimes you want to be a rock, Wolf. Like, that's just that's how it goes.
I mean, besides the Yuumi, this looks like it could have been a KT playoffs draft. Like, you just take the Yuumi and replace it with a Karma, and I'm like, wow, it's KT from a few months ago. And, I mean, KT just keeping a lot of secrets here.
It went from sneaky side lane composition to R buttons.
Yeah, I mean,
that's just what happened.
These two, like the difference in what the Fiora and the Malphite mean changed this draft so much.
I know.
So,
Life's Rakan going to come in here as well. Of course, Aphelios Rakan not necessarily the most power in the early laning phase, but it's going to be a tough ask to beat Ezreal Yuumi in the early laning phase anyway. So if Viper and Life can just get through that, then they will have a lot of tools as this game goes on. Rakan Wukong, very, very powerful. Cassante can be a little bit frustrating, and Ahri in the mid game going to have a lot of power.
So both of these teams have great engage, and they have great scaling in terms of their AD carries, but I feel like the conditional engage that Hanwha Life Esports has here is so much more complicated to pull off. Can Cassante pull somebody over the wall? Will the charm come through on the Ahri? Can Rakan actually get into range to threaten either a knockup or his ultimate versus an Annie that will instantly blow him up, a Malphite that's there to catch him and slow him? I mean, I look at these two drafts and I feel like KT Rolster have in a lot of ways the much easier to execute draft here, plus comfort on top of it all. Yeah. Whereas on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, the Rakan is really the sore spot for me because it's so fragile, it's so difficult to pull it off in team fights. But if they can get an early lead, Ahri is ruling the Rift, Zeka has a lot of agency, maybe they could turn that around. But right now, I feel like this draft, in my opinion, based on the two teams here too, heavily favors KT Rolster.
I kind of agree, because I feel like, it's going to hinge on Life. If he actually manages to stay alive, he might be able to press some buttons. Otherwise, I think he might just die accidentally. You're just hit by a stray bear and then a mountain, Like, that could just happen in this game. Poor Rakan could really struggle. Or, if he gets in there, if he surprises KT before they can press all those buttons, it could be a very different story. And we know that Life is so practiced on this Rakan. Yeah. We've actually got signature champions for both Lehens and Life as far as what we've seen right now. So very cool stuff. Hanwha Life Esports going towards a little bit more of that team fighting with their final pickup here in that Rakan to try and answer the Wombo combo of KT. And I think it's a perfect way to start off summer here, Wolf. Let's jump into game number 1 of KT versus Hanwha Life Esports. right, here we are on to Summoner's Rift for game number 1. It's like we never left, Wolf. Feels like we haven't had a gigantic amount of time.
It really
between
doesn't.
Spring and summer.
Yeah, especially when you look at KT's comp. You're like,
Yeah. Was this the last one that they played? Like,
is this the finals? Did KT win? I just woke up. It's KT versus HLE.
wow, that's an alternate universe that we could be in.
I mean, that's one that, I mean, to the Hanwha side, people actually thought might happen because this roster was so stacked, but
yeah,
didn't end up coming to be. I mean, aiming, playing Ezreal with a Yuumi by his side, you know, regardless of which support it was, you know, over the course of his career, this is something that we've seen him do a lot. He loves his Ezreal Yuumi lanes, and in this early game, I see some aggressive trading here from Lehens into the Rakan. And you could still, I mean, Yuumi has changed, but not really. She's still going to do the same things. It's harder to get a little bit of poke damage with your Q, but she's still going to be very relevant in this early laning phase.
Yeah, Bop and Block not quite as ridiculously overpowered as it used to be, so none of those shenanigans. But yeah, just make some best friends and have a really good time. And that's what they're attempting to do. His first Prowling Projectile didn't actually move at all, as he's going to get knocked up here. Nice Mystic Shot there to try and answer, but the barrier is going to keep Life and Viper very healthy.
You see Lehens take the heal here as well, so going to give him some additional mobility. Aiming also going to have Cleanse, because he knows there is a lot of different ways that things could go wrong for him versus the Ahri and the Rakan. Not to mention the Wukong. You know, we talked about the Rakan a lot in terms of the engage setup for this draft, but Clid also has some potential to get in there and set up some good combos. There's a lot to break through in terms of this Malphite, and the Yuumi giving so much extra mobility to this Ezreal.
No, I completely agree. I actually think that it's pretty bold of Viper to go for this Ghost when Tibbers could be a real problem, but maybe he just feels like if he's going to be in range to get Tibbers, then perhaps he's just dead anyway.
Yeah, he's like, well, if Cleanse maybe had like 2 or 3 uses before it went on cooldown, maybe I'd go in this case, because there's just so many threats.
Yeah, and if you get Unstoppable Force, then, I mean, a bear comes down and you're dead anyway. So maybe having the Ghost to reposition a little bit more effectively to get out of range of that is going to be more the priority. So you can understand the thought process for the particular choice. As nice little shove in here from Viper and Life, and as you can see, they are ahead by a decent chunk of farm. As Cuz eyeing off Zeka here, as there's the flash forward, gets the Incinerate, and out comes Cuz. They get the flash, but not the kill.
He really wanted to save that flash too. He was feeling like, you could tell the base of his movement there, he was like, maybe actually the Viego doesn't quite get into range, but he has to flash it. And is almost able to save it. Would have felt amazing if he's able to survive this flash gank and walk away with a flash up. Not to be the case.
Yep. Kane as well, playing Scary Rock. He does always play Scary Rock.
He always plays Scary Rock, it's true.
It's too scary for me. So I hope that we don't check out the top lane too much, because I'll get too frightened. His Grand Entrance going to be avoided there by the Arcane Shift. Nicely done by aiming.
You could see even in this microcosm of this level 3 that aiming has a lot of ability to escape the conditional engages here for Hanwha Life Esports. The fact that he has Cleanse as well as Arcane Shift, plus Yumi's speed up with the shield, just makes it so difficult to actually catch this slippery 80 carry.
Scary Rock on my screen again.
Yeah.
Look, now he's lurking in the brush, making him even more scary.
At least it's not Kid Rock.
Yeah, that's true. Is that also scary?
It depends on your childhood, I guess. I won't say anything else.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. It's been a long time since I've heard his name, to be perfectly honest. All right. We've been here for a long time. It's just been here for a really long time.
I know. Kingan's doing some damage here. He does have a decent laning advantage here. He's hitting these Qs very well, and it's sometimes annoying to try to trade aggressively against Malphite because it is slow, but he's actually playing it really well.
Maybe instead of Scary Rock, it can be Edward Scissors Rock, which is more like rock, paper, scissors and less intimidating than Scary Rock.
Yeah, I like that.
That would allow me to deal with it a little bit better. As Clid going to find Cuz here. They blast cone together. Shout out to Valdez. As the control ward goes down, Life roaming up. BDD is here with a pretty sizable lead in this mid lane at the moment as far as farm. And a little parting gift there as Cuz slinks back into Fog of War. Is aiming, looking for Viper. Exhaust down already. Lehens completely out of mana though, and it looks like Viper is going to be absolutely fine in this 1 versus 2, or 1 versus 1.5, I guess.
Yeah, just going to be a trade of Exhaust and Ghost here in this exchange, but Really nice usage of the speed up there from Lehen's the zoomies, getting that shield and trying to chase aggressively. Viper reacts very quickly, and he's still maintained that significant CS lead here in the bottom lane. So having that edge plus the cull here is going to mean that there's going to be, some windows here for Viper to get, with his Storm Razor, for example, a little bit faster, some early team fights off, as Aphelios is the benefactor, I'd say the biggest benefactor in terms of AD carries right now of the Storm Razor changes on this patch. So you're going to see it a lot. And Hanwha, after that exchange, are going to be able to get this first Drake of the game here. A lot of control vision set up. And they're going to even shove this wave in. Some farm going to be lost here for aiming. And, I mean, Viper and Life, they were not a bad laning duo by any means, but they look a lot more comfortable here in this first game than I think the majority of Summer. Great start.
Yeah, I would agree. And I actually think that a lot of it wasn't necessarily individual, but they didn't quite have the synergy down just yet, right? And so now with, a month or so of extra scrims under their belt and some more teamwork being put in place, could certainly be a benefit. And the bottom lane is what this team is going to hinge on. I think that you could always put your eggs into the Viper basket. That is a very comfortable assumption, as now Cuz is in a bit of trouble. Does have his ultimate available, but he gets charmed, and now he's going to have to try his very best to get out. Looks like he's going to be able to ult away, but Zeka is after him. The bear comes down from BDD. Cuz is going to flash, almost able to get the kill onto Zeka, but it's not enough, and they do manage to pick up the jungler for first blood.
That was a very brave decision here on the side of KT Rolster, expecting that they have enough damage to actually pull this off, but they did not. But you have to respect the choice. It does end up failing here, is turning what looked like a disastrous situation for Cuz as he encounters Life in the jungle into almost a traded back kill here. But Splash and Heartbreaker down here now, and we do see the kill go over. Cuz, unfortunately, unable to secure a kill or survive. Still, big lane advantage so far here for BDD, allowing plays like this to happen in the first place.
The crazy thing is that Viper is still ahead by so much. So the fact that the bottom lane has just been leaving, like Life has just been vacating the lane, hasn't really been a detriment to Viper. He's just absolutely underneath his turret. And yeah, they're going to lose plates and things like this, but being able to get that first blood, I think, does make it very much worth it. And it's only one plate for now, right? Like, Aiming and Lehans haven't been able to put on as much pressure as I think KT would have liked in response.
Yeah, it certainly has been, a situation here where Hanwha Esports have kind of ruled the bottom side of the map. The top side of the map has been somewhat split, right? And that Kingen is now starting to lose a little bit of control in this lane, but has otherwise had a lot of control. Aiming here, trying to use his W to grab another plate. It looks like he will actually be successful accidentally. Grabs third aggro, but still going to pick up that plate with Lehens' help. And this is great for farming Spell Thief's Edge as well. As Yuumi on new Yuumi, it's a little bit more difficult to farm that one out with Harass, so being able to hit the turret is very nice.
Yep, Life now finally going to pay some attention to Viper, who doesn't really seem to need it all that much. Prowling Projectile is going to kind of make me a little bit more wrong than I otherwise would have been, as BDD collects yet more CS. Man, 21
Yeah,
ahead.
his lane dominance has been pretty unreal, and I'm not sure if we're going to go into that replay of the disaster that happened to Cuz, but I mean, he had so much lane control that Cuz called to make the play. Looks like, or maybe BDD made the call. Either way, the two of them made the call. Like, okay, we can actually turn this. I have Tibbers. I can prep my stun. And we're going to turn this around. And without this amount of lane dominance, a little bit tougher. He's holding the turret.
Yeah. And Balmy Cinder is going to make sure that that turret does attack him as well. So Kane's just going to walk it out. So it doesn't quite have the range on the Q as Kingen. And so Kane wandering around in circles. Edward Scissorrock doing a great job of just living.
Yep, and Zeka missing a charm here. BD taking his opportunity to continue to push this in. I mean, this lead is starting to be massive. BD has a ward here too, so Life can't get anything done. We'll put a little bit of pressure on at least. There's a lot of vision to the north side of the mid lane here in the top river for Hanwha Esports as Kingen tried to continue to push those advantages to get something out of it. That's now faded away. And it really does feel like a story here of minus that first blood, KT kind of starting to get a little bit more control across the map, especially with that CS lead falling down. As here's that level that 10-minute teleport that Ox was talking about.
Exactly. Life is going to gank his own lane as well. The quickness almost was a mistake as the flash, the arcane shift, and aiming is going to be absolutely fine. 3 summoner spells down though.
Yeah, 3 down. TP down for Zeka, of course, as well. And means that his return to lane, which is already a lane that's really quite in shambles outside of that kill I talked about moments ago, it's going to hurt a little bit. Will return now, and we haven't had a traditional 5v5 team fight just yet this game. We're still very early on, but starting to get a little bit concerned about how HLE is going to play this out without any sort of big advantages. BDD.
Molten Shield. Yeah. But that is just going to be Rift Herald. Popping down into that mid lane. BDD is going to have to deal with his turret taking a bit of damage as Shelly's going to bonk it on the noggin. BDD coming forward and will just try and push Zeka away, and he doesn't actually get plate gold. It all goes to Clid. Actually a big deal as far as that 1v1.
BD has just been so good at the harass this entire game. He's picked up a ton of first strike gold too, no doubt. You can see it whenever he just tosses in his combo, sets up a stun onto Zeka, even without Tibbers. Sometimes you just toss Tibbers in and you're like, cool, I have lane prio. He's had lane prio without it this entire time. The CS lead is starting to really stack up.
Yeah.
And I mean, the mid prio is always going to hold these objectives together, so KT, even without that control bottom side here, should still be able to group up and contest for this Drake. You see Cuz coming over here now too. He's got his Divine Sunder and his boots ready here. It's the fight that KT is looking for right now to start really getting into the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, and it's also Trinity Force timing as well. Yeah. That is very, very powerful. There's another all-out here towards the top side. Maybe Keen has to press a button instead of just moving, and he does. He presses his ultimate button and then gets out of there. Keen, it's a trade of R buttons, right?
It's really important, though, because now Keen doesn't have his ult if he wanted to teleport into this fight, potentially. So it's actually a nice amount of tempo that Kingen does gain here on the top side. Keen now is kind of locked up under this turret with no ult here, so a lot of pressure. There's a timer on KT trying to secure this Drake, and they pushed Viper away, but they need to pull the trigger.
Well, Zeka could be in a little bit of trouble here as Cuz is heartbreakering forward immediately. He does get knocked up by the Rakan, but it looks like Harmon Life Esports, they don't want this fight. Cuz continuing to push forward. Orbit Deception does a bit of damage, but not the return true variety of it, and KT will now start off this Dragon.
I mean, Cuz is 0-1 this game, and he did make a mistake to lead to that, but his decision-making and his confidence has been unreal.
Confidence, definitely. Yeah. He's just going forward. It's the only direction he seems to know.
And in that moment where he decides to go forward there, it looks like, wow, he's almost suicidal going in like that against the amount of players of HLE over there with no other follow-up. The True Shot Barrage missed as well, but he knows he's got the back, or the Dragon has his back. The Hextech Drake is just keeping everybody away, so the follow-up for HLE, the turn is just not really there, and he can actually just kind of single-handedly push everyone away with just the press of his R button. And now KT have tied up the Drakes. Didn't get a team fight win here, but a lot of value from that single Drake. It is going to be Infernal Soul as well.
Man, this is exciting. There's going to be a lot of damage available for the team that manages to pull a little bit further ahead in this game. Right now, as far as gold, it is going to be Harmon Life Esports that are there, but as far as state of the game, I feel like KT are going to be very happy with the situation. Life not going to be able to catch Keen there, as he does get the ward down, but the Rock is now in the bottom lane. Just the good old transfer of Via tanks, but looks like Viper is going to be able to get a fair bit of work done to this turret, although not able to take it as aiming is going to be here in the nick of time.
Yeah, and now we're grouped up for a potential vision fight here around this Rift Herald. And Keen, ultimate back online here. Kingen as well, about to come up here, so we're going to take a look at this for a second. But the real story is going to be this potential skirmish here top side as we've flipped objectives with that timer coming up here. BDD, stopwatch at the ready, finally has that Leandri's now too, so in a straight-up fight, could do a lot of damage to Kingen if he decides to join. And I really like the chances that KT have here of securing this objective. Still down on gold, but they have really been the ones who've been more decisive overall across the map.
And I feel like it all hinges off the amount of control that BDD has, right? The mid lane does give you a lot of inherent map control just in general. Yes, Harmon Life Esports used the Herald there, but it didn't really change the fact that BDD has had full control. And they are now going to start off Shirley.
And that's a TP, and with Demolish here for Keen, he can actually just trade this for a turret. So, yeah, you guys are going to get that Herald, but we're going to get a turret regardless here. Viper, though, reacts very quickly here and is actually going to secure first brick for HLE. That's a very critical decision. Keen just a few autos away, unfortunately. But still, making it 1-for-1 in turrets plus Herald. So HLE definitely the winners of this exchange.
Yeah, that the fact that they did have the Aphelios there towards that top side did certainly move it towards their favor. But KT at least keeping themselves relatively competitive. Speaking of competition, though, Aiming got some competition here in this mid lane as Shirley immediately jumps onto the Rift here and will be able to knock this one down. So a big swing. Life Esports creating a large lead for themselves in this moment.
Yeah, based off of just the teleport advantage of Kingen, essentially. And it's a good macro play. Much more decisive than KT in this moment. And KT kind of struggling to respond outside of Keen just pushing through and proccing that demolish on the turret. No response here whatsoever for KT, even though they have an Ezreal with Trinity Force, they have an opportunity to kind of chip away poke. Even with the Leandries, I think they could have maybe slowly contested and bought time for Keen to come up, but they decided we're going to trade. Going to fall behind in gold. I think they're just so confident that their ability to 5v5 team fight in these later critical team fights for these objectives is going to be good enough.
Bit of a zoom in there. Shout out to Jonah Strong. He's back with a vengeance as the cannon does go to the nether. Now Cuz looking for Zeka here. Not going to find that stun. Tried to predict where Zeka was going to walk. Zeka walked to the left. Clearly an advantageous move.
Yeah. Been chat with Rihanna about that.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a bit of a lull state here for the next minute or so, but I like the chances here of Life Esports of actually getting the group up on this streak this time around. So they have a lot of bottom side control. Was it Beyonce? Yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah, I think it was. I got a little bit confused there. As now Keen is, he almost took a damage. Warning, a damage was almost taken.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, doesn't actually happen.
Well, I mean, everyone who's been watching the LCK knows this at this point, but I'm infamous for getting references wrong confidently.
No, I mean, it was very confident. Like, I was like, wait, hang on a second. Thankfully, Kane completely distracted us from it. As the Drake is going to be up in 20 seconds time, and Clid is already here. He like got to the birthday party, and not even the birthday boy's there yet. You know, he's just waiting. He's like asking the kid's mom, like, oh, can I just stay here for a little bit? Is Cuz just going to walk his way out?
He actually avoids a knockup without using his flash or his ultimate. Now he's in position to challenge this.
Oh, Clid was still there, ready for the birthday party, and now it is actually time. So they started up. This could be another 5v5, though. Good Charm is going to connect onto Aiming. Cuz off to the side, making sure that he's going to be in the fog of war for the majority of this time, and Life is now unseen.
Flash tippers for BDD, though. They don't know where he is either. This could be the engage that KT is looking for.
Remember, Viper doesn't have cleanse as in goes King, and BDD's going to have to use the bear, but not on the Aphelios, and he's got red-white guns. They take out the Ezreal immediately. The knockup is decent, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, never mind. BDD is gigantic, and now Kingen not going to be able to tank for long enough. Life is going to die whilst being ignored in this game, and it's a triple kill for Cuz in the end.
And this is what can happen even if your Ezreal is deleted at the start of the fight, and it felt like a botched engagement for KT because they were trying to force the Annie engage with the Blast Cone so hard.
Wolf, what happened?
I mean, look at Life. Look at how far away he is at the beginning of this exchange, and then Kingen starts this up. Life ults in, charges through. It's a massive knockup from him. Ezreal is deleted, but after this, it's all the Viego show. Look at BDD. Nobody's touching this man. He's just cutting back. I mean, Kingen's trying his best, but the Leandri's damage is burning through. Viego's getting resets, and Zeka, unfortunately, doesn't have the same damage output as a Tibbers to compete at the stage. And if Ezreal lives there, if Aiming is not caught and instantly blown up, this fight is way more one-sided than it was.
Yeah, it's even worse. Yeah. And that looked like it was ideal scenario for Life Esports, but I think there were some Yuumi shenanigans in there as well. Zumi's helping out and things like that. But honestly, felt like the BDD show with a side of Cuz towards the end because the Annie survived for so long. Tibbers getting so much work done. Absolutely fantastically played, and this is exactly what you were looking out for, Wolf. Yeah. You're looking out for that first team fight.
The Rylai's, too, for BDD is just so critical to it, keeping the Cassante off of it, because he can continually slow this Cassante non-stop with Tibbers, with his abilities, and constantly fight his way back.
Never mind, it was all Kane.
But in terms of the way that these fights go, it's kind of what we were talking about in draft, is can you delete the Ezreal, and then, oh no, you have to deal with the Annie, and how much damage did the Annie do in these fights? Okay, Viego's now getting resets, and I really like the Leandries for this reason, especially with that Rylai's to kind of help peel against the Cassante. And now we're looking at a game state here. Again, HLE ahead in gold, but the confidence that they will be able to win consistent team fights is just not there. To give credit to Life, though, his engage was fantastic from such a long distance away. Ultimate into the grand entrance to actually close that gap there with the help of Kingen. So gives you some hope.
Oh yeah, it is definitely top side of the map versus bottom side of the map. KT certainly playing through Keen and BDD right now, as you can see, highest levels in the game. But Viper and Life have certainly had the number of aiming and Lahens. Aiming just not able to play in the last team fight. We'll see whether it's actually going to be relevant, because Rock Press R and Bear from Sky are pretty good into no cleanse on Aphelios.
It also means that Zeka can't build, he has to build a Banshee's Veil.
I'd play this, but should I? Might be relevant, as Kingan's taking a bit of damage here from Keen. Life is slowly strolling over. Keen is going to see the teleport and just say, Rock, go escape.
They're going to turn this into a Baron potentially, though.
That's a very quick Life and a very dead Rock, which is a weird thing to say, I guess. Half the health bar of this Baron, it looks like Humble Life are going to be able to move on over, so Rock dead for no real response.
Yeah, very close to getting Baron with that Leandri's damage coming through here, but fortunately Clid is Wukong. Even without a flash, he has an opportunity to just go ahead and grab that, turn into a 50-50. An additional kill going over to Zeka, so the early laning phase wasn't fantastic for him, but now he's sitting on 4 kills. He's got a lot of money to his name. As it starts off with Keen getting a little bit greedy. Now look at the mini-map. There's not really any vision or support to back this up, so we have to criticize Keen a little bit for going hard on this, especially considering Cassante could basically beat him in the 1v1 if he plays it correctly. And if anyone else comes down, he's going to be in trouble. I mean, look at this. This is even without the Ahri teleporting through, he's losing out. Now he can't escape, and if it's all a ruse to get the Baron, that mission also failed.
Yeah, wasn't quite enough there, and just wasn't banking on the fact that Life was roaming down. If it was just the teleport, then it would have been a different story. Kingen going to be able to take this outer turret on the bottom side of the map, and the stabilization here for Humble Life Esports was somewhat successful. Keen is still going to be a pretty happy Rock throughout this game, has his Jackstraws as well as his Sunfire Cape. In fact, the builds for both of these top laners looking absolutely glorious. Hopefully Orcs can talk to us about Sunfire Cape and whether it's still the greatest item in the game, even after all of the changes to itemization coming in this patch.
I'd love to hear from him on that. I'm sure he's got some thoughts on it. Speaking of thoughts, I have thoughts on Viper's build here. I actually really like it. We talked about Stormrazor earlier, and I kind of assumed that was going to be the build because it has been. I'll hold that thought. Kingen.
Okay, into the Thunderdome, out of the Thunderdome. There we go. That's just how it goes. Bear does find Bird, as BDD is going to be able to land the Q. There it is, the flash forward from the Incinerator. BDD picks it up. Cannot even survive after the battle dance to the Fox Lady. And KT, they get a solo kill on their mid laner.
And this is the problem with the Rakan I was talking about in terms of clearing vision and getting objective control, trying to set up flanks, is just Annie will kill you. Annie will kill you. Viego will kill you. Malphite will kill you. And if you get caught, there's not a whole lot of respite here, unfortunately.
Man, BDD is having a fantastic day today.
He really is. From laning to engages to skirmishes to 5v5 fights with Rylai's.
Ooh, looking for Soul Point here on the side of KT, but Humble Life Esports, they've got red-white guns on Viper. They do so much damage. Zeka waiting on the flank. BDD not going to walk into it. And now KT moving as 5.
Life has no ultimate even though he's showing up here, and he may just actually get caught if he tries to sandwich his way in.
Oh. Aiming going to get some damage down onto this outer turret. Zeka still here unseen. Off to the side. Life gets him with the rest of his team as now Keen's going to have to flash away. Everfrost is going to miss, but the charm will connect onto BDD. Still,
Keen's ult's coming up.
His position.
Keen's ult is almost ready. How do Life really need to respect this?
Well, this is going to be a 50-50 at best here. We'll see whether they do back away from this. The decoy going to be taken down by Baron. Baron just losing all of the attention that he wanted. And now Zeka and Rock are fighting in the mid lane.
This turret is dead too. I mean, he might just commit straight up. Keen.
It was a bit of an odd situation, but I think in the end, KT kind of benefit as they take a turret and now can move
they can just take the Drake. Yeah, they can just go ahead and take Soul Point here now. So I think it was the right call for Humble Life Esports to try to start Baron, but they just didn't realistically have the tools to do so. If KT reacts slowly, they get away with it, but with Life being dead, coming to the fight late without ultimate, just very difficult to 5v5 this against the Malphite. And I mean, it's not a Fed Malphite or anything like that, just sitting on Jack Shows and the Sunfire Cape, but the ult is such a huge threat. As we go all the way back to why this started, BDD lurking here on this control where Life is just trying to get some deep vision and gets caught recalling.
Oh, no. And, yep, BDD. At least not in the shop is Life. Still not quite enough there and had to use so many buttons.
Yeah, really unfortunate. At least he was able to get the flash out of BDD, but ultimately not going to matter too much.
It's a pretty happy Annie in this particular game. 2-1 and 3 now. Does have a decent chunk towards his Hourglass. It's going to be coming up very, very soon. Keen just going for a little bit of a ride there, but isn't too worried about it. And this is what we kind of thought about the Ezreal, is the fact that you can park him in the mid lane pretty comfortably, even if the outer turret goes down. But this isn't a composition from KT that plays around side lanes all that much. So you don't necessarily need that benefit, but right now it is certainly working out, as we do have Keen and BDD off in sides.
Yeah, just having that extra prio in mid and the ability to safely farm and push and threaten that mid turret, you know, very late into the game is very nice. And we're going to see a TP flank here. Let's see if aiming can react. Got the speed up. He's going to take out that blue trinket.
Yeah, in goes Life. The Cyclone's going to be there. Cuz moves on over. Massive unstoppable force as Cleared is going to be in so much trouble. And now aiming going to turn this whole situation around. The Moonlight Vigil not doing enough. They do take down Tibbers, which is very, very important. But KT, they get rid of the jungler.
That's
around
Baron. That's Baron. And Keen here, he doesn't have an ultimate, but everything is used from Hanwha Life as well. They have no recourse here. They have no ability to stop this. Teleport coming through from Kingen, because this may be game losing if they don't contest. He's going to come in here and try his best. Keen very low.
Well, Kingen has full health at least, but it looks like this Baron is going to be taken out. Cuz will collect it with the only smite on the Rift, and Life is just dead once again. Zekker at 50%. He's not going to have the buttons in order to save Kingen, who is valiantly fighting, but he's fighting 5 people by himself, and that ain't going to be it. Now KT in a commanding position.
Yeah, and KT here, I mean, they turn this, I mean, exactly what you were talking about. Ezreal can farm here freely because he's Ezreal.
Yeah,
he has,
I am glad that you brought up that point.
You literally bring this up because he's actually not really in danger. Takes out the blue trinket. Life has to flash here to look for the knockup. He is able to flash, cleanse, has zoomies, and then the follow-up here from Keen is beautiful. And it felt like KT's whole game plan was, we're going to get tons of mid-prio and start Baron, and if they commit onto Ezreal, we turn that. And aiming and Lehen's 100% on the same page here is going into this fight. Life is just so fragile. And Hanwha Life Esports' comp is so reliant on their ultimates. Ultimates they blew in that last fight. Not to mention, they didn't have a jungler here at all. Just Desperation felt like the game is going to be over if they lose Baron, so they're so hard committing to contest it. Unfortunately, they lose both the Baron and the team fight now. And KT Rolster in a commanding lead. Look at the gold lead. We talked about it all game. Okay. Still gold lead for HLE, but are we confident that they'll be able to win 5v5s? Getting to a position now where that lack of confidence, I think, is fully realized.
Not to mention the fact that in a minute and a half, it is going to be Infernal Soul on the cards for KT, and Hanwha Life Esports a long way away from potentially getting their own if they are able to start that stacking. So KT with so much map control given the Dragon situation that they have, not to mention Baron still ticking for the next minute 20 as well. In fact, just the way that it goes from Baron into Drake is really, really
perfect. It's exactly synced, as you say, and looking for a flank here. Clit is like, I just don't have options. There's a Viego and there's a Malphite right in my face if I try to look for the flank, and they can hard push down this inhibitor right now with Ezreal so easily. The W is going to empower that auto, and with these Baron-empowered minions, I mean, that's maybe even potentially going to be 2 inhibitors going down if they want to push their luck.
Yep. 3 Atom Power Spikes hit for both solo lanes and aiming as well. Cyrilda's being done as All Out is going to be utilized, but nope, not really going to do anything there as, yeah, Kingen just looking a little bit silly.
And it's one of those situations where the Abyssal Mask for the Malphite is actually extremely relevant, you know? It's going to be really helpful at burning through the magic resistance here, resistances of Kingen.
Kane is kind of just another Tibbers after he presses his ult button.
Pretty much. And then you have all that extra burn coming through from Leandri's. It's a lot, and it's a lot of problems here that HLE are going to have to deal with. Now, they have been able to push this mid wave out to the midway point, as well as now push and focus on bottom, so they'll at least have a contest here for this Infernal Soul. But this is going to be game-winning for KT if they win this fight. If HLE get it, they'll be back in the game. but easier said than done.
Yeah, and they just need Zeka! Throw it away. That charm was decent, but the follow-up is just not going to be there. Kingen just explodes. He doesn't have the ulti, and there is a 3-man from the gigantic Rock, now just walking towards Viper. Viper doing a fair bit of work here, but it's not going to be enough. The Heartbreaker onto the Rakan, and now it's Viper versus the world. Aiming is going to go golden and says, all right, Lehens, you can take the kill. That will be everyone dead except for Zeka, and KT will be able to win game number 1.
Great play here around objectives from KT. Clid, the last man standing to get taken out here. I say that Zeka's still backing right now, but this is going to be the game. KT, really good draft here. Unconventional, to say the least, but a lot of comfort, and it works out.
Are they going to be able to destroy the KDA? They are not. Zeka is still undying in this game, but he's certainly still lost. So it's not exactly the greatest of maneuvers. KT just finding their mid-game and playing it out extraordinarily. Is it Rock POG? It's got to be Rock POG,
I mean, it's
right?
it's any part of the top half of the map. Like I was originally like it's BDD 100%, but now I'm like, wait, no, it's Cuz 100%. And I'm like, but what about Keen though? What about that turn? What about the bait from aiming? I think I'm gonna go Cuz actually. I think he had a fantastic game. He was extremely confident. His decision making, his pathing was really good, and I think it's a lot of people looking at BDD for this one, myself included. But
I'm Rock all the way, but I don't have a vote. So I guess I'm not allowed to rock, but I would be rocking if I could. Just because Keen found so many great angles. But you're right, like the amount of domination in the laning phase for BDD, absolutely insane. But Cuz is just unreal amounts of aggression in this game. His triple kill, that team fight was the most important for KT. So yeah.
Look at how much damage he did on a Viego.
Yeah, 3 times the amount that Cuz did, basically. Not bad.
Wild. I mean, he almost did as much damage as an Ezreal in a 31-minute game. So that's what I'm really looking at, and almost as much as a Leandri's
More than everyone on the enemy team.
Yeah, I had to go Cuz, but like I think it's going to be pretty contested between him and BDD, and a lot of
Rock did most damage in game.
True.
Wow.
Big damage. I mean, Sunfire did most damage.
I was going to say, I really hope that we're going to have like an Ox, like 5-minute Sunfire Cape segment in the upcoming carpet space. That's what we certainly need. But what we're going to have to do is go to a short break, and then when we get back, we will have the space to break down that game, and then hopefully Humble Life Esports coming back to bring us into 3 games. That would be the ideal scenario. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you back very, very soon.
괜찮아. 아리 노고. 끝났대. 내가 볼게. 봐봐. 괜찮아. 앞에 딜 못해. 이게 앞에 풀려도 야, 나 딜러 쓰나. 오케이. 앞에 딜 못해, 이거. 앞에 볼게. 미드 가자. 나 앞에 쭉 갈게. 나 택 앞에. 나 미드 택 탔어. 갈게.
나이스. 우리가 그냥 운영하면 이긴다, 무조건.
그래? 너 잘하네.
자, 50 노플. 자, 얘네 2명 살아있어.
아리 노고야.
야, 가. 나 쉴드 줄게. 굿. 다음판 잘해보자.
나이스. 어떡할까? 이길까?
아니.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK space. We are here. I'm Valdez. With me is Chronicler and Ox as always, well, for today. And we just had a game here between KT and Hanwha Life Esports that did go for quite a while until KT was able to shut it down. And just some really great team fighting from them as we are going to take a look at the draft here to start off. What did you guys think?
Yeah, so I feel like I wanted to highlight the Malphite and the Annie and how this game feels really unplayable for the Aphelios when you're against these two champions. You're a short-range champion, you need to get up close, especially when you have red-white. You want to be trying to get in on these tankier champs to shred them, because obviously the closer you are with the Crescendum, the more damage you do. That's not really possible when there's a Malphite and Annie, and we saw examples in the team fights where Keen just said no.
And it is also something that's important to remember, even though we are relatively slow to adapt in the LCK, is that champions will almost always have counters that are available, right? And there's two ways you can do with Aphelios. We've even seen top esports, Jekyllov pulling out the Ziggs. Even in the LCK, we've seen this, just not recently, where you outrange him or you pick hard dive. And in this case, who's gonna kill Malphite? No one. There's an Ahri on the enemy team that definitely isn't going to get through. So when you reach the point where Keen isn't put down early, in mid to late game team fights, he can single-handedly win fights. And as it turns out, kind of does with the space that he's given.
Yeah, it was a great Malphite game there from Keen, and we're going to take a look at some of the highlights here. Let's jump into the first one around this Drake, which started off very interestingly, actually in a great spot for Hanwha Life as they catch aiming, but yet they still lose the fight.
Kingin actually really good setup here, and everything looks great, right? Immediately aiming almost dead. But then, watch what happens to Viper here.
Yeah, too close, doesn't react in time to flash it. There was a lot of chaos in the fight, so understandable, but he gets Malphite ulted into the Annie stun, and suddenly your DPS is gone to the side of Hanwha Life Esports, and we see the cleanup start to come in, the Viego resets, the momentum is there. Even though the Ezreal is dead, it's not as big of a hit as the Aphelios being dead. You can live without the Ezreal. Hanwha cannot live without that Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, both sides lost 30 carries in such a short period of time, and a lot was used to try to get on top of the Ezreal. They used so much engage on that they had in their comp, whereas on the other side, it was like, okay, one Annie stun, one Malphite doing his job, and at the end of the day, you're playing up against Viego, who can just reset over and over, so if the fight gets really scrappy like that, it's just going to be...
Yeah, it's really a combination of Viego, like, resetting and continuously getting those off, and then also no one can really, even that early in the game, can really damage Malphite, right? So you're not going to win that longer skirmish, and already falling behind and losing those early Infernal Drakes really ended up mattering in the long run.
Yeah, well, we do have a second highlight here as well, which was a play around the mid lane. We did see aiming kind of get TP'd on, but at the end of the day, it's Ezreal Yumi, and they go very deep into KT's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, super safe when you have the combat summoners available with the cleanse and the flash to get out of this. You're an Ezreal as well, so much mobility. But even if they had killed Ezreal here, I don't think it would have saved them this turnaround. Huge Malphite ult comes in, the momentum's there, and it's kind of just Hanwha Life, like we've already burned so much. Jungler down, just disengaged from the situation. You see the ult comes down for Viper and doesn't even do that much damage.
And from this point on, KT are in full control. There's no enemy smite, so as long as they don't get wiped in the fight, they should be able to pick themselves up the Baron. And then from this point on, there isn't really any opportunity for Hanwha Life to get back. They desperately try, but again, don't have smite, so you basically need to guaranteed win the fight, but it's not like you have a lot of setup, right? Aiming goes completely unchecked, can play really far forward, and without Viper's damage, there's nothing to be done. And they look very disjointed here, Hanwha, and this is a problem they had throughout the entirety of spring as well.
Yeah, and even there were some rough decisions in the early game where, like, we saw Viper and Life come out really far ahead in the laning phase, and then Life got a really good roam, and then he kept roaming, and then he roamed some more, and Aiming got a couple of plates, and he picked up the difference they had in the bot lane, so some weird decisions that definitely held them back, but KT definitely felt like they knew exactly what they needed to do, and in the team fights in particular, they were on point.
Yeah, well, guys, we do have to pick one POG here for the first game. Let's see who it is going to be. I think there are probably 3 good choices you could go for here, but let's see who did end up getting this one. It will be Cuz on the Viego, probably for what he was able to do in that crazy team fight early on.
Yeah, I think the entire top side of KT, much like Spring, it just had a really good game. Cuz, even though early on there were some decisions that looked a little bit silly with him going in really aggressive, I actually really like that because to me, Cuz's ability to start fights is really important here, because if you engage with anything else, it's gonna feel kind of rough, right? If you, for example, use Malphite ulti and that gets flashed from, you don't really get a lot done, so Cos playing really aggressive, but it working out very nice.
And having so much confidence in a lot of these plays to keep going forwards. I love how in the highlights we showed, this one and the later one, aiming is kind of just like a little worm on a hook to kind of beat the rest of Hanwei in, and then it's about those resets, about finding those big ults, and Cos there for the cleanup and performing so well in these scrappy, very intense fights on the Aphelios, getting those resets, getting a lot of value out of each champion that he picks up as well.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people maybe didn't want to go for the, Malphite, I pressed R and everybody was grouped up vote, but we were based enough to go for exactly that. And in fact, he did get 5 votes on top of that as well, but it ends up being the tiebreaker there from the Korean analyst desk, I suppose, and it is Cuz who does get the victory in the end. There was the 1 vote for BDD as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty fair. I think we said like that the whole top side was good. I think both Cuz and Keen had a pretty strong start in this series.
Really, going into the next one, I want Hanwha to kind of pull it together. We need to see more cohesion from this team because the early game actually a little better. They got like a 1-2K gold lead, and then from there, didn't really accelerate it.
Yeah, well, we also wanted to show you guys what the teams were doing during the break. Life Esports huddled in the coach's booth, going over the replay. They got Mowgli in there. They got all the coaching staff, of course, and Life Esports, they have decided to choose blue, not too surprising, what with Red Side not having any bans. I say that in jest because they have to ban Melio, Zeri, and a lot of other things.
Yeah, there's just so many things you have to ban in this situation. The fact that you banned the Zeri and that still left the Yuumi open, like obviously you can't leave Zeri Yuumi, that's too broken, but you still end up giving Lehens the Yuumi, which is problematic. I will say coming in this next game, I really want to give them to give Viper an easier time because it's not like they picked the Aphelios in a spot where the Malphite Annie was open, but it ended up being a situation where he couldn't play the game, and I think so much of Hanwha's strength is about Viper being able to function in these team fights. So if you are going to end up in a composition where you're very reliant on your AD carry for damage, try and put him in a spot where he's able to have an easier time in team fights.
Any other further thoughts?
Well, yeah, no, because particularly in the current meta, we also see, even though I think Zeka, when it comes to mechanically, had a good game, how good you are as a mid in the current meta feels like tied to how well you can enable your AD carry. And Viper didn't get to play the game. That's not fully on Zeka, but I would like to try and see the pivot. It's not about what can Ari do, it's about how much space can you buy for your AD carry.
Yeah, well, guys, we do have game number 2 on the way here in just a moment. We'll have to see if Life Esports can do a little bit better job of drafting on the blue side and perhaps enable a Viper, as the guys have been saying. But let's go back to the casters now for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Spacemen, for your breakdown of that game number 1 KT victory. We'll see whether Life Esports, with the power of blue side, whether they can bounce back in this game number 2. Wolf, what do you think?
That is the question. I mean, I think that a lot of this is going to come down to draft because despite what I felt was KT having a much better draft, it was still a pretty close game, right? And some of those skirmishes were played really well. There were some good catches. I think the synergy, although, as Kronk would point out, wasn't perfect, it was definitely better for Life Esports. And, before we started the series, people asked me what I thought. I said I think it's going 3. I still think there's a pretty good chance of that. I don't want to take that first game and go, well, KT bopped him so hard there's no chance. Because I think it doesn't really tell the story of the game. And now with blue side priority here for Life Esports, they could definitely change things up. I don't think they'll be willing to pick the Yuumi and go into an Ezreal Yuumi comp. I think that's a KT exclusive. But let's see what their take is going to be here going into this draft.
Yeah, and I think you can change it up on blue side as well. You get to control bans just that little bit better. If you want to first pick your jungler, then perhaps you don't need to ban things like the Maokai and the Vi. Take a few extra things off the table and potentially have a better experience that way. But we'll just have to see, as now we are into pick and ban for game number 2. I just hope that we get more Rock, because Rock made me very happy. It gives a good brain chemical when Rock does good stuff.
The Croc is so far been absent.
Yeah, going to be playing later on this week.
Later on today.
Yeah. There's the Croc O. Different one. Cat going to be banned. Okay. Goodbye, Cat. There we go.
So this will open up one of the Lucian, the Maokai, or the Vi, and I think it's going to be the Lucian that makes it through of these 3. Unless they want to pick that Vi themselves, for example.
Yep.
Nico going to ban, but this is what you're talking about now. KT have to think a little bit carefully about what they want to do for these final bans.
In which order do they ban Melio and Zeri?
Yeah, it is going to be Zeri first. Let's see if this Vi is going to make it through, or if they're just going to ban that away, leave the Lucian. As You know, Viper, very good Lucian player himself. Aiming not as known for it in terms of what we saw in the Zeri Lulu Lucian Nami meta.
Yeah.
It's not definitely Aiming's mainstay pick, as we're ticking down. Will be Annie, actually. So banning 2 of the critical champions here for KT's previous composition, leaving both the Vi and the Lucian up here in this case. And I think the Milio still needs a look here. I think KT definitely going to ban that one away, but I think now using this time as to what the response is going to be to either that Vi or potentially the Lucian pick.
Yeah, actually, I kind of like just banning Milio and letting them have
the Lucian.
Lucian. Okay, never mind. So, still very scared of that one. Of course, KT banned it on the blue side last time around, and now Harmalife Esports, the difficult choice as to whether Life is going to be picking up the brand new champion that is a little bit overtuned, one could say, or whether they've got a different plan in mind. Jax will not be the first pick here for King.
No, I hope not. I think it's a very weak first pick. Will be the Vi instead.
That is a gamble.
Yeah, it certainly is, but it does allow you the freedom to say, okay, if Aiming is going to be playing the Aphelios here, we have already one great guaranteed lockdown for this champion, even if it's Milio, because yeah, Milio's pretty good into hard engaged champions like this, but you're going to have a lot of other follow-up champions. It will be the Aphelios first. I don't know if they'll show the Milio here, but this is another tough decision because normally Milio is never open.
Yeah.
So when it gets open, it really warps both sides of the draft. Like, do we grab Milio here, make it transparent? Do we get our own jungle pick? Or if we leave the Milio open, they're going to get it, and maybe Milio Jinx comes through into our Aphelios, so that's a problem. I don't want to deal with that. I think it's probably wisest to pick the Milio here because it leaves too many holes in the draft otherwise. And there's not a lot of prio picks here you'd want to get anyways.
I like Aphilio. Aphilio is one of my preferred bottom lanes. Yep.
Yeah.
Just give him that extra range. Of course, the Crescendum doesn't benefit quite as much, but Calibrum, you're going to shoot people from a million years away if I'm sitting under the cozy campfire. Blitzcrank and Jinx.
All right, well, this is a pick comp now, and it will continue to be built as such. As you need a front line of any type now, you're like, okay, I'll take the Sejuani into the Vi. Thank you very much. But one of Cuz's more successful picks throughout the spring season. One that he played in inexorbitant amount of times on, and we made jokes about it because he played it so much. Clid played it a lot too and had a very bad win rate, but we'll be locked in here now, and I think the Ahri is just, it goes unsaid in terms of what it offers this composition here for Harmalife Esports. They KT should absolutely remove that pick.
Yep, or just pick it up themselves. They could take it away if they would like to. I'd like to see something a little bit different, playing around the Sejuani a little bit here for KT. You could potentially go for a bit more of this split push vibe when Harmalife Esports are going to be playing towards a lot more of these skirmishes and team fights. As LeBlanc going to be taken off the board here. Zeka not going to be playing one of his favorite champions this time.
Does lean into potentially picking that Ahri up themselves like you were talking about. As the Jax is going to be taken away, another one of those split push champions. Fiora, potentially, if we are going to go that way, is KT. Another one to look at here. But they could also just go, nope, we're going to play this front to back. I'm going to pick up a Sion, pick up an Ornn. As if they're planning on picking up the Ahri here, maybe they just ban King and Zorn here. Say, yeah, this is one less tool you're going to have in a 5v5 fight.
I wouldn't mind it.
Will be the Ahri. I mean, it's just so easy to ban this if you're not going to play it.
Yep. And I think that KT, they can then pick a split pusher of some kind and then threaten the Twisted Fate composition if they would like to.
BDD special.
Something like that.
Yeah, 100% agree. Very strong pick right now. And it's one that BDD's been playing a lot in solo queue, as he always does.
The Trinity Force Twisted Fate is going to happen?
I mean, probably not, but like it's still good.
It would be fun. Rock, no!
I think this is a really interesting ban considering that it's a very different comp you're playing into now, and there's a lot of space that Jinx has. She's very high range. They're going to pick up the Cassante, one that we kind of forgot to talk about here in terms of what, I'm like Sion, Ornn, okay, Cassante is the better version of those three. We'll get locked in here. Now you have the counter pick for BDD here against Zeka's mid lane of choice.
Ooh, that could be Zeka's Gragas. Of course, you'd prefer not to think about Zeka's Gragas from last season.
I don't think it's going to be Zeka's Gragas.
I'm hoping for a King in Gragas, absolutely. But let's see what is actually going to happen here, because the final pick will probably give us a little bit more information, unless it's Jace, in which case we'll just be confused forever.
Okay, I was going to say
Malzahar.
something like Orianna, where you just have some sort of more lockdown. Like, Malzahar is actually pretty good here.
I mean,
it's a lot of magic damage, but I mean...
Milio can't cleanse that.
Yeah,
you know?
I actually like it. but it's going to be Gragas mid, it looks like, and the Gwen counter pick for the Cassante. And now as KT, like, you could just go all in on just front to back and pick Victor here. Like, you could pretty much do anything. You could play the Twisted Fate you were talking about. A lot of map control with this one. Pretty decent into the Gragas. You're going to have the ability to lock down this Vi if she engages.
Oh!
Okay, Cassante mid, and Kale for the counter pick. And we have seen this in solo queue a lot. Every single top laner is spamming Kale in solo queue right now. Like, every single one, including Kane, including Kingen. Everybody's playing it right now. And so this is a pick that was one of the old kind of responses to Gwen. It's a lot of scaling. It's a different variation of like, okay, let's front to back team fight. We're going to scale up than the Victor. Put the Cassante mid, you play the Kale, you hit level 16 later on. You're expecting the game to go that way. And it's a lack of confidence as well in Hanwha Life Esports' ability to play as a unit, because what we saw in the last game, what we saw all of spring season, is Hanwha Life Esports not always on the same page. If you're playing Blitzcrank, Gragas, you know, Gwen, and you're trying to say, all right, we're playing this Jinx reset comp, you have to be on the same page. And I think KT's coaching staff is like, I don't think they could do it. We're just going to sit back, scale up, hit that Kale level 16, and pop off.
Yeah, and Kale ult plus Melio ult just seems like a lot of Hanwha Life Esports are not allowed to do stuff. Like, they're going to press all of their CC buttons and their damage buttons, and Kane's going to be like, cool, guys. And then Lehens is like, yeah, really cool, guys. And then no one's going to take, well, like, one person not going to take any damage, but it's a lot of single target CC.
It's
on
a lot.
the Hanwha Life Esports side of things. I think Melio Kale is kind of feeling good against this Hanwha Life Esports composition, but we'll have to see whether KT can weather the storm, because early on, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. BDD has been spamming Cassante in solo queue as well, certainly feeling confident on this pickup. Excited to see what KT going to be able to do with this composition, or whether Hanwha Life Esports can respond. I don't know whether we're on the KT side, but it certainly sounds like KT fans are a little bit louder here in Lowell Park. We'll see whether Hanwha Life Esports can win this game and fire up the fans, because it's feeling a little bit one-sided, Wolf, not going to lie.
Yeah, I feel like KT is really
okay,
riding the wave of a successful spring season and moving into summer, already starting things off with a bang. Great performances from the top half of the map. Not to say that Aiming played poorly, but it just looks good right now, and it's a good time to be a KT fan. But I look at this draft for Hanwha Life Esports, and I think in isolation it's very strong. If you take the nameplates off especially, you're like, wow, this is really good. And then you look at the 80 carry only of KT, and you're like, yeah, no, I see that. Then you look at the rest of the draft, and then you're like, everything you were saying, the single target being so easily denied by the Melio, the Kale ult, feels a little bit less great here. And it feels like KT have come into this series with sick preparation, you know? Like, they were willing to play Ezreal Yuumi, which nobody really saw coming. Now they're putting Keen on Kale, and Keen is the guy who has, like, the widest top champion pool in the LCK pretty much since Khan left, it feels like. And this is not one of those things where it's like, oh, this is a really niche pick. Everybody's playing it right now. But he's the first one to do it, right? And you trust that in his first game of it this season, he's going to play it well. You know, when Keen brings these picks out, even the Urgot he lost on last season, you're like, well, it wasn't his fault, you know?
And he lost on it the first time, but then he had that really fun, like, Birtle drive-by
the fear
game. That was a real roughie for Birtle in that particular game. As this is the Melio debut, we saw that pop up.
Yeah, they put it down really fast.
Yeah, here we go. Melio's support debut. We'll see when it's played in the jungle, as Hook is going to miss there, aiming, doing the continue walking strategy like that. It is now life. Level 2 can get a bit of a punch happening here, as Aiming takes a bit of damage from the Zap as well. And
BDD is just
ordinarily low,
BDD is just absolutely pounding both of these games, like, this time much earlier than he did the last time around. Zeka had a bit of a struggle here. This does have a lot of mana to sit on here, and he is Gragas, so some sustain, but this wave is going to crash through. A bit of an awkward spot here. We'll lose a significant amount of CS on this crash.
Oh, and with the amount of mid control that BDD did kind of forfeit there just a little, could be a bit dangerous for Clid, who's at 50% HP as he takes on these wolves. It looks like the blue buff is going to be where Cuz is going. And Klid should be able to spot him before that does go down. We'll see what kind of scuffle is going to ensue. And as I say that, I take it all back. This is real dead. There is, oh my goodness, I was a bit frightened. Klid's going to lose his blue buff, and now moving towards this top side. Keen, nowhere in sight. And so Cuz just going to have to wander his way out of this one. Winter's Wrath is going to stop Kingen from being able to do too much, though. So successful heist of the blue buff.
Yeah, a level 3 Kayle versus a level 4 Gwen in this 2v2. Definitely not one that you want to be getting involved in at this point in time, but it will get away with the heist, as you say. BDD once again hitting a knock-up. This time the wave is pushing into his turret, so Cuz and Klid rotating down here, and Klid is hoping for a double scuttle here, but there's not a lot of bottom side control right now, so I don't know if he'll be successful in that endeavor if the communication is there for aiming and Lehens to come up. Lehens already rotating towards the river.
Ooh, Zeka looking for a bit of a combo there as BDD down to 100 health. Does manage to get a grass proc for a little bit extra back, and he's got some cookies to eat and stuff like that, so he should be all right. Cuz going to be able to take that Rift Scuttler and Klid. Falling behind a little bit as far as the jungle is concerned. Cuz kind of running it at the moment. We'll see whether that is going to change, though. Of course, Klid can really change some of these earlier fights if he does get to that level 6.
Emilio is insanely impressive, as this is, of course, when we saw this about a year ago when Kayle suddenly became meta again in 2022.
Yep.
And was meta for like 2 weeks, and then that was the end of that. But, yeah, Emilio is super impressive in lane, so the Blitzcrank needs to hit hooks in order to have any sort of presence there. And, you know, we did see some aggression in the level 2 opportunity that Life had, but now it's just bottom side control nonstop. So unfortunately, Klid's not able to double scuttle down there. And in this mid matchup, you know, the sustain of the Gragas has really helped turn this lane around for Zeka. It looked very disastrous in the early levels.
Yep, currently should be A-okay here, as he does have the sustain advantage in this particular matchup. As BDD not going to be able to find that next proc, but does just press Q a bunch of times and claps his hands and stuff like that. He should be A-okay. Here on this top side, Kane just trying to do some laning stuff, but Kingen having a pretty good time of it at this point.
It's almost time for the first hand of the clock, you know, the level 6 is going to come in. It's not great, but it's the first step of 3. So we're getting close. The Observer's trying to catch it. Kingen has the wave advantage, has a 12 CS lead, so Keen's going to be second. At level 6 timing.
Yeah, Kingen just throwing down that needlework. Keen underneath the turret, the flash, and the flash response is going to be there. Keen doesn't have that level 6 just yet, but is out of the woods for the moment. That's why, I guess, you're going to be taking the flash on the Gwen to have these moments. Been, of course, showing us that at MSI, and Kingen going to try and repeat the process. Keen quick on the trigger finger on that flash, though, is Klid going to answer with a bit of a Drake after the top side aggression.
Yeah, so Drake picked up here, and HLE going to return back to the lane here. Later, Kolbai for Viper. Find himself about 20 CS behind there, but already has his Noon Clipper set up, so he is sitting pretty here in this lane. And despite, you know, a lot of lane control and early prio, it hasn't really been getting any sort of early game advantages here with this Emilio in terms of plate damage or anything like that. BDD is playing so aggressively. I love watching this matchup, actually. It's one of the ones we started to see towards the end of spring season.
Yeah, a lot of biffo. This was something, okay, a bit of a pullback there from BDD, but it looks like Zeka is just happy to tussle as Vault Breaker here onto Cuz. Cuz going to turn it around. Cuz only walks forward, remember, as BDD's moving on in. Oh, not going to quite land it here as the all-out is on to Klid. He's going to have to flash. BDD's going to flash after him, but doesn't land the Q. And now the turnaround, the hook for the last hit as Life comes in and says, welcome to the party. Lehens is here. He's in position. Warm hugs on offer, but I don't know whether they necessarily want to do it. He's baited forward. The permafrost is there onto Life. They manage to get the kill onto the Vibe, but it's a slaughter here in the river. Lehens going to get knocked up down to 200 health. The flash forward from Zeka with the immediate flash response, and Lehens should... Oh, never mind! The barrel finishes him off.
See you later, and KT Rolster got hard baited in this situation here, then doubled down on it. And it's disastrous here. So neither of these junglers has level 6. BDD has arguably a little bit of prio. He's great at these types of skirmishes, but nothing really connecting the way they want to. Klid here able to flash over the wall, and the Q is going to miss. Then Klid turns this one around, and from this moment on, you really got to think, okay, it's done. It's definitely not going to work, right? But then they actually double down here on trying to kill Klid and Zeka. And unfortunately, this ends up being a fantastic exchange here for Hanwha Life Esports. Even with Klid's Q missing and the additional kill going over, KT lose out big.
Yeah, it's not, yeah, that was not the cozy campfire and warm hugs that you really want as good old Melio. So yeah, Lehen's just getting into a little bit of a rough situation. But KT still with a little bit of control of this map for the moment, as now Life's going to move on in. I say that, but now Cuz could be in trouble, but no. He's going to be able to back away. The mid lane control there for BDD certainly helping out.
This early game is the kind of early game Hanwha Life was really hoping for last game around, where they're winning skirmishes, they're taking objectives early. They were able to take the Drake last time, but nothing else really went their way. Now they've got Drake plus Herald, and I mean, now you're seeing Viper start to take a significant CS lead here. He's, with a later call, you know, not going to hit that impact early, but because he got it later, is able to just kind of stave off that pressure, and he's feeling very good about himself at this moment in time. And the KO is just going to take a long time.
All right, well, there's some divine intervention for the top side of the map, but Kane not really going to get too much value out of it. BDD gets the slow, though, wants to go all out, and Kingin, I don't know whether he's going to be immune enough. The ult comes through as they trade top laners. Now BDD is fighting the jungler. He should be able to win this one because he does so much damage with the ulti available. There it is. Double kill for the Cassante. Barrel goes wide. The bomber comes in, though, and Zeka, can you get enough damage down? The answer's no, because Cassante, I shrugged.
Yeah, unfortunately this one.
Super Mega maybe
Wait,
not
hold
gonna
on.
happen, right? Oh, never mind.
It looks scary. I think he kills him now, maybe. I mean, he's got full health.
Yeah.
He's got to do it fast.
And there it is. Belly bop the combo, and Zeka is going to be able to finish that one off and take a plate as well.
This is bizarro world we're living in
Yeah,
now.
it's a weird game.
I thought the top matchup was in, or the mid matchup was mid, not top, as we're seeing Gragas versus Cassante up here in the top lane, and the Observer's about to do the thing where they like grab it and drag it up, as now King is going in mid, of course, to catch this wave and push this one out, but now Zeka, you know, we were like, ooh, Zeka's Gragas, not so good, but
Yeah,
he's...
it looked pretty good here.
Yeah, looking pretty good, and kind of being the benefactor of a lot of over-aggression from KT. Is speaking of here, Keen comes in with the ultimate here, but look, it's a Gwen. She's going to do a lot of damage back. They're able to focus down Keen at the perfect timing as his ult fades away, and yes, BDD will be able to kill a Vi, but this actually gets extremely close. And then some fancy footwork from BDD allows him to escape the initial engage here from Zeka, and he almost is able to sidestep the cask, but ultimately when the rocket comes through, it's just too much damage. And Zeka just can choose when he wants to kill him. At least he gets that CS, you know, before he goes down.
Hey, that's true. That's those sorts of things. Oh, BDD. It's okay. It's okay.
Been a bit of a roughie for the mid laner here.
Sometimes you get hit with a rocket from downtown. The rocket did go over a lot of different vision, which is why I kind of thought that BDD was going to be able to avoid it, but he was dealing with the Gragas there and he had 300 health. So you can give him some benefit of the doubt, I believe.
Yeah, when I saw it on the minimap, the angle looked like it was just not going to be anywhere close, and then he stayed under turret and wanted to catch those minions and then didn't see it and no one communicated to him. So KT now going to try to group up for their first objective fight here on this Infernal, but they don't have a lot of map control and they don't know where Klid is. He's rushing over very quickly, and I just think this is a bit of a lost cause to actually try to hard commit to this, especially when you consider how much pick is in this composition for Hanwha Life Esports. The buy is going to show up. You've got the Blitzcrank, and this early on in the game, losing even your support means you are just not going to be able to fight this one.
Yeah, not having a really good time, and so this Infernal Drake will go over to Hanwha Life Esports. Control of the river is almost absolute, and there is some vision, but it's been switched off, as Lehen's just throwing some things around that have a very scary name, but don't actually do all that much. And here we go! Finally! My first Cloud Soul of the season.
Go.
It took us our first match to get there.
And our first Stormrazor, first Aphelios here with aiming, finishing that one up as well. We're trying to return to lane here. Some of his plates are taken away.
Yeah.
And, you know, rushing Gale Force, I feel like actually was a pretty viable option here for aiming as well, considering how much pick there is. I'm going to have to hold my thought as Viper.
Yeah, Cuz, remember, goes forward. Does not do anything else.
Still.
Arctic Assault is going to come forward. Permafrost going to come down as well. The ulti comes on in, and now Cuz is tanking a turret. Super Mega Death Rocket gets Viper excited. Aiming, can you actually turn this into a good scenario? The answer is yes, at least for now, as he threw out an ult to a dead Blitzcrank. That's how much he wanted life to die. All right, Klid's going to get thrown back there. And Zeka comes down, and that is going to spell the end of the aggression. 1 for 1.
Almost disastrous here for KT, but as you say, it ends up being a 1 for 1 in the end. But these are trade-ups that you don't really want to be taking as KT. You want to get through this early game in stable fashion to where your Kayle will be relevant, your Aphelios is going to be relevant. You're giving additional gold over to Viper here, and he will survive here. Yes, some plates getting picked up, and yes, Aphelios is getting some gold here, but I feel like the types of trades we're seeing KT take are both high risk and not really the kind of speed at which you want to be playing this game. We'll see if this is going to be a successful gank for Life.
Yep, Keen may need to use the ultimate. Does do so as Life is going to miss the hook, unfortunately. And now Keen, can he get one back? Yes, he can! And just walks back to the turret. Oh, no. That is not it. Cue up the yakety sax, ladies and gentlemen. Is now cleared. Volt breaking underneath the turret. Aiming's going to get taken down.
It's getting down and dirty.
Yeah, there we go.
It's getting down and dirty, Atlas. I'm pretty sure, well, last I checked, I was not an LPL commentator. Pretty sure it's the LCK that we're casting here, but it feels like I'm watching LPL from 2019-2020 with all the action.
I was going to say, that's
almost a kill per minute here. And a lot of these kills have just been overextensions on both sides. Both these teams getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
A little bit of limit testing. One could say limit testing here. As Life is on a control ward, Cuz going to be able to take some shellfish and then wander his way out. And I wonder whether we'll get to some normalcy, you know? I kind of feel like, you know, we need that guy from And Now for Something Completely Different by Monty Python.
Yeah.
And it says it's getting a bit too silly.
But he's just going to say that we're going to transition to another
Yeah,
kill on the top
exactly.
lane.
It's going to be silly again.
Yeah. Well, I'm a little bit worried about KT's chances here in this game because, yes, we did get a kill topside for Keen with that mistake from Lehens, but also overextensions bottom side here. Now the Vi is kind of fed. Keen, him picking up that gold doesn't matter as much as his experience, right? I mean, Kayle is not a champion that normally gets that much of a value out of getting a single kill, 300 gold, or even first blood, like 400 gold. Not that Kayle would ever get first blood in a pro game, but it's really about the time and the experience. So Keen calls us out, Blitz is here, ults.
나 살긴 했어.
I'm living,
야, 불 잡은 듯?
and I got him. I got Blitz.
와우.
Wow.
나 라인 괜찮아.
I'm all right. And then down here, dropping Aphelios turret to grab turret aggro, stay for one extra turret shot. Lehens is trying to hold, and it's like, wait, what have we done? A little bit tough to pull this one off if you don't get out of turret aggro range. Unfortunately, Aiming just botching that there. Pulling it early with the Crescendum turret, but then not getting out of the aggro range.
Yeah, that was a bit of a cut the video type moment.
Yeah.
Would prefer to have not have watched that one again. As side lanes in control here by Harmalife Esports, they managed to take the outer turret on the bottom side. BDD up here to protect this outer on top, but it's getting relatively low. Harmalife in a pretty good position. We have said that before though, and in game number 1 they were ahead for the majority.
And I mean, when you look at the gold lead across the board, Vi's gold lead is the biggest, but everyone has a pretty significant advantage here on the side of Harmalife Esports. And KT, they aren't necessarily going to get that time because they haven't been able to get this Kayle, who's the least bad gold situation at like 90 gold, the deficit. They haven't been able to get to a position where they can say, okay, well, we're going to get this one Drake, so we have 5 more minutes of time to get that additional experience, to get to level 16. And if Harmalife Esports just grabs Soul Point here, I mean, your chances of having a real team fight the way you want it are basically 0. And I think that KT are awkwardly now trying to decide, do we make a stand for this solo Cloud Drake to buy 5 more minutes of time? They are set up for this, and they've got a trap they might spring here with this control ward.
Yeah, Lehen's coming down, and we'll give away his position, but Keen just very patient alongside Cuz. Kingan's going to come in and spring the trap, though. There's the hook. It lands, and they blow up the Kayle before she can press her ultimate button. And now Aiming is completely out of position, just point-blank ults Viper, but it's not going to do anything. And, oh dear, KT, I think we're going to a game number 3. BDD going to be going down extraordinarily low. Shirley going to get another charge. And Harmalife Esports, now with Viper, having some agency, they're looking fantastic.
Oh yeah, this is a completely different game here. And a lot of it on the back of KT's early game errors, but it just looks more decisive, more clean here for Harmalife when they have the opportunities to just force fights on their terms. We saw the teleport come through from Kingan. He was ready to go. BDD didn't match, didn't have a place place where you can actually teleport in freely. And this is, again, a trap that you're trying to set up, and then suddenly Keenan shows up, and you're like, uh-oh, we're not in position to follow up. And then the hook comes through, Keen is dead, and then look at aiming. Like, where are you going? Where are you trying to be? It's time to just cut the replay, cut the video. I don't want to see it anymore, because you're trying to follow up on nothing. I'm following up on my teammate is dead. I'm coming in. You're in a Felios. You got Storm Razor, but that's not going to save the day in this case. And really just KT trying to force that fight because they know that was maybe the one fight that gives them 5 minutes. But once the hook went in onto Keen, it's like you got to abort, you got to back out, and they give up even more than just Soul Point.
And the chain CC just so beautiful, because if King gets ult off, then maybe things change there in that moment, but not able to. The power of the Blitzcrank on full display, and 3-0-4 here for Zeka. I think he ended the last game 4-0-1. So not a bad KDA to begin the season.
Oh, I thought you were going to say his last Gragas game. I was like, oh, it wasn't that good.
Yeah, no, we're not going to talk about that. That's one that can stay in the history books, I think.
I will tend to agree. And yeah, I mean, look, he's had a great game. He's been everywhere he needs to be. You know, it hasn't really been the mechanics on display this time around as much as it's just been good game sense, good roaming. And he's constantly been where his team needs him to be, whether it's going topside or making those plays mid. Ult steal?
Yep. Yeah, that'll do it. Viper says thank you very much.
Sick play from Viper. He's really feeling himself, as he should. And yeah, I think we're headed to game 3.
So based on the changes to red, does that mean now Clid can go over to the enemy red and take another red?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I guess if the timing worked out, I think he might be a bit late.
Wow. That would be broken. I haven't actually seen what happens when you steal a red, as far as that is concerned. And it looks like it isn't going to be picked up. So never mind, it has to be your own one.
Yeah.
So there you go. Today I learned.
Yeah, I guess it has to be on your own side, yeah. Stolen one in this case. Well, Atlas.
Yeah. It's looking like we're going to a game 3, Wolf. It looks like Harmolife Esports should have this one in the bag. And now, we have said that before, and honestly, things did go kind of well for Harmolife Esports in the early game last time around, but the first decisive fight was won by KT. This time around, the first decisive fight definitely won by Harmolife, and now Viper just stands back.
Yeah.
And can just shoot everyone from a really long way away. And look at this, yeah. About as free as you can get.
Shirelius to try to get to the Baron, and yeah, this is a disaster.
Yeah, Cuz desperately trying to make their way in
Zeka,
here.
though?
Baron is going to be taken. Zeka will be taken down as now KT looking for an opportunity. Moonlight Vigil goes wide though. Absolute disaster, takes away so much of the damage. And yes, they managed to get a kill, but it's traded back, and there's a Baron on Harmolife Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I think with a better Moonlight Vigil, or perhaps KT being on even footing, we would criticize that decision from Zeka quite heavily, but in this case, he's just holding the door, he's blocking out the choke point, and is punished for it, but buys his team enough time, and they still are able to trade it 1-for-1 here, plus the Baron buff coming through. And again, we keep taking a peek at the scale, because like, what's the experience at? He's a whole level down here. So far away. I think this game likely ends before he hits 60, and it's just looking that way. And we're only 21 minutes in. It's not like we're hitting the 30-minute mark or anything like that, but there's just so much.
game 3.
Yeah.
That's all we're doing.
Yeah. I think the clock memes in the chat probably slowing down a little bit right now is, yep, this is Zeka a little bit too far forward here, gets pulled back by BDD's all out, and is permafrosted. And then Viper just positions really well, kites back. The Moonlight Vigil does not connect, and they just get the successful Baron. Free as you like.
Yeah, and you saw, you know, the Cozy Camper trying to be utilized for that extra range onto the Aphelios, but didn't really offer too much. And as you can see, total damage hasn't been the Aphelios show so far this time. It's in fact been the Gragas show. Some redemption for the Zeka Gragas.
We just aren't really seeing 5v5 fights. We're just seeing picks, which is what Harmolife's comp wants to do. Like the Jinx damage you're seeing, half of that feels like it's just from her ultimate alone. And then she's just hitting objectives. Like, I'm killing minions, I'm killing the Baron. That's what I'm doing with my items. My Kraken Slayer is really hurting the monsters in the game.
Yeah, how does Viper have 2 mythics, Wolf? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Too many mythics for this Jinx.
It's really unfair, isn't it?
Yeah, well, 1 many. Because you are allowed to have 1. It's KT all grouped up
angle
underneath this inner turret. And yeah, aiming?
Nah, aiming wouldn't do it to us.
No.
Ruler maybe.
Might, though. Oh, ward goes over, so they have full information. So aiming will be all right. Still, Harmolife Esports with Baron still available. Zeka doesn't have it, but the rest of his team still has it for just under a minute.
I mean, it's not the biggest Baron power play we've ever seen. It's certainly not critical damage here, and they are surviving. And where there's a level 16 Kale, there's a way, and now we're only 2 levels away from that. Is Cuz looking to engage here.
Yeah. Going forward, the classic maneuver here as Lens is just going to explode. Viper going to grab that. It's going to make him feel real nice as this time the Divine Intervention comes down, but they just CC the Aphelios and he's destroyed. And with Melio already dead, there's nothing they can do about it. PDD turns up way too late. Harmolife Esports win another fight.
Zeka with another big bomba. He's pulling the Aphelios in. I mean, the fight looked pretty doomed before that, but it really just ended the game, honestly. I mean, now they're just going to push in to try to kill this Nexus. No level 16 on the cards.
Viper has just been basically doing whatever the heck he wants this entire game.
I guess Zeka doesn't have teleport here to go into mid, so they will just back away, but I mean, the amount of control they have in this game cannot be overstated. That's an inhibitor down. That is going to be Soul going to Hanwha Esports on top of it. So Cloud Soul 4 already, a Gwyn composition that has a Blitzcrank and a Vi. Feels really nice to be able to press R and run fast and just have that additional movement speed.
Yeah, I don't think Viper even needs to get excited anymore. He just presses his ult button and basically getting a reset.
He's just waiting here for Lehens. And, I mean, that's instantly the pick you're looking for, but then aiming gets caught here by the maximum range of the cask and put exactly where they want him. This is just so disastrous for KT Rolster. I think a lot of this game goes down to, I think some of the stuff we said about this, you could see it even in that fight, like, oh, aiming, he got knocked in, but he's got the KO ult. Is he going to be okay? A lot of this game came down to KT just really botching the early game so miserably and taking a lot of forced fights when they could have just played passively.
And it's also exactly what the Space was talking about, right? Which is, last game, Viper wasn't allowed to play. This game, Viper's the only one in the bottom lane that's allowed to play, outside of Life, who's just like running around doing whatever the heck he robotly wants to. But Viper is just so much agency, can just shoot whoever he wants and do whatever he likes with this massive range advantage that he does have, because KT, they just haven't been able to get this composition to work the way that it could work on paper, right? Which is you set up the sort of situation with the Melio providing range and providing CC immunity, blah, 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 AoE cleanse, things like that. But if Lehens is just dying at the beginning of every fight, I mean, it does. He could be any champion.
Yeah, he really could.
Teemo, and it's not going to be working out.
Exactly. I really feel like the amount of damage that Zeka has in this game too is that it's so high that Kale can't really carry these fights. Like, they can just disengage against her ultimate, and then when Keen wants to go in and do that big damage, they just burst him down. He doesn't have, outside of his ultimate, a lot of survivability in these 5v5 fights because there's no other frontline. Cuz is so massively behind. He's 3 levels behind this game. Like, he is not a frontline. He's not a tank. He is just a ult bot. Like, he's like, I ulted, and hopefully there's something happening. I can permafrost somebody, and I'm dead. And that's it.
And also, Vi has been permanently banned in every single game that we've seen. First ban on blue side generally every single time. And it was Clid's best champion last season. She is only more good now. And you can see 5-2-8. He's having a very, very good time on the Rift right now. I don't know whether necessarily the game has been about Clid, but it is still certainly working out. And the way that this draft was fashioned certainly is a great adaptation here from Harmor Life, utilizing that blue side. Is now KT going for it. Cuz going to get picked off, though, and aiming just throws an ultimate to Narnia. Not
another great cast.
Cuz, going to be cast to oblivion. And, I mean, that was, it felt like an attempt, as the hook is just going to barely miss Kane.
It was such a bait and switch. Like, Viper's sitting there like, oh no, it would be a shame if they Shurellius'd onto me and kill me, while Life is just sitting there looking for a hook, and then Viper, he does have to flash, but he gets out, he's got Gale Force, and then as soon as he's out, it's like, all right, we just turn on to KT here, and now Baron is taking TP to the top lane here to take out this top side of the map and just push to potentially end the game. I mean, look, all they need is a single pick here, and they've been getting them so consistently. They don't have to end now, but I mean, this game couldn't be more over. It's 12,000 gold at 27 minutes. Like, I think that Hanwha Esports honestly playing this a little bit conservatively. And if the game were closer, I'd be worried about that. I'm like, oh, it's a Kale, it's still a Aphelios scaling. But I think they can do whatever they want as the chase onto Viper here with the ability to snipe with Calibrum. Like, I see it. It's a good target, right? It's a good game plan here. Aiming in crew with the Shurellius coming through. Maybe I could snipe him with that Calibrum damage coming through, but it's not enough.
No, it certainly is not. And look, I said that the ult went to Narnia. At least it did get a flash out from Viper, but really the smallest part of that particular story.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's really under any pressure this game, minus this one time where he was under pressure for like half a second.
Yeah, well, there was that time where pressure was being considered, but didn't actually ever come to fruition here. KT have been on the back foot.
A 4,000 gold lead for Clit alone in the jungle matchup.
He's got a GA, just chilling with his casual GA. Multiple items ahead, just having a great time. So, KT, it's going to take a miracle if they are going to come back in this one. There's that level 16, the most irrelevant level 16 on a KL I've seen in a very long time. That almost did aiming. Kind of crazy that Life was that close because that looked like a very opportunistic hook.
He could have flashed for it, honestly. He might.
Yeah, you can see. Trying to get in position.
I mean, they're just going to get the mid inhibitor now and siege up this bottom inhibitor turret. As unfortunately, Keen and Cuz have to defend the Nexus turrets against all this pressure.
Yeah, Kingen just going to be pushing all these minions towards the KT base. And with the Baron buff, it's going to be really difficult. There is still a minute left on that one as well. Elder's going to be up in a minute. If they would like to, they can prolong this game for a little bit longer. But I think that Life, you just need to grab that 50 gold that's inside the Nexus, and we are going to be moving towards game number 3. Zeka finding a nice little barrel there onto BDD as the cast connects onto aiming. BDD trying to get something done here as the turrets are going to be taken out. Cuz dives forward, finds a decent prison, and KT are holding on to the best of their ability. And maybe if they weren't a bajillion gold behind, this could be better, but it is not because Viper says it's not. That's the double kill. The hook is going to connect onto Cuz as well. And there goes the Nexus. Hanwha, bring us to a decider.
And Zeka on the Gragas involved in so many of those early fights, but I think this is really a story of, once again, Clidemption. He's back.
Yeah.
And the man on Vi, he was making aggressive plays early, and every time it looked like maybe he overextended. Every time it looked like, okay, this is an opportunity for KT. KT tried to punish him, and the first 3 really big skirmishes, KT really dropped the ball and gave over a ton of gold. And yes, they traded a few times after that. We did see the kill from Keen on the top side. Mostly irrelevant. The hard force attempt bottom side where aiming unfortunately holds turret aggro too long. They fail to dive. They give over additional kills. I mean, this was Honor Life Esports bouncing back in a big way, but I think the early game here for KT just not playing to their win conditions at all and really tripping over their shoelaces a lot. And, you know, I think you and I both agreed that on paper in an even game state, KT's comp looks fantastic and he's so strong in the late game. But if you're 12,000 gold behind when Keen hits level 16, we just don't get to have that conversation. We don't get to talk about those win conditions anymore.
Yeah, and I feel like they kind of outplayed themselves in a lot of ways, given the flexing of the Cassante to make sure that Kane can have that matchup and avoiding the Gragas situation and trying to get rid of the Gwen Cassante matchup. And in the end, it left them with a composition that could theoretically do cool stuff, but didn't have any power when they needed it. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then the deciding game 3.
이대로 있으면 얘네가 걸어. 억울하게 인색. 시간대 다 펴. 할만하면. 시간대부터. 타워. 잘했어. 천천히. 케일공. 케일부터 세나 나는. 케일부터 형 보자. 얘 필드야. 보스 케일 오케이. 자 초식이 있지.
나 가인 있어.
야 노플 앞에 나이스.
오케이. 1려 노플.
세자리.
나이스.
헬스.
승리만 겨냥한다. 망설임은 곧 패배의 씨앗이 되지. 함께가 아니야. 한 번의 세발. 이제 빗나갈 일은 없다.
처음에 생각했을 때는 분명히 그보다 더 높은 곳에 있을 거라 생각했는데 저희가 실수도 많고 결국 그 순위에 머물렀던 것 같아요.
마무리가 아쉽게도 3등으로 돼서 썸머 때는 더 잘하려고 엄청 열심히 하고 있습니다.
마지막에 저희가 KT한테 지고 탈락했다 보니까 가장 만나고 싶은 상대 중에 하나였어요.
저희가 하나생명을 스프링 때 3번이나 이겼는데 되게 부담이 적어서 그냥 이길 것 같습니다.
뼈아픈 패배였지만 얻는 것도 많았고 다음에 꼭 다시 만나서 복수하자라는 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
그래도 하나생명이 열심히 한다면 2등까지는 갈 수 있을 겁니다. 근데 2등하면 아마 저희가 1등일 거예요.
리헨즈 선수는 크게 의식하지 않겠습니다. 네. KT의 핵심이라고까지 생각하지 않기 때문에 다른 선수들을 좀 더 견제하겠습니다.
제가 바이퍼 선수 이기고 얼굴을 봤는데 되게 재밌더라고요. 이번에 개막전도 이기고 바이퍼 선수 얼굴 보겠습니다. 누나 경기 이기고 네 표정 보니까 맛있더라. 진짜 맛있더라. 한 번 더 먹을게.
좀 화가 나는데 이번에는 활짝 웃는 모습을 보여줘요.
일단 뭐 하나생명한테 진 적이 없으니까 당연하게 이기고 다음 경기도 준비하겠습니다.
서머 시즌 첫 시작인데 꼭 승리로 시작하고 싶고요. 승패를 떠나서 좀 만족스러운 경기를 이번엔 하고 싶습니다.
Hello and welcome back to the space. I'm still Valdez with Chronicler and Ox, and that was the game number 2 that, in fact, Homolife Esports was able to tie up here in this series. Pretty good stuff, considering that they went to the blue side, and right from the get-go from the draft, I think we were all kind of on the same page. Why were we first picking Vi and leaving Milio open? It felt like it was a questionable decision, but at the end of the day, the play was able to back it up, and they did win the game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Milio is that you empower your AD carry, but your AD carry can't do anything when Vi just slams them into the ground and kind of stomps on them. And it kind of felt like it was a great point that Atlas made, where like game 1, Viper wasn't allowed to play, and then this game, aiming just wasn't allowed to do anything for the whole game.
Yeah, I also think that KT really struggled with actually delivering on getting any good team fights with this. It felt like, as we're going to see later on as well, with a composition like this, with Cassante and Sejuani, you should in theory be able to start fights on your footing, right? Either you can isolate someone, you can go with a Sejuani ult, but what happened instead is Homolife got a very early lead, and with a composition like this, like Blitzcrank, Vi, Gragas, these type of champions, if you can get onto backline, if you can get hooks off, the enemy never really gets back in the game. So with the draft that Homolife have, if they find an early lead, the game becomes nigh unplayable for their opponents, and that's kind of what we saw.
Yeah, I also think the Gragas pick was pretty big because, you know, with the Milio, Kale, Aphelios, your front to back is so good, especially with Cassante, Sejuani there, and the Gragas cask is so effective at like disrupting that.
Yeah.
Breaking it apart, the Blitzcrank as well, meant they didn't just have to try and fight them front to back, and obviously made things significantly easier.
Yeah, also the play on the side of Homolife Esports, I think, was very impressive. Like, a lot of things had to go right for them. We take a look at this first highlight, which ended up being kind of a crazy first fight that ended up kind of dictating the pace of the rest of the game as well.
Yeah, it ended up being a really scrappy one, and I think a big factor here was the Gragas just getting these cooldown rotations. Every time you body slam, the cooldown is reduced by 3 seconds if you hit a target, so you got so much value in these long, drawn-out fights.
Additionally, we also saw not only his life earlier to the roam, but as strong as Milio is, like, look how little he does here, right? Like, in a situation like this, Milio provides very little because what he has isn't damage. And in situations like this, you don't really get a lot going. And even though we saw KT be able to fight back a little bit early on, it is these early skirmishes that really set everyone on KT behind pretty substantially, which means that from here on out, a lot of what KT does kind of gets neutralized from the get-go.
Yeah, and I feel like KT opted into a lot of these fights, thinking that they can outmatch Homolife, especially as they won that game 1, they felt confident. The thing is, right, you have a Kale in the top lane, you have Emilio in the support role. You were okay just leaving this to go later in the game. You were okay with going late on this one, and yet it felt like they were trying to force a bit too much, and things like the Gragas, like the Vi, just do so well in those early skirmishes.
Yeah, and you can see mentally after that play, BDD had like head in his hands. We were talking about ourselves over there, like where was the communication on the rocket that was coming through? Like perhaps that could have been dodged. They saw it on the way. It went right past Cuz, and they just looked a little bit frazzled from there. And then we had the second fight of the game that we are going to highlight here, the second big fight, I should say, which was 17 minutes in the mid lane. This was an absolute disaster for KT, and Homolife Esports, they shut the coffin really early in this game.
Up until this point, it's playable, and then this hook, that kind of seals it, right? Because you see with the TP, KT is committed to trying and fighting this. Look at Gragas, his flank angle here as well. Like aiming and his support are just completely ruined. And that is with your kill, your invulnerability tool getting killed in the first seconds of a fight.
It just looked so disjointed, a fantastic approach from Homolife, but I feel like as well you saw Cuz not moving in the way to block the Blitzcrank hook, favoring to try and interrupt the Gwen, which is kind of a mistake, but even without that, the Gragas flank would have been devastating, and if you're playing these front-to-back comms, if the enemy have picks like the Gragas, like the Vi, like the Blitzcrank, like the Gwen, you need to make sure that your backline can position safely, and that just didn't happen.
This didn't happen. I mean, the fight was so broken up, and the hook came in, the flanks came in, and KT were just gone from there. It was actual bomba on the rift for them. And from there, they are going to select a blue side here for game number 3. I don't think that's really a surprise for any of us, even though really the draft didn't truly come in. I mean, we talked about the Gragas and the stuff that they were able to get outside of, you know, giving over the Milio. We'll have to wait and see what KT decides to do on the blue side here now.
Yeah, I think something to talk about is the fact that the Aphelios has struggled quite a bit. I think being that it's a short-range pick, being that we've seen things like Malphite, Vi, it can be quite difficult to make it work in these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here for game number 2 on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. I can think of a couple of names for sure, as it will be Life on the Blitzcrank who picks it up.
Yeah, I was actually saying
That's not one of the
there
names.
might have been an angle. Life had one of the not so great plays in the top lane, but his hooks actually were crucial, right? Like wins them this early skirmish and then gets the hook onto KO. I think this is one of the most pivotal moments of the game. I was thinking both Clit and Zeka. I think that 1-2 combined with Life drones really was what made this game completely unplayable.
Yeah, I also think I love the confidence to leave the Milio. You know, we were questioning the decision, but of all the support picks, I feel like Blitzcrank is one of the better matchups, but you have to perform on Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank is inherently a pick where if you're playing well, it's great. If you're playing badly, it's a massive struggle. And he did have a solid performance there, finding the grabs when needed.
I don't know what's going on. Maybe first day of the LCK, but we get 2 ties in a row on the votes. I guess people are feeling kind of spicy, but you can see that there were multiple players that were doing a great job on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, and that's why it was so contentious there. But guys, we do have a 3rd game now in this KT versus Hanwha Life Esports series, so let's jump back to the casters for game 3.
Thank you so much, Spaceman, for the breakdown of game number 2. Yeah, KT kind of crumbling in that one. Life, of course, a large reason as to why that occurred. I think we were blinded by the Clidemption Wolf, but I have to say that I think the top side of the map performed extraordinarily well.
It's just back-to-back. It's back-to-back. Top side of KT in game 1, top side of Hanwha Life in the second game. Now, there was some pivotal hooks, especially the one that was highlighted there on the space, you know, where they were able to pick Keen. That was really the game-ending moment, the game-deciding moment. But ultimately, you know, it was a team effort. I think KT really did themselves in. I don't think we could say the same about Hanwha Life in game 1, but in game 2, KT just opted into playing the opposite of their comp's win condition. Now they have blue side again, and I expect the draft will be similar to what it was in game 1. But interesting to see what Hanwha Life Esports does on their red side this time. Okay, banning the Zeri. I thought perhaps we'd see the Yuumi ban instead here. That one's going to be taken off the board first. Will we see Nico to follow? That's the expectation.
Yeah, and also now, maybe you don't need to ban Milio. Maybe you just don't care. Because they had such a good answer for it last time around, and if it is first pick, then Hanwha can just pick up a bottom lane that's very happy to run that Blitzcrank. So does add an extra string to their bow and a little bit of extra confusion here potentially for KT, who might just ban at 3rd in this particular moment. Will alleviate a little bit on the Hanwha Life Esports side, as Lucian was their final ban on blue side in game number 1.
And it becomes a question too now of, does Hanwha Life Esports have a good answer to the Ezreal pick, the Ezreal Yuumi? Because KT could just fall back to that here, even though it's, like I said before, a bit unconventional, not very popular, really internationally, but it's something that KT has already proven they can play around, and they played to the win conditions very well with that pick. Will be the Wukong ban, so, you know, Cassante is still up, the Yuumi still up.
Yeah, Yuumi and Milio.
Milio as well.
Available.
Yeah, and I'm more afraid of what Life can do with Milio than I am based on how KT has been playing today of what Lehends can do with it. And especially when you consider Blitzcrank is still up. I think this is a safe call. Let's just pick the AD carry you're likely to go with no matter what. The Yuumi's now off the table.
Yeah, I kind of like it as well, but Aphelios has kind of been picked apart every time it's been picked. And it hasn't really been the power pick that we have seen it capable of being in previous.
I love Jinx Milio here, actually.
Yeah.
You have already the range advantage in lane and then team fights, and then you have the Milio range extension on top of that. And with the Wukong ban, they've already shown us here, you know, the Lulu pick becomes a lot weaker, but they're going to opt into Zeka's Gragas again, which after the phenomenal performance we saw from him in game 1, not shocked, as will be Annie. I mean, you could do something completely different, do like Annie Blitzcrank here, like Lehends popularized at the end of the summer season. He was the Blitzcrank guy, not Life. And, I mean, I'm not saying that's what it has to be, but it certainly could be. Different way to approach this draft.
I kind of like it, especially if you can either pick the Cat or the Blitzcrank. I'm not a huge fan of Aphelios and Yuumi together,
yeah,
but
I don't really like this that much.
when it's Lehens picking Yuumi, you have to kind of give a bit of benefit of the doubt. And we'll see what Humble Life Esports are going to do, because they can just Melio it up if they would like to right now. As Life, bit of a grin on his face. See what it is going to be as far as that support option.
I like it a lot. That's not
Becca's just...
that's not going to happen. Becca's just reminding everyone he has a skin.
yeah, by the way, you can buy my skin. Is what exactly saying.
A little bit of Emilio. I think this is, even without the Yuumi here, it was already a great choice. And with the Yuumi, you're like, okay, this is kind of a no-brainer. And unfortunately, on blue side, you have to show that support pick first. So unlike esports, you get the opportunity to respond here with a pretty free set of champions. Now, picks like the Cassante is still relevant here. But for KT, the question becomes, does this comp become a scaling Yuumi Aphelios comp? Or does it become a pick comp with this Annie, right? I mean, you take away now the Malphite, your focus is getting a little bit narrowed here as KT, and it makes you wonder if Keen's just going to be on tank duty, and we're going to have a front-to-back comp, because that in itself is problematic against already decent Peel and Engage with that Melio pick and the Jinx we've already talked about. Right?
Yeah.
Hunter Life Esports definitely in the driver's seat of the rest of this draft right now, especially if you consider they have counter pick.
And if, like, B2D can't get on top of Life, then a Flash Tibbers is not as dangerous as it can be. Just given the fact that you can alleviate so much of that with Melio's ultimate.
Yeah.
So some definite counterplay available that wasn't existent in game number 1 for Humble Life Esports. As going to be banned away here. Final ban for Humble Life Esports. Up and available. Jax sort of standing out to me, just given Keen's proficiency, and there it is, going to be banned away.
Kind of an unusual Gnar ban here. You know, Gnar, usually you ban it if you're trying to play Gragas. There are a few other picks you wouldn't want to play into it, like Jax can struggle into the Gnar. That's banned away now. I think you knew that was coming. See what KT's final ban is. I think there's really not a whole lot KT can do to dictate this draft anymore. They're already behind, as now the Ornn is banned, and Honda Life Esports like, cool, we can pick Sion, I mean, as kind of an alternate option of a front-to-back here. The Viego is going to be picked away here now, so the Annie Viego pick potential is also now weakened.
I really like the Viego pick away. I think Viego and then something for Keen that he feels comfortable on would have been a decent rotation. But Cuz, what do you have for us? Of course, knows the Viego matchups inside and out. He's a fantastic Viego player, as we saw in game number 1, but we've been seeing for, years now, is what it feels like.
If it's just Sejuani here, I'm really concerned. I'm not a huge fan of it. BDD's been playing a ton of Yasuo and solo queue, so I'd love to see it, but where's the Annie go in that case?
Yeah,
all right,
cycling through everything.
I mean, Sion is the only one of these picks that were just hovered that makes any sense. If we had locked in Jace, I'd be like, all right, we don't even need to see the rest of this draft. But now it's going to be Cuz's pick. If it's just the Sejuani here, you have a really disjointed, weaker version of what Honda Life Esports have put together here. I want to see something better.
Yeah, and the counter pick for Kingen, that could just be Gragas, of course. Like, Gragas into Sion is something that you're very happy to do. But with the Annie being shown so incredibly early, Volibear going to come down for Cuz. If that was Clid, I would be less surprised. Because, of course, Cuz and Clid, both of them have been Volibear players in the past. Cassante, now just a very comfortable lock-in here for the tank v tank matchup. And as Gragas is pretty happy into the Annie, then you're going to be pretty comfortable going for that one. But the Volibear is the beginnings of some shenanigans.
I love the please give me more skin sales.
Yeah, exactly.
But look, Cassante can not only deal with the Sion and lane pretty well, but he can also, with his dash, actually avoid Volibear's stun if he times it correctly. It's very difficult to get value against Cassante in lane. Against the Gragas, you have a lot of power, actually, in the mid 2v2 versus Viego, because Annie's stuns is so easy to set up. Volibear follows up. There's not much Gragas could do there. But in late game team fights, in order to get into range to actually engage properly with your extremely low range AD carry that doesn't have an engage support on him, it's just a Yuumi, it's really just asking for Jinx to get resets. And It feels like I'm watching a different version of what happened to the LCK at MSI.
Oh, no!
Oh, wait, hold on. You got to think about the range, think about the ability for Jinx to actually win these fights, and how are you going to get into range as Aphelios? There's an issue that a lot of our LCK teams had at MSI, and that KT Rolster are going to have to try to solve in this draft. I think I like the Volibear more than the Sejuani. I think it's a creative answer here, but ultimately it still falls flat to me, and I'm going to have to give the edge once again to Hanwha Life here.
Yep, unless we see some crazy teleport shenanigans at 10 minutes time. You know, maybe you could do that, try and get your Volibear underneath the turret, turn it off, you know, be that Ohm Wrecker of old that Volibear can be known for. But I think that Hanwha Life, once again, have figured themselves out a pretty nice draft, and Life's Melio. We'll see whether he can show us how broken this champion really is. There we go. Hanwha fans finally finding their voice as we dive into game number 3. Hanwha Life Esports desperately wanting to get out onto a good foot. Remember, the week for both of these teams is a real difficult one. You've got Gen G coming up next for KT on Friday, and on that same Friday, Hanwha Life Esports
T1
will be taking on T1.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely some hype here, and momentum from this game will be very, very important.
It's a very front-loaded week for those teams. You know, same to be true of Gen G and T1, who will face each other.
Yep.
And those teams you just mentioned, the teams we have on screen here. So, yeah, we're starting off our week 1 with a bang, and we will probably not be referencing the results of this series this week when we go into the round 2 matchups, because it'll be so much further on. But it is important, and you could say almost advantageous, especially like you said, if you get that win and that momentum here against either of these teams.
Yeah.
You know, because the expectation is that, you know, T1 will win that matchup against Hanwha Life Esports, for example. So winning against KT here could be massive because of your strength of schedule for the rest of the round. It gets that much easier.
Exactly right. And now I want to talk about this Volibear skin, which is pretty cool. Kind of looks like a Mr. Pandaria Volibear.
Yeah, I feel that a little bit.
Kind of all about it.
Vibing with it.
Yeah, I haven't played that expansion for a very long time, so I'm kind of all about it. So KT here with, once again, Lehens on the cat, this time with an Aphelios. We'll see whether Life is going to have a good time with his backpack and kicking these things around and trying to cause a bit of a ruckus.
So at level 1 with Yuumi Aphelios, you know, you have the ability to try to poke most low-range AD carries with Crescendum. You can sustain up with your Severum, right? But against Melio Jinx, you're like, nah, not doing a whole lot here. It's just not going to happen. So the initial level here, as you can see, is going to be completely controlled by Viper and Life. So just going to sit pretty here. Easy start to this matchup. We'll see how much First Strike Gold BDD can pick up into the Gragas, because it's really easy to set that up with some good combos, especially if Zeka has to use his Body Slam or his Q to clear waves to last hit. Then it becomes a lot easier for the Annie to start stacking up money. And the start of the laning phase for Game 2 for BD was fantastic. Obviously, Game 1 completely gapped Zeka, so that's the one shining light I look at just in the neutral for this draft in terms of the laning phase and what advantages KT could pick up. I'm like, okay, let's see what BDD gets done.
Yeah.
I want to put a little bit of faith on this guy.
Yeah, and his Annie definitely looked very different to his Cassante. His Cassante wasn't bad, and of course in the very early stages he had a lot of lane control. I think Zeka's laning has definitely not been his strongest suit. As you can see already, down relatively low, although he is Gragas, and Clid is coming in. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Cuz is poking his head around, but
ooh,
he's gonna be going for any dives or anything.
He has
like
no
that.
idea. He's doomed,
Okay,
I think. He's flash.
This comes down, the flash does come forward. Zeka didn't invest his. And so BDD will be able to get back into some control, but without flash, it means he's a sitting duck here for Clid, who may just rotate around. It's going to take some shellfish first, but then could be looking to pay BDD another visit.
Yeah, so has to use his flash, which is pretty significant for Annie in a matchup like this. You know, a lot less agency, a lot less kill pressure now. Cuz was going for the bottom scuttle and trying to punish the positioning there of Viper and Life in the lane. Only gets the scuttle. And PDD's first strike and so hard will dematerialize here as well. And it's going to force Zeka completely out of this lane, as Cuz was thinking about some shenanigans potentially here.
Yeah, Cuz being there, able to let BDD push forward, get himself a better back timing if he would like one. As you can see, he's going to go back now. see what he is going to purchase. Is Keen versus King in here. The Scion versus the Cassante, one of the most incredibly pivotal matchups that you will get in League of Legends. I say as facetiously as I possibly can. Prowling projectile.
Hint sarcasm.
Yeah. /S.
/S.
You know, being sarcastic on the internet, Wolf, you know, it's a difficult thing to do sometimes. I'm glad that you're there to help me make sure that everyone knows.
/end rant.
Oh, no. It's been a while since we've used that one. That's showing our age, I think, on the /end rant situation.
TLDR. Don't look at top lane.
Yeah. We don't need to do that. Jonah Strong, take notes. That was last year's MSI, but it's fine.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a calmer early game here as KT, unfortunately, not able to find anything with the Volley Bear early. Flashless Annie means that when level 6 is hit also, not a lot of kill pressure is. Okay, hold on. Look at the top lane briefly.
Yeah, Kingen going to have a minion thrown at him, but it looks like they are going to be all right as in comes the bear. All right, life is just going to be obliterated. Milios are being bullied today, Wolf, and it doesn't matter which side of the rift they're on.
Nope. And there's the value of the Volley Bear early on. A little bit too far up in the lane, a little bit of punish coming through. Pre-6, Life can't do anything about this. Viper ghosts away. Tried to put the Chompers there to the best of his ability to save him, but is going to end up losing out on this Drake as a result. So really nice gank timing here from Cuz. And, I mean, we've seen both Cuz and Clid have fantastic Volley Bear games across their career in the early game.
Yep.
And both of these players, Clid, like you mentioned in the draft, one that did a little bit more often, especially in his time at Gen G, but often playing it when it's not really meta. It's kind of leaking back in the meta. We saw it in Challengers yesterday. But it's a pick that has a lot of early game agency, a lot of punish power. So watching, you know, how far up Viper and Life are here with no vision in this tri-brush, and Viper just trying to get some, you know, additional damage done here with the campfire. Life gets caught, stunned, Chompers to no avail. That's the end of him.
Yep, grabbing him value there pretty high as well. From aiming, utilizing the guns very, very nicely. So, some Aphelios play looking pretty strong here on the KT side. And so far, you know, we know that Melio is pretty strong, but we haven't seen evidence of it just yet. I'm hoping that Life does find an avenue to get some of that later on in this game. And of course, the Melio value is about giving Jinx, who already has disgusting range, even more disgusting range. And whether or not he, you know, dies for first blood or not, he is still going to be able to offer that as BDD throws a bear on top of the Gragas. Gragas answers that by drinking. And is going to be fine.
It's some tempo in the lane. It is going to, of course, be some first strike gold BDD picks up. You see this a lot, especially when you don't have flash. You're like, yeah, just toss this one out. Not going to commit any further, any harder here for a kill. Okay, we're moving up here with Cuz, and there's going to be able to get plates here. I mean, Cuz wants to push them away. Now, staying around too long against Zeka, who does have that cast, could be a big problem. As when the white gun is ready, Aphelios wants to do as much as he can. I think he's going to get one more plate here.
Could certainly, because of course the extra damage that they got back is ridiculous. Man, BDD is just setting his bear off on Zeka, and Zeka is really struggling to cope with it.
Yeah,
as finally times out. But BDD, not going to be too worried about it. Doesn't get the stun back there, but throws out yet another ulti. Is okay, final chapter going to come down. That gets the flash out of Life. Thankfully, he didn't use it the last time around because he knew that he was dead, and so therefore is able to save himself here.
I mean, he didn't get the plate earlier. We had the cutaway, but now with this tempo ult coming out, or 2 tempo ults, that is to say, he should be able to secure it at least here as Viper and Life getting level 6 very soon. Life very low as the Calibrum shots here from aiming have been so good, and just going to be able to guarantee that plate in about half of another one here as Viper desperately tries to CS under turret.
Yeah, and I think the other 2 games have been aiming, and now it's hitting.
There you go.
He's definitely doing a good job, especially in this laning phase. And this is the first time that we've really seen KT having some control of this bottom. Oh, as I say that, he misses a cannon, but that's fine. It's just what happens when you leave the camera on them for too long. They get nervous, and they miss cannons. As Cuz going to be starting off on this Rift Herald.
Is a bit bold here, considering how much resources you just committed bottom side of the map to try to then sneak this one away. But with the timing of the back here for aiming, they are going to try to group up for this. I just think this is a bridge too far, stretching too much butter, or too little butter, rather, over too much bread.
Yeah, well, Cuz is still going to commit to it here. Does manage to get a big old shield. There's the Bomber, though, as he dives on out of there. Still,
Aiming's here.
Kingen's going to come on forward. BDD not too worried about it, though, as the exhaust does come down. And in the end, it's Zeka that takes the most punishment. Still, Body Slam's going to get him out. And HLE just wants none of it. She just says, no, that's enough shenanigans. I'm going back home. And in the end, yeah, Summoner spells.
I mean, the fact that aiming wasn't there for so long in that fight and they still are able to contest and deny the Rift Herald, I think is both a testament to KT's juggling there on the Rift Herald itself, but also somewhat of Hanwha Life Esports' indecision, right? They were very split up in that fight. By the time aiming and the Hens get there, then you know, okay, well, they're just going to completely split us apart and rip us to shreds.
Save him. Yeah, save the Prom King. There you go.
And, you know, now we're just swapping lanes. Aiming's going to take this opportunity after he rotate over to Herald to just stick around topside, try to grab some plate gold here against this Kingen, or rather this K'Sante. Kingen playing it.
Yep.
Up on the top side, and the slower response here for the side of HLE.
Oh, Zeka manages to get the cannon on camera as well. Absolutely amazingly done as Keen explodes, and we'll be able to collect all of that farm. You can see Kingen, yeah, does have that slight advantage. KT just going to move on down and take this Rift Herald that everyone was fighting so aggressively over, and then they just move in and take it for free.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, this is the power of denying a Rift Herald like this, and then your enemy AD carry goes back to lane, and you're still topside, because then you could say, okay, well, I'm going to push this in. K'Sante is going to have to now come up here topside and deal with this, and I've got Prio, and I've got the Rift Herald, and you guys can't even contest it. And then by the time that you see the Jinx is getting down there to catch that farm, because she's lost a significant amount, she's going to then deal with this, and no farm is lost for aiming. And all the while, Keen is just waiting. Like, he actually is just waiting down there at the bottom brush. They have no idea. They're assuming that he's walking topside here. He can commit to a kill here, then just teleport top. Like, this is a long con play, but, I mean, it might very well work out here.
That's some severe alcove gaming going on right there, as Cuz going to get zapped. But he is the zapper. He is that kind of guy on this volley bear. Of course, you know, the Lord of Thunder. So not too worried about zapping. Kingen also just left alone, a bit lonely up there towards that top side. It's the K'Sante. Shelly going to come down towards this bottom lane, try and grab these last couple of plates for aiming.
I mean, I feel like in a lot of ways, Hanwha Life Esports getting a little out-macroed here as Kingen will get some plate gold on the top side of the map, and some CS is going to be lost here for the Scion, but it's going to be both those plates going down here in the bottom lane as well as this Drake if they can't contest it. Zeka's coming over.
Yeah, Clid in fog of war right now. Could just come forward for a steal if they would like to as the cat comes out. That is just going to be the Drake secured. Lahens soaks up a Super Mega Death Rocket, is now teleport. Going to be used to get back towards this top outer turret. Keen says, all right, well, now you're not going to be as lonely anymore, King, and I've done what I need to do, and I will come back and hang out with you.
The Aphelios that was already over 1,000 gold ahead is going to be the winner here on the side of KT. And while we are talking about plates being traded and some CS lost for Scion, Scion is the champion you care the least about in terms of lost farm, whereas the winner of KT is the one that you need to be fed the most, the one who is getting the most value, the one who's now going to pick up this first turret here, first brick worth of local gold. Look at all of the money that he and Lehens are going to pick up here. And
first brick and plate?
Yeah.
Man.
Like, when you consider how much of this money is going exactly where KT wants it, it doesn't feel like a fair trade at all. Plus Dragon, of course, mind you. So Kingen could have teleported in and decided to contest, but he decided not to, actually.
Keen for the lists lazily to the left strategy to avoid getting a ball kicked at him.
And it feels like every single time Kingen is left alone, he's getting nothing done, unfortunately. He's picking up more plate gold as K'Sante over here. Much less relevant.
All right, and as the dust settles, Viper is looking to try and grab himself some plates in the minute that they have left. 2 are available here on this top side as Kingen getting even more. Has actually done a great job as far as getting himself ahead. Has a Sunfire Cape, best item in the game, as we know. BDD is going to come down, but not going to be able to stop this second plate from going.
And look at this. I mean, we're nearing 2,000 gold here. The advantage for aiming. Almost 2,000. All right,
yeah, I mean, that's the whole gold lead.
And then you're looking at, okay, yeah, K'Sante's got a lead versus a Scion. So it's like, all right, where are we really getting advantages here as Hanwha Life? We've still got the Drake advantage, right? For Hextech Soul. No, that's not happening either. So a little bit concerned about the map movements here for HLE in the early game. Communication may perhaps a little bit off. And I mean, it's not like the Volibear pick is the real big MVP. It did help get the Aphelios ahead, but you're not allowed to do double camps at once. Riot said that's not allowed. He just did it on TV.
He did it. That's what happens. You just disobey the rules, you know. He's from the throne of the 4 winds, and he does not care.
I saw those circles on the ground, and I was like, he's crossing the circle lines.
The Venn diagram of Cuz just has Cuz, okay? There is no actual Venn diagram. It is all Cuz.
Because it's like, if I put my Volibear circle on the ground, it's okay, right? That counts as being in not leash range, right?
You can join the circles. That's how you do it. All right, BDD moving back up towards his top side to try and answer. Zeka is opposite number up there, and you can see the Aphelios with his cat just wandering on up. BDD has bear. Multiple bears, in fact. Feels like BDD has had double tibbers in both of these games. Like, it was rock tibbers, and now we've got actual, like, secondary bear tibbers.
He just knows, he also knows that, like, in this game, too, with how he's using his ultimate, the timings in which he's using it for tempo, he knows no fight is going to happen where he's going to wish he had it, then he uses it in the fight as well. So it's like he's almost got 3 tibbers, you know, and I'm looking at the situation here once again for Hanwha Life, just like Game 1, and it's not impossible to win this one, but they don't have enough map control right now here early, and we do have questions about how this team fighting is going to work. The Yuumi pick was the one that was very concerning to me. Like, is this really going to get a big edge for aiming? Is he going to be able to, you know, outrange the Jinx? The answer is no, especially with Emilio, but will he have an advantage, perhaps, to be able to outdamage her? Right now, the answer is yes, he's a BF sword ahead because of that initial pick, because of all the plate gold he's picked up. So chances here are looking better for KT than they did just from the outset of the draft.
Oh, not quite able to get the interrupt, but is able to walk over and explode his soul furnace. And that means that Kingan's going to have to stick around for a little while longer. Does take out his frustration on the Scion. But yeah, King just doesn't seem to really care too much about it. His tank play certainly has leveled up this year. I feel like that has been the biggest improvement for Keen.
Yeah.
As Prowling Projectile, not going to quite find Viper.
He tried to avoid it whenever he could, but it's definitely better than what we've seen from him in the past. Now, Zeka getting a whole turret here, this is significant. This is a big advantage that is picked up. That's more relevant gold than what we were talking about with Kingen. So that's quite nice for him to pick that one up.
Yep, that's something. You're going to need a little bit more, but of course, I mean, there is always the win condition of there is Milio and Jinx in the same game, which means that Viper will often just outrange everything in the universe.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool. And so Hanwha do have that to fall back on, but if KT find too many of these advantages and then BDD finds flank angles to get on top of Viper, who doesn't have cleanse and all this sort of stuff, then that's when danger can arise.
Yeah, interesting that we're seeing the Verdant Barrier picked up here. He's going to Banshee. Zeka's on the long con.
Yeah, Cuz just trying to run out of here, but he's not going to be able to do so. Has to ulti to create that distance.
You're not safe.
Zeka holding onto the ult as well, finds a body slam. It doesn't even need the bomber, but aiming will get snared up, and that means the entire ult from the Yuumi does basically nothing. Now, Hanwha Life Esports will be able to deny this first Hex Tech Drake from going into the hands of KT.
KT just going to go straight mid here and try to trade this for a turret at least, but the damage has been done. The speed and the tempo advantages are all gone as Choppers connect.
All right, we're going to go all out onto this Scion, who's just delivered onto the turret and just takes the kill onto Zeka Kingen. What is that? He's a double agent, Wolf. It's not working out here for Hanwha Life, and Tibbers will be spared. The outranging, BDD, beautiful timing there.
He took away the kill from the Aphelios, you know?
Hey, there we go.
So he's happy to say, all right, I'm going to give this one to the Scion. Well, aiming is big, and he is doing big damage, and the siege is real here on this turret. They set it up, and Zeka has just taken all of the abuse, doesn't have his ultimate anymore, isn't able to stave off that pressure alone, and I think they were trying to do a little bit too much here while they were taking that Drake. So ultimately, Hanwha Life still get the Hex Tech Drake, but giving up mid-turret, giving up a kill means KT back in the driver's seat in terms of tempo, especially with that mid-turret gone. Moving back to this is unfortunately Cuz way too far forward here. He's like, I've got ult, I'm fine, but he doesn't know that Zeka has actually teleport flanked over here. There's no vision whatsoever in the jungle. He's taken out, and aiming is at least able to survive this as well, because if the ult hits him, maybe he actually goes down as well. And then look at the damage on the Zeka. Okay, we're not looking at that.
Look at the damage onto Keen. He's walking underneath his turret, gets himself a big old shield. He should die. Yeah, there he goes. As Kingdom was slowed down, now speedy Zombie Scion. This was, of course, nerfed. It's not supposed to be alive for that long. It is going to time out. Nice little pick-off there by Hanwha Life Esports in the bottom lane.
It's, well, a significant amount of money, you know, being picked up here once again. Well, the question is, where's the gold going? You know, assist gold to a Viego, gold to a Cassante, less significant than stuff like this. So look at how much aiming is able to do when Zeka is stunned up here, and he's just like, I just delete him. He's gone. And then Kingen is also taking a ton of damage here with his Aphelios, who's got a great front line in the Scion. Whereas picks like this, much less significant, as I can't believe we're going to watch this whole thing all over again, but I guess we are flashing for it, or flashing rather to try to escape, but doesn't have ult.
Oh, and another picture-in-picture as we get back to live. Bear is going to be dropped onto the portly gentleman. And Cuz is just going to slash at him with his big old claws. The Bomber doesn't do anything because Cuz buffers the ulti beautifully. And that is a dead Zeka once again.
And once again, it's BDD with this Rylai's Leandri's build. And I mean, that's a ton of damage. He can actually just go ahead and come over here now that Zeka is out of the picture again and start up this Baron. Cassante with no teleport. Kingen cannot get here. Even the Rift Herald's getting involved here in the top lane. And KT just playing the map way better right now.
Yeah, Shirley holding on to that wave is now Viper. He's in a cozy campfire, but Keen not too worried about these shots right now as Clid walks over a control ward, potentially a 50-50 as the train is going to round the bend the whole way around. Nice drifting there from Keen as the final chapter comes forward. Clid desperately trying to get there, but the Baron's not low enough, and there it goes. Cuz secures yet another one, and the Melio just obliterated off the back end of the team fight. KT in so much control.
Yeah, KT really now, this game is theirs to lose. I mean, aiming, doing so much damage. The gold he was given early, he has utilized it so incredibly well. This is the KT identity that ever since aiming joined this team that you've come to enjoy if you're a KT fan, is if he's given the resources, if he's given the front line, he's going to do the big damage, and he just keeps doing it. Unfortunately for Hanwha Life, they're caught there. Zeka is picked in the top lane, and then they're like, well, we have to contest this Baron, right? And once again, it's just KT moving around the map so much better. Meanwhile, if you look at the bottom side of the map, it's Cassante trying to hit a turret, right? I mean, in terms of what Kingen is doing cross-map here, no jungler with him, and he's just like, all right, I'm going to push bot. There's not even any plates to pick up, right? We're super late into the game. Great drift here, you mentioned, from the Scion all the way around, and Klid's just like, hopefully they keep hitting the Drake. No, KT learned! Okay, they dealt with Willer last season. They learned. They stopped hitting the Baron. They kill the Viego. They smite the Baron.
Willer was actually the best, but teams not to 50-50. As Cuz saying, keep running, and that's exactly what Cuz has been screaming this entire series, because he sees enemy, he goes forward. They are money on the Rift, in Cuz's eyes, for better or for worse.
And this is unfortunately not even Viper's fault this game, but he just has no agency. Zeka's constantly getting picked. They're never able to take a real 5v5 team fight. So the Melio effect, the range effect here for Viper just hasn't been relevant. Outside of lane, he hasn't done really anything this game, unfortunately. Again, not his fault, but his team has now lost so much control over the map.
Yeah, and look, he does have a cozy campfire here, as you can see, but KT just waited out. It's got a long cooldown, and so now the siege is on for
Look at the shields!
Yeah, no, this is ridiculous.
He doesn't even have Bloodthirster from, from spring season.
Nope. He's going to have a Bloodthirster soon for all of that extra damage while you're above 80% health, and when you have 90% shields, you're probably most often going to have over 80% health.
Yeah, and when those weird times you don't, you just hit a few jungle camps and then you come back and you're like, okay, yeah, I'm back up to 80%. Now, KT looking for Soul Point here. This is not the end of the world here for Hanwha Life. They were able to get that one Drake successfully. This could be basically game ending if they were able to get it. Still, Soul Point is nice. No inhibitors going down during this Baron. 30 seconds left on that. So there's still a chance here for Hanwha Life Esports, but something is going to have to change in a big way. With the gold deficit here for Viper so significant, I mean, BDD is doing the most damage in the game, but that's because of Leandri. So you look at aiming's damage here, he's almost doubled that of Viper because he's been relevant in every single fight that he's involved in. He's been using the Calibrum range to its fullest, even when they were sieging the mid turret, for example. He's just playing it so well.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure it's even more than 80%. So I think 80% is from a different game that I've been playing, the above 80% shield situation. So yeah, I think it's 50%. For
yeah, 50 I think it is actually.
So really,
I just trusted you.
Really cool stuff. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Play-by-play, don't trust. We just don't have much of a brain. As Cuz here just going to come forward and steal away a red buff. As Clid taking 50% of his health bar. Flame Trumpers coming on forward there as he's in a campfire, but it's not very cozy. Not at this state of the game. And it's only 7 kills, Wolf, at 24 minutes into this one. It's not been a very bloody one, but KT are just preventing Hanwha from being able to answer anything at all.
Just really good map movements from BDD, from Cuz.
Oh,
we're going!
Flash Tibbers! Goodbye, life! Well, he's going to be able to get out of there, but just not enough. The final chapter is going to come in, and it might be the final one in this series. Teleport for a flank here as the Scion just wants to come out of the station. King in there with Zeka. The Bomber comes forward, but BDD not going to get hit by that one. Gets the stun on the Q. And Zeka's going to have to body slam the heck out of there. They are buying a lot of time, a fair bit of space, as the all-out is going to be used. Some fancy footwork.
Blast Cone!
Yep, Blast Cone is going to create even more distance. Shout out to Valdez there. Hopefully we can get that as highlight.
Yeah, give me the picture of the Valdez eye roll.
Yeah.
Come on, where
we
are we
need
it. This game is, I think, definitely all done. But the crying here at this point, because I mean, HLE, there's just no coming back from this one. The Infinity Edge is done here for Viper, but he's a whole item behind. And stuff like what BDD can do against this Milio here just so quickly, fast reaction time. When you commit to this, sometimes there's a trade-off. Like, does the Annie survive the initial set when she goes to assassinate the support? She knows that Zeka and King and the Soul Laners are on the other side of the fight. There's no peel, and there's no punish. And it's just an easy flash play here with the amount of map control they have. 2BDD's not going to be missing that flash either. And yes, some time is bought here, but what does it really get you? A whole lot of nothing, unfortunately. And
I mean, it does get you more time. Right?
Yeah.
That's basically it, like holding onto the wave so that the further push isn't going to happen. Kingen is in a rough spot, one could say. Bear comes down, Kingen says goodbye.
And this is what happens when KT just decide not to hard force fights for no reason in the early game.
Yeah.
And actually just make good macro reads and then say, aiming, you're the guy, you're our carry. And BDD, I mean, also a huge part of this, by the way. But, I mean, aiming just took the gold he was given, and he is absolutely... I mean, this could be the big damage vote, like the boom boom damage vote.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to give it to aiming because I think that he played the early game extraordinarily well. As King crashes his train into this turret, works out quite nicely for them. As aiming is hitting like an absolute truck. Just naming different vehicles here. As Viper gonna get taken down extraordinarily low. He just does not offer enough damage. And aiming, he certainly does. Viper just now on his fountain, has to watch his Nexus go down, and KT will take the first game of Summer in 2023.
Very decisive final game win here after what was a shaky second game where perhaps overconfidence got the better of KT and perhaps just a little bit of you know, let's try to get a lead. Let's try to just stomp this series 2-0. Now, Hanwha Life played well in game 2 and bounced back in a big way, but in the third and final game, I mean, KT had that early lead, the lane swap advantage, constantly putting the Cassante down, putting gold where it belonged, right? Putting the gold into the Aphelios with the Rift Herald drop, and then using Scion so incredibly well. I mean, Keen was just sitting bottom side, like, let's get a kill and get the whole turret, or, okay, yeah, Cassante can get another plate. I don't care. I'm not interested. Playing such a great facilitator role here on the tank. His front-to-back team fights were fantastic as well. Even though he was often the brunt of bullying, he could withstand that pressure, whereas Zeka, on the other hand, was often picked early and was really not having the same amount of success we saw from his Gragas in Game 2.
No, but I'm glad we had Game 2, right? Because we know that he is great at the Gragas if he gets the game that actually works out. This was an example of one of the not-so-good ones. BDD, on the other hand, his Annie, both times around, has been pivotal in this series. We'll just try and forget, you know, the Cassante shenanigans, at least in the mid to late game of game number 2. But you buy yourself that space, right, in a best of 3. And aiming came online in a huge way in this last one. Because I was a little bit worried, right? Because we'd seen a lot of outrange the Aphelios and win. That was the first 2 games as Lance. Oh, man.
I really feel like, Atlas, this series just accentuated the personalities and playstyles of the teams we saw in spring. Like, nothing has really changed here. We're seeing it's all about aiming. It's all about Viper. Is KT just going to pick a late game comp and randomly int the early game? Yeah, sometimes it's going to happen. But I feel like the more things change, the more they don't. The more they stay the same for these two. And KT edging out this win, you could argue only slightly in that it was a 2-1, but I think besides the early mess-ups in Game 2, Games 1 and 3 were not close at all by any margin.
No, and even though the first game had like Humble Life with slight advantages for a large a portion of it, it never really felt like they had the control. It felt like KT were biding their time, ready to just finish it off. And that was ultimately what happened. This was the early game start off though, and honestly, Cuz having yet another really good one. Cuz has just been really good this year, to be perfect.
Yeah, he really has. You know, last year not so much, right? But you know, this year he started off a little bit shaky, but towards the end of summer he was fantastic. And just continues. And some of the map reads from KT and the lane swaps were really clean, actually. And it's not something KT is really known for, is good macro play. It's usually just survive and then pop off in the late game in 5v5 fights. But BDD roaming really well. And you know, we saw it on Twisted Fate, right? But even using Annie and the prio he has on this champion to find success all over the map and multiple games this series, you just love to see it. But KT have really transformed their identity into a more all-rounding team. Whereas HLE, it's only their first game of the series, but it still feels like they're figuring it out.
Yeah, and I think that this week is going to be a little bit of a rough one, as of course they're up against T1 next, which is not the most optimal opposition, but maybe for Humble Life Esports, as far as like teams that were in the top 5, T1 was the only one that they were able to beat in spring, so maybe they're happy about that. But still, you can imagine it's a difficult time as we have a listen to KT as they bear down on these Nexus turrets. Bear quite literally Oz's champion choice.
King crashing in with his ultimate as well. Just calling out who has flash and who doesn't, and then, of course, when to focus down the towers and then the Nexus.
And then very happy BDD. And Lahen's, surprisingly, not just screaming about stuff, which is normally what's happening.
Yeah, I feel like he knows that tonight he was not the main character. A lot of the Blitzcrank games we saw when Annie came into the meta end of spring, like he was the main character. He picked up the most support POGs, I believe, next to Keria in spring season. So, you know, a little bit subdued tonight, but, you know, he had a good series, no doubt.
He definitely did. BDD out-damaging his opposition by over 3 times. It just... bit of a middling performance here in game number 3. A little bit out of the tank, you could imagine, for Humble Life Esports for that third game. But it is time to hear what the space had to say about our first series of summer. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, casters, for that awesome cast on the day. That was the first series of summer. We did it. We finished it off. Let's take a look at the draft here for this first game that we did see. KT able to take it. Do you guys think the draft had a big impact on this one?
I can sum it up in one word. Bears. Because they got 2 bears. Volibear and Annie.
Yeah, and
that's all they need.
Not a bears.
2 bears.
And he's not a bear though.
Summons Tibbers.
Tibbers is a bear.
I know you know. No, I think that the interesting thing is that the Aphelios first pick actually works out. Basically, this entire series has been summed up by Aphelios getting punished. And this time around, not so much. Big gambit from KT here, because they leave open Milio and they pick Yuumi. And yes, it's Lahen's, and every time Yuumi gets picked, like, but it's Lahen's though. But Milio is considered to be the most broken support that's in the game at the moment, so him actually making it through and not really working out is not a good sign for Humble Life as well. I think that the jungle and support, the quality between games oscillates so much, and it's a really big problem.
It also makes me think, because like when you take Yuumi Aphelios, it's so risky because a lot of the pairings with Yuumi are mobile champions who, you know, like Zeri Yuumi, super hard to pin down because Zeri's so fast. Ezreal Yuumi, which you saw earlier, again, super hard to pin down the Ezreal. Going the Aphelios is a big risk, but if you're just going to match the Yuumi with the Milio, you don't pose that threat. And it felt like they didn't really find too many windows to cause issue for aiming. And obviously, it's even more extreme with new Yuumi. With old Yuumi, if you kill the target she's attached to, she switches. But with the best friend bonus, it's much more punishing if you take down the AD carry. So personally, I think as much as the Milio is really strong, maybe an adaptation to more heavily punish the immobile AD carry would have made sense.
And I think that the draft can work if you don't fall behind early, but against like Volibear and Annie, I think that's really hard. Like Volibear in particular, his early game is insanely strong, particularly at PTA. So Viego has to play a lot more respectful. And if you fall behind early with a comp like this and you don't get to flank with Gragas and Cassandre, like even with Milio, your front to back is not going to look good.
Yeah, and it became an issue as well as our first highlight here came 19 minutes into the game. We barely made it here as it was took quite a while to make it all the way to this play, guys.
Yeah, Zeka just couldn't bear the sheer amount of damage that bared down on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they get that pick and they instantly start a transition into a Baron. And the thing is, when you have such a tanky front line, it's actually such a safe Baron because you can stall it as long as you want and just have people soak up the damage. But here, they actually just start to rush it down because it takes a lot of time before we see Viper moving over.
Importantly also, the one of teleport, Zeka, is dead, and they actually need to rotate Cassante up all the way from bot. So it takes so much time. Clid isn't able, gets threatened repeatedly. It gets way closer. Just want to highlight that because they actually do take their sweet time in taking down Clid. Thanks to the melee ult, he almost gets the steal off, but at the same time, at that point, the fight is already lost, and even if they get the steal, I think KT from this point onward will take control of the game.
That's the thing, when you got the big tanks, when you have to sustain from the Yuumi as well, you can just kind of chill, wait until the Viego gets close, and Clid had a decent attempt, but I feel like that was kind of the nail in the coffin. Once that Baron was secured, there didn't really seem like much of a hope to come back into the game.
Yeah, I think they were barely holding on for quite a while, and you know, outside of this, you know, there wasn't a lot of action in this game, so I kind of wanted to go on this big point. I had a lot to mention about something that specifically happened later on in the game, which, you know, it was a little bit too much for me to handle as well.
Safe space, fellas.
You guys might know what we're talking about. So we did have this happen. So he's going to survive with the blast cone.
Do you want to talk about it? Like how?
Not really, actually.
So, fellas,
no.
how does this make you feel? What do you
see? Like, if there wasn't a blast cone, then he would probably die and get punished for his sins.
So
and for his
you're
mistakes.
feeling mad?
Yeah.
You're feeling
no.
Anything else?
Embarrassed.
For the blast.
Unsettled.
Unsettled.
Yeah. No, just with the state of the blast cones. Yeah.
How do you feel about the big blast cone?
Yeah, no, we're not going to talk about that one yet.
Yeah.
We had that yesterday in Challengers too. That was very sad. Guys, let's take a look at the POG here for game number 3. As you know, this time we had a lot of. Okay, so I think it's BDD.
Yeah.
And not Life, but he's up there as well.
He was taking lives, I guess, maybe is the handle. Yeah, I mean, pretty strong performance from the Annie. I feel like this pick, you know, was persistently strong since it's sort of been changed, but still, the fact you have so much engaged potential on it, like here, you land that Tibistan, and even with the melee ult, it doesn't matter, you're still so low, and the constant threat of the bear is just too much.
Also, really want to highlight in this game, BDD was one of the front runners, but in general, the team, one of the biggest things that impressed me about this roster in spring was how decisive they could be with mid to late game shot calling. And that Baron call they made, right after BDD and Cuz set up the pick, as, yeah, unsurprisingly, I think that the Cuz votes, as mentioned, had a really big impact, or Cuz had a really big impact. What I really want to highlight specifically is that mid to late game shot calling wasn't there in game 1 and 2, right? Like, and here it took a while, but it wasn't like KT had to win early games. It was KT in spring won games through just making like split-second decisions, either with team fights, and that Baron call was, I think, you know, I think game 1 and 2 they kind of needed some time to warm up. And in the game 3, actually started looking a little bit like the KT we saw last split.
Did Cassante win today? Was he 0-3 actually in these first 3 games? I think he didn't win today.
No, didn't he win game 2 when he was... No, he didn't. No.
Cassante is actually losing, so is Melio.
Yeah.
What is going on with the region? We just had the LPL point picks earlier today.
Are both bad.
I guarantee you what is going to happen is what happens every time. We're like, oh, they're not broken. And then they keep going over and over. And then in like 3 weeks, they're going to have an 80% win rate.
Yeah.
And
just starting off with this series,
I mean, I think
kind of getting off to a
I think it's small sample size. I think Cassante is mega broken. And I think Melio is...
Mr. Melio.
Mr. Melio is pretty broken too. I just think it's not enough to just auto-win the game if you play badly and also don't draft good things around it.
I see. Another thing that 0-3, you guys actually failed all 3 POG votes. Anything you want to say?
See, failed is a relative term. Did we fail or did everyone else be incorrect?
Maybe.
No?
We'll give you the.
Also, I wanna. Veldis is trying to play it off as if he didn't have any say, but there was one instance where he was like, "No, it's 2 out of 3."
It's absolutely Zeka here. Yeah, that did happen. Guys, we do have the interview. Sorry to cut you off there, Mal. Let's jump over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview translation. We are here joined by BDD, cuz on the side of KT Roaster after getting their first win of the summer season on the opening day. Congratulations, guys. So you are the first team to get a win today in the season. How do you feel, cuz? Today I woke up, had an apple. I have really good feelings after having that breakfast, you know. So yeah, feels amazing to win today. Do you usually have apple for your breakfast or just today? Every morning, you know. I think I can call that a golden apple for now. The apple buff was real. What about you, BDD? Today, we were playing up against Hana Life, a really strong team. So I'm so happy to start off the season with a win. Cause I heard KT Roaster started prepping for summer season way earlier than other teams, and you guys have a really good read on the meta. So how did you exactly prepare for the season? So during our preparation, because it was an off season for sure, so you know, some people might get loose, you know, not actually focus on games, but our coaching staff did a fantastic job to help us focus on, you know, practicing, and we got really close with each other because I kind of realized like every time we eat together or we just like, you know, hang out together, I could feel that we are having even better friendship and teamwork this season. Did you have apple by yourself though? No one wakes up early in the morning, so I'm the only one asking for an apple. What about you, BDD? Are you gonna join the apple party from now on? I cannot wake up early in the morning, so I would say no. Yeah, and also BDD, I heard KT Roaster, the entire team was just grinding for the summer season. Yeah, I mean, as we were prepping for summer, we actually didn't really lose that much, so I think we were able to showcase our scrim performance today. This year, KT Roaster is the kryptonite of Hana Life. I mean, you guys are on a big winning streak up against Hana Life esports. Why do you think that is? Every laner, you know, kind of outplays the opponent laners, and our macro is also better than them, so we were able to win every single time. Because, what about you? I heard you saying you guys are confident in the late game going up against Hana Life. Is that true? Yeah, same as BDD. As long as we had to do the later game, we have better macro, better map play, and we have higher potential. Today was the very first day of the LCK, which means you guys were the first team to play on the new patch. What do you think is the key point of this current version? With this new patch, I think the bottom lane is having more dominance around the map. I think the changes on the support items and the champions like Milio, Yumi, rework, or adding more power to the bottom lane. BDD, do you agree with cuz? Yeah, exactly my thought. And then game number 2, we saw Milio and KO. However, that was not able to become the key to the victory. What did you guys feel up after game number 2? Our goal was to win the early team fight, but we were not able to pull that off, and there were a lot of chances where we can actually win that game still, but I think we were not fighting team fights really well. BDD, you played Annie, which was a blind pick and led Milio through. Do you think Annie is a really good counter into Milio? I think Milio is a good pick into Annie at the same time, so I think, you know, they are both have their own strengths and weaknesses, but I think Annie has has more potential though.
면은 있지만 또 애니가 좀 더 다재다능한 것 같다 이렇게 평가를 하고 계신 것 같습니다. 그리고 3세트 커즈
And
선수
then,
볼리베어를 꺼내셨습니다.
Cause you decided to play Volibear in game 3, there were so many jungle cards removed from the board in that game.
노리고 픽한 게 맞고요.
Well, I was actually more focusing on the strengths that Volibear had in that comp. I saw other teams playing Volibear in scrims and I realized it is actually pretty strong and viable, so I started practicing volley as well.
팀이 사용하는 걸 보고 또 바로 스펀지처럼 흡수를 하셨던 것 같습니다. 자, 이제 오늘은 승리하셨고 다음 상대는
And your next opponent is Gen G, another big match coming up. And we have a lot of storylines between KT and Gen G. You guys always take Gen G down in the regular season. However, in playoffs, Gen G was the final victor.
그 스프링 최종 결정전에서는
So yeah, in the lower bracket finals, we lost to Gen G, which was a big bummer. But this time around, we will make sure to beat Gen G every single time.
좋습니다. BDD 선수의 각오도 들어보겠습니다.
What about you, BDD?
네, 저도 첫 주차부터
Same.
이제 강팀들 만나서
We are going up against strong teams in the very first week, so I was pretty nervous about that, but I'm so happy that we got a win today, and I will make sure to keep this performance going in the upcoming match as well.
서머가 돌아왔습니다. 아까 제가 치어풀도 많은 팬분들이 들고
KT
계신 걸
Roaster,
봤는데요.
summer season is your season, and there were so many fan signs saying KT Roaster of summer will be different. Any words for all the fans out here?
지금 나쁘지 않게 되고
Our
있고
scrims are
다들
going
정말
pretty
열심히
well,
하고 있어서
and we are all working super hard, so we will live up to the title of Summer KT. Thank you very
네,
much.
환호성이 터져 나오고 있습니다. 커즈 선수.
And Cuz,
썸머의 KT
the Summer KT,
팬분들한테
you know, I know this is what everyone is waiting for. I hope we can bring you guys a heating summer for all of you.
박수를 보내주시고 계십니다.
And this will be the end of the interview from BDD, Cuz on the side of KT Roaster, and I'm gonna pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that awesome translation, as always, as we had BDD and Cuz. Congratulations to them on winning here in their first win. Let's take a look at the standings, perhaps, after that first win. No standings just yet. It's only one game,
I'm
so...
trying to imagine it,
you know,
but
it's just my brain.
Yeah, I'm like, all the variants.
Yeah.
I was saying this as well. Like, we've been gone for like 2 months, but it feels like we've been here for weeks, right? Like, let's get into the standings.
Yeah,
See how
it's
it
just
changes everything.
The AI that is Valdez, like he didn't get updated, right? It's like, let's take a look at the standings. That's what comes next. And I was just so ready. Guys, we have DK up against Live Sandbox next, which is going to be pretty fun. We get, you know, the probably Teddy debut coming in and Deep Laskia, but not a lot of time to talk about that. You guys will just have to wait after the break. So we'll be back after the break for the second match of the day, DK versus Live Sandbox. Don't go anywhere.
테디는 미쳤어요. 개사기.
마음에 뭔가 변화가 생겨서 이제 솔로 랭크에 좀 집중을 했는데 좀 게이머를 다시 해볼 수 있겠다 그런 생각이 들었던 것 같아요.
Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. I gotta fight. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
방금 깨가지고 비몽사몽한데 좀 있으면 평소 생활하던 시간이나 나아질 것 같습니다.
아니요. 너무 일찍 부르신 거 아니에요? 보통 아침 5시에 자는데 쉽지 않네요.
배는 또 촬영하면서는 또 처음 타보네요.
저 처음이고 촬영도 처음이고 살면서도 처음인 것 같아요.
수영에서 하기? 해야지. 한쪽이가 잘 끊겨. 잘 모르겠네. 수영 절대 못해. 지금 죽어요.
당근마치 한 1000개 꽃가루가 한 7은 되지 않을까요? 꽃가루도 있고 오늘 좀 덥네요 날씨가. 1위죠? 1도 안 되죠?
0.1.
아, 뭐 이거 진짜 아무나 찍을 수 있는 엄청 덥지도 않은 것 같고 그리고 나무들이 많아서 좀 시원한 감도 있는 것 같아요. 연기가 좋아요. 봐봐요 지금. 표정 연기가 장난이 아니에요. 그런 거 왕호 형이 잘하죠. 1부터 10까지 다 꾸며낼 수 있는 사람이기 때문에 저 진짜 솔직 담백한 사람이기 때문에
좋네요. 좋은 추억이 될 것 같아요. 이런 환경 속에서 인터뷰 처음이라 한편이 형 같아요.
다행히 아까 주먹을 이렇게 쥐고 있더라고. 이러고 쥐고 있더라고. 힘줘가지고.
그럼 다르게 했을 수도 있나요?
뻗치고 있는 모습이 인상적이어서.
오늘은 손 같은 데서 찍어가지고 되게 신선하고 좋은 것 같아요.
이 손 다 빌린 거예요.
진짜요? 거짓말. 얼마입니까 이거?
썸 얼마면 사실래요?
얼마인지 보고 결정해야 될 것 같습니다.
저희 리그 샌드박스가 오래품 그런 좀 밈을 가지고 있는데 그런 밈을 좀 이용해 주신 것 같아서 잘 어울릴 것 같습니다.
컨셉에 맞게 되게 잘 촬영해 주신 것 같아요. 오리포품 샌드박스.
딱 불독 체인 보자마자 너무 재밌던데요. 그냥 신기하고 뭔가 이런 걸 찍는다니 뭔가 잘 찍혔을지 모르겠어요.
파괴전차 느낌이 어쨌든 단어 선택 자체가 좀 강해 보이잖아요. 그래서 마음에 드는 것 같아요.
제가 전에는 사실 타이틀 촬영할 때 이렇게 메인인 적은 없었는데 이제 뭔가 같이 메인으로 이렇게 찍으니까 되게 재밌는 것 같아요.
조금 타이틀 촬영보다는 일찍 끝날 것 같아요. 최대 2번으로 촬영을 끝내도록 하겠습니다. 체감상 3번 정도 된 것 같긴 한데 그래도 3번 정도면 빠르게 하지 않아요?
하나, 둘, 셋.
그냥 앉았다 일어났는데 무릎이 아프더라고요.
하겠습니다.
엔진은 안 났어요. 그냥 엔진 한 번 났어요. 엔진 한 번 났어요. 어깨 가만히 있으라고 하셔서 제가 그때 어깨 뭐 어떻게 잘못했나 봐요.
안티도 아마 촬영할 것 같아요.
잠깐만.
네.
표정을 뭐 잘 써야 된다 이런 느낌의 혼술도 없고
연기에 대한 혼술도 없다.
잘 해가지고 운 선수가 잘 된 것 같아요.
고민하거나 이렇게 체스바를 돌려봤는데 오히려 역효과가 난 것 같기도 하고 좀 잘한 것 같진 않아요. 뭔가 아쉬웠어요.
저 약간 인중 쪽? 좀 위기가 있긴 했는데 그래도 벌레가 더 싫어서 잘 참았어요.
힘들진 않으세요 지금?
그래서 그 벌레가 좀 많은 것 같아서 그래도 이게 너무 예뻐서 잘 나올 것 같아요.
RNG 선수들이랑 했는데 그때 웃을 거 다 웃어가지고 샤오 선수였나? 동아 형 얼굴 보고 NG를 너무 많이 내가지고 동아 형 그때 개빡이다. 진짜 폼 미치긴 했어. 동아 형이 전성기였어.
한 분 한 분. 체 한번 내려와. 확인하게 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
특유의 표정이 있거든요. 그 표정을 보여주면 저희는 행복해요.
그 표정이 어떤 표정인지 좀 설명해 주실 수 있어요?
근데 그거 말하면은 숙소 가서 맞을 수도 있어가지고 말 못해.
네, 열심히 하겠습니다. 자, 한마디 시게. 둘이.
기니 열심히 하겠습니다. 우리 열심히 하겠습니다. 해야 돼. 열심히 하겠습니다.
열심히 하겠습니다.
뭐야? 재미없네. 뭐 끝이야? 너 때문에 그런 거 아니야 지금.
머리 안 감았어?
이렇게 배 타고 와서 스페서 촬영도 했는데 굉장히 좀 신기한 경험인 것 같고
영상이 잘 뽑힐까라는 걱정은 조금 있지만 잘 만들어주실 거라고 믿고 있습니다.
너무 좋은 경험이었고요. 다음에도 꼭 타이틀에 나오고 싶습니다.
참아내지 못한 눈물에 가려질 때면 저 너머의 끝에서 누군가 나를 부르고 있어. 비를 뻥 맞고 햇볕에 몸이 다 들어가도 만월에 피어난 꽃처럼 작게 남아 빛나고 있어.
해야 되는 게 잘못 막으려다가
무결처럼 그리고 이렇게 누가 보이시고 누가 달리십니까? GNX가 3대 스코어로 저 너머로 저 너머로 이제부터가 시작이야
승리만 겨냥한다.
암흑을 보여주마.
망설임은 곧 패배의 씨앗이 되지. 함께가 아니야.
아무것도 아니다.
한 번의 세발. 이제 빗나갈 일은 없다.
로기로 달려라. 손을 잡아줄래. 함께 가는 거야. 저 너머로
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I am Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for the second series of the evening.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one for sure, but I don't think it's going to have the same sort of back and forth action necessarily the last series has. If it does, you're probably worried if you're a D+ Kia fan, because they are definitely the favorites going into this series tonight. Liv Sandbox, on the other hand, bringing back an old fan favorite, a veteran in Teddy. We'll see how he performs, because I'm hearing scrim results not going so well. We did see a live scrim result with some Chinese players also that was streamed. Teddy didn't look great yet. I think still getting his sea legs back in terms of returning to pro play.
Yeah, no, exactly. And of course, Teddy versus Deft is what we're going to be focused on in this particular series. Fun fact, Deft very, very close to his 700th game here in the LCK as well, so a huge milestone for him. He will be the second player ever to reach that point, as this is going to be your DK roster. No changes here. Canna Canyon, Showmaker, Deft, and Kellen, with Acorn, Gorilla, and Jay, of course, there on the coaching staff. And I spoke to Gorilla. He looked more relaxed than usual today.
Yeah.
Which was great to see. He had a lot of anxiety last season.
I think so. And I mean, Kana here is, I think, where a lot of people have their eyes drawn to, right, in terms of this roster, because he was a player who was very controversial in terms of his early start looking very good, the middle of the season a little bit rougher, and there were a lot of ups and downs. I think Showmaker also had similar performances. But Deft, he looked pretty good throughout, right? Same to be said of Canyon, who had a big resurgence of form. In this roster, you know, it is one of our teams that actually has the new change in Teddy. But in terms of what stayed the same, I think that the meta shifted towards the end of the season, made this team look a little bit weaker. I think a lot of pressure on Birdall. He sort of started to crack towards the end. But Willer, I mean, I look at all these 5 players, and Willer's the player I'm most interested in, because I think as a newer player to the LCK, as a mainstay player, not a sub as he was when he was on Hanwha Life Esports, he looked really good all season long, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to do here in summer.
And honestly, Willer was a bit of an out of the furnace into the fire type player, right? Jumping into Worlds almost in his debut year, right, with Hanwha Life Esports, but it is very close to interview time. We get to hear what these two teams have to say about one another. Of course, Deft versus Teddy is going to be the big story, as you can see right here. And both of them, massively storied careers. It's been almost a year since Teddy has played, after a difficult time on the Kwangdong Freaks as well, after an even more difficult time over on T1. A lot of pressure on him, but now revitalized, hoping to come back and help the cool kids that never panic. Let's hear from the teams now.
테디 선수의 복귀전 상대로 저희 팀이 됐는데 좋은 경기 했으면 좋겠다는 생각했던 것 같아요.
솔랭하면서 지내다가 리브 샌드박스 감독 코치님이랑 연락이 돼서 팀에 들어오게 된 것 같아요. LCK 팀들이랑 스크림하고 있는데 반년만에 하니까 또 새롭고 재밌는 것 같아요.
테디 선수는 이제 후반에 갔을 때는 또 그쪽 방면에서 특화가 돼 있는 선수라고 생각해서 후반 가기 전에 끝내버리겠습니다.
덕분에 선수가 이제 초반에 너무 굴리는 걸 너무 잘하다 보니까 무섭지만 잘 초반에 버텨보겠습니다.
리브 샌드박스! 여기까지 쏟아지 뿌는 사막의 모래 폭풍!
지난 2라운드 때는 리브 샌드박스한테 2대0으로 졌었는데 이번 썸머 첫 경기 2대0으로 복수해주고 싶어요.
썸머 첫 경기 재밌게 할 수 있도록 제가 잘 열심히 해서 2대0으로 이기고 싶네요.
저희 팀원들을 데리고 월즈에 못 간다는 상상을 해본 적이 없어서 그런 악몽 같은 일이 벌어지지 않게 잘 준비해서 올해도 꺾이지 않는 마음으로 월즈까지 가보도록 하겠습니다.
월즈를 가기 위해서 최대한 썸머 때 잘해보겠습니다. 한번 모래폭풍을 한번 진짜 만들고 싶네요.
One another. Of course, Deft and Teddy going to be the ones that we're going to be focused on in this particular game. But there are a lot of other stories to talk about, Wolf. And one particular pickup towards the top side of the map, who is not going to be playing today, might be adding some extra pressure.
Oh, no
to
doubt.
Liv Sandbox, but it is going to be D plus Kia that are taking to the stage first. And this is a squad that did not get the results that they were looking for. I think a lot of people expected at the beginning of the year that this was going to be our second team representing Korea at MSI. Not to be the case. And of course, Gen G being able to win the whole thing in spring as well was equally unexpected. But this squad not finding the results that they wanted, being kicked out of the playoffs so incredibly early on, must be a cross that they're bearing still.
Oh, absolutely. A team that was so reliant on early pressure and didn't showcase the same sort of dichotomy on the other side of play that we saw from T1. A team that was reliant on Lucian Nami and early tempo-based play for most of the spring season did falter when they got figured out. We started seeing Def not able to play the Lucian anymore. It says the weak point of Baron is the ear. All
right.
That's one of their creators on the Sandbox side of things. But this team, you know, I think really outdid expectations on the opposite side of things. Things
100%.
For spring season. Like, the expectations were extremely low, especially after Envy's first game. We were like, okay, this team might be the last place team in the LCK, but then they bounced back in a huge way. And to me, I feel like I'm the only one who's going to say it, but to me, I was a little bit disappointed that Envy was kicked to the curb after the spring season, because I think he really improved a lot as a player and was a big part of some of their really critical wins. But who can deny Teddy's history, his pedigree, his background is much stronger, and he has had much higher highs. But returning to pro play, especially as an ex-T1 pro, even though he came from Kwangdong more recently, comes with its own burdens that you have to shoulder as Teddy.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of looking at this Liv Sandbox roster with a bit of a wary eye. You know, I think there's a lot of potential here. I think Teddy's a fantastic player, but what's his current form? We're going to find out. Again, rumors are this has been a shaky start for Liv Sandbox, but let's see what happens when we hit the actual game.
Yep, and this is the match record between both Deft and Teddy. Very close, as you could expect, and a lot of games as well. Of course, 66 between the two of them, and only 2 games separate the two players ever since 2017, when Deft came back to the LCK. They've been battling it out against one another. And 2019, of course, was the year that Teddy joined that SKT roster that was extremely powerful domestically. I think everyone remembers that roster as being not super great because internationally it did not perform up to the level that people expected. However, domestically that team was just ridiculously strong.
Yeah. And Teddy was a huge part of that. And, you know, the Fountain Laser has returned, but we'll see how it's going to shake up with this roster that was kind of reliant on super plays, clutch plays, unexpected plays. I mean, Envy was a very good Sari player, right? But he was also a very good Lucian player, similarly to Deft. And Teddy is kind of the opposite in terms of the early Lucian play we saw Envy find so much success with. He's the late game type player. It is that meta. You know, we talked about Viper, we talked about aiming to late game AD carry players. I think that you could say Deft is definitely more versatile and he can do both aspects, but Teddy, his strength definitely lies in picks like the Aphelios, the Jinx. So it's a good meta to be returning to pro play. Not going to be playing any Lucian here. I don't think it's going to be banned most games. I don't think he's going to be playing any Callista, much to his chagrin, unfortunately. But we'll see how this one shakes up, because I look at this series thinking it would be a disaster for D plus Kia fans if they walk away with anything but a 2-0 here.
I agree. Last time these two squads met in the regular season, it was a 2-0 for Liv Sandbox, and we did consider that a massive upset. I think that's where a lot of people did come into the idea that Envy was a lot better than I think he really kind of was. I was never really much of a believer of Envy just because his debut was so extraordinarily rough, and getting over that hurdle was quite difficult. Now over an LGD, not having the greatest of experiences over there either. But Kyle on the bottom side of the map, I never had any issues with, and honestly felt like he was absolutely, like the man on your screen right here, was absolutely the carry of that lane. And now with Teddy, who can give him that veteran voice, which is what this team was kind of missing, kind of makes me excited.
Yeah.
Kind of gives me a little bit of a vibe here for the cool kids that never panic.
And when you consider that, you know, the hand that Teddy was dealt, you know, in Kwangdong Freaks was Hoyt. You know, it's a bit of an upgrade. So he's returning to now a lane where he has a strong support system, and I think that is a team that was designed to give him more opportunities to shine. than that Kwangdong roster that really fell flat. I mean, he lost to Nongshim. It was 2-0 in that last series they played back in August, and it's his 8th loss in a row. It was his final game. It's enough to make anyone want to step away, but he's back now. See if he can break that losing streak on opening night here.
See whether they can. It is going to be a difficult ask, but here we are. DK versus LSB, Acorn versus Ryu. Some fantastic old names on the coaching staff, and already some eclectic bands. Double mid lane as the Ari and the Nico both taken away. Getting rid of champions that can provide shenanigans from Showmaker sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea. And see the Nico taken away from Showmaker too. And we'll find out now whether the Yuumi or the Zeri will make it through here.
Yeah.
Or the side of D+ to first pick, as Maokai taken off the board. Vi also open, so I think this is a pretty cool strategy here from D+ to take away the Ari. It's a strong pick for closer, but it also means that now they get to say, all right, which one are you going to ban? Are you going to leave both open? It's going to be the Zeri that gets banned away, and now Vi, a strong option here for Canyon. They also have the Yuumi pick, though, and this is one that we saw played by KT earlier with the Ezreal. See what D+'s plan is going to be. Obviously, the Aphelios was played with it, too.
Yep.
Milio, though, looking a little bit more of an option here for D+.
And I think that you and I together have cast 3 Milio losses.
Yeah.
So far. And so DK, they're going to bear that in mind. They're like, oh, Atlas and Wolf on the casting desk, better not pick Milio because he has not been winning. Annie going to be locked in, and Annie been doing a lot of winning, as it turns out. So Liv Sandbox, what is going to be the response to the mid lane first?
Eddie's Aphelios, and the Vi will come through here too with it. And so the trade-off of not taking the Milio here and saying, okay, well, you know, we're gonna weather this is, yeah, you lose the Vi, but now you get to play potentially Milio Jinx into the Aphelios, which feels very good in terms of setting up a lot of range here. The laning phase is going to be great into any support that is picked up here, minus potentially the Blitzcrank, but that's based on execution, right? So it feels like a pretty easy rotation to grab the Jinx here. Let's see if they have a different plan in mind. You already have a comp that's designed to, with the Annie, get you set up. Gonna save the AD carry pick, actually, and push the Scion up to 3rd.
Interesting. So this means that they will eat a lot of bans as far as the AD carry pool is concerned, and also the Yuumi is going to be left up. And we actually saw Aphelios Yuumi just win against the Jinx Milio, but there are a lot of other things on the Rift that played a lot of a part in that particular game. So we'll just have to see what the rest of this is going to be crafted into, because of course the Scion was on the side of the Aphelios Yuumi last time around, and so now we'll look to see whether that Jinx is going to get banned away, and we'll see what special tricks Deft has up his sleeve.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different picks you can ban away here. There's D+ as well in terms of frontline for this Aphelios Yuumi. It's still a very low-range composition. The Ari is already gone, so yeah, you got the Vi, but you're not going to have Vi Ari. So the question becomes, what can closer use to try to get ahead? Xayah taken away first here before we do see that Jinx ban. I think it would be wise to ban it, considering what D+ has put together here already, considering it's Deft of all players who will be piloting it if it is left open.
Yeah, and I think maybe Liv Sandbox are thinking that, you know, Xayah is good because Vi isn't as much of an issue into it. And so maybe they're relying on Willa to be able to get in there and lock down Deft if, in fact, it does come in.
Kog'Maw also a Deft special.
Yeah, he's been playing a lot of it. If you've been following D+ Kia's YouTube channel, there's been a few highlights of Deft just destroying people on the little Void Cannon. So I like the ban. However, I mean, Jinx still exists, right? So D+ Kia probably going to be very comfortably able to lock that one in if they would like to.
And Liv Sandbox, of course, only have solo laners left to pick here, but D+ have already shown their solo laners, and the only thing that could be flexed, of course, would be the Annie, but unfortunately, Milio is also locked in, so not flexible in this case. So Liv Sandbox kind of can now just adjust based on the AD carry pick. The Syndra here going to be a solid option into the Annie. And the Jinx is no surprise. What comes in for Showmaker, though, is where things get a little bit interesting.
Interesting. Deft trying to sell some skins as well, just for a little bit. Of course, much like his ex-teammates in our previous series. Of course, the DRX Caitlyn is his one, as Draven going to be coming forward. So we're going to have axes thrown from downtown, I guess, utilizing that cozy campfire for the Draven.
I wonder what's going to come next year in terms of big burst damage and follow-up in the jungle here. It's going to be the Viego that comes through, actually, for Showmaker's Annie. And you look at this draft and you think, okay, well, it's very early game focused. There's a lot of power, there's a lot of engage, but Draven can be a menace later on.
Oh, do it, Bertle. Don't be scared. Just gobble up the Scion.
Oh man, if they lock this in, I mean, it is powerful in the lane, it is powerful for team fights, but this composition couldn't be more disjointed of what it's trying to do. I mean, look, you have a lot of CC here. Vi goes in, Cho'Gath follows up, you have Syndra follow up, and then you blow somebody up, the Scion in particular. But what happens in the later part of the fight is you're dealing with all sorts of threats here. Not to mention that all of that I talked about, the chain CC linking together, is reliant on Milio not just pressing R and breaking up your combo and then allowing you to escape, because there's a great front-to-back comp here for D+, albeit low range, but you're running towards them. So the Draven should be able to do a lot of damage here. It's a very creative way to approach this for Live Sandbox. I think if it was a stronger team, I would trust it more. But right now, I'm a little bit suspicious about how the execution is going to go.
Yeah, the thing that I'm worried about, right, is that I don't know if Milio is a good champion or not. Because we know, like, coming into this, Milio's really strong, right, Wolf? But it's lost all the time. It's looked like it's done absolutely nothing every time it's been on the Rift. And so I want to see something from Kellen. Like, show us what this pick is going to be capable of on the professional stage here in the LCK.
And I want to see what Deft does with it, too.
Yeah,
because
right?
Deft is a great Draven player, and Draven's early game, you know, the stats he has early into a lane like Aphelios, Yuumi, he should be able to get some serious work done if empowered correctly.
Yep, and on the top side of the map, though, that Cho'Gath is going to have a phenomenal time into the Scion. Some really cool things here. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 1. All right, thanks, Jisoo.
I was wondering what was going on with all this. I was like,
And even Jisoo looks a little bit confused, but we managed to get there. We absolutely nailed the fan chant for the cool kids that never panic. And Kana is going to take an axe towards that top side. He's got one to grind because he's being counterpicked, and that doesn't feel great.
I love that Teddy has joined this team as well. Like, he's definitely got like he's rocking up with a red baseball cap and a skateboard over his back, and he's like, "Hello, fellow cool kids that never panic."
Steve Buscemi, I like it. That's why he's gone for this particular Aphelios, because it's really accentuated how white the hair is.
Yeah,
you know, it's absolutely perfect.
He's dyed his hair before LCK, so he looks young.
Fantastic. Well, like, we say that, and I'm like 10 years older than him, actually. Exactly.
He's like, I haven't been around as long as Faker, not even half. But how many in-game minutes have I been around? I remember a certain 90-minute game. You know,
there you go.
I've been in a lot of long games.
And I think we might even be able to get that stat, but that might be just a little bit of a preview for something that's further down the line. Facing off in the mid lane here, Showmaker and Closer. Bit of a range advantage for the Syndra. We've seen Syndra being opted into in the Annie matchup many times. In fact, in Challenger, it was quite successful only a couple of days ago. We'll see how Showmaker is going to be able to cope with it. As Deft already just running after Teddy. Like, welcome to the bottom lane. I kind of just want to hit you with axes.
Yeah, the level 1 with the base damage of Draven, it's so incredibly high. He is going to do a lot. And if he gets empowered by Milio later on with the W, he will do a lot from further away.
Yeah, that's the thing. The fact that you get your Q to have extra range, in theory, right? Because, like, spinning axes, it's basically an ability just used all the time and forever and is a basic attack.
Yeah, it's
unfair,
wild.
Right?
It's a little wild. We'll see how it's utilized, of course, but, you know, Kellen is going to be the one who sets the ball, and Deft is going to have to spike it, right? I mean, we talked about we want to see good performance from Kellen overall, and I think
I like that. That's like an actual Milio reference because of his Q, right?
Yeah.
As once again, Deft going to go aggressive, and there is that cozy campfire that we were talking about.
Yep, just not even, you know, normally you go W third, but when you're playing a matchup like this, go second and put that damage in. No Q locked in for Kellen just yet because he doesn't need to add that additional damage. He's not trying to stack Spell Thief's Edge. He went Relic Shield. He's just here to press W and allow Deft to do more.
Yeah. And that's a good way to be. You've got Deft in your bottom lane. Here in this mid lane, though, you can see Closer utilizing the matchup very, very well. And of course, Closer in the laning phase, an absolute beast. This guy has been extremely good. Was a large reason why Live Sandbox performed so much better than a lot of people expected. I thought that Closer had a phenomenal season as 5-7. I actually thought that Cho'Gath was doing a little bit better in this matchup as far as victories. And of course, often just wins lane. That absolutely happens as Canyon's going to come up and put a ward down, but Bertle does already have vision available.
Yeah, and what's cool about the Cho'Gath in this game is that it's not just about the lane and just about the Scion. It actually works well with his feast ability with the rest of the comp because you're trying to single target blow somebody up. Whether it's the Scion or not, you kill the Scion, okay, all you're left with is a low-ranged Raven and an Annie who does more burst damage, the long-term damage in these types of fights. So it has synergy with the comp itself. Oftentimes the Cho'Gath is picked for the Scion and does not have same synergy. Bertle does not have vision of this as Canyon's taken the long way around and avoided that ward, so this could be a big problem. It is.
Bertle now going to get stabbed a few times here by Canyon. We'll see whether he does have to flash as Canyon in a good position to try and avoid this. Does get ruptured though, and Bertle is just going to stay cool. And look, that was a cool kid, not panicking wolf. I think that the tagline is correct.
Bertle has been the one kid who does occasionally panic as well. I know this narrative sounds so tired at this point, but at the end of the season, it just became such a big problem for Live Sandbox that we were very concerned. So much so that we could talk about that narrative that you kind of hinted at earlier about Clear being picked up for the Challenger squad and how a lot of people thought instantly that he would be called up. That may happen, but we'll have to wait and see what Bertle's performances are like. So far, keeping cool, as you said, but that early damage put onto him is really going to push him out of the lane here, going to give Kana a Demolish proc here. Yeah, and he's significantly behind its CS.
Cutting down the turret, much like a lumberjack would love to do. Or is it an arborist? What is the difference between a lumberjack and an arborist? Does a lumberjack cut up the wood after it's been taken down? The arborist is the one that like trims the tree.
Yeah, I thought an arborist was more of like someone who generally makes sure the plants are healthy. Actually, like kind of the opposite of a lumberjack. In that, I always thought an arborist was someone who was just like making sure that the health and organization of a group of trees or plants was. I don't know. I could be wrong though.
You might be right. I reckon it'd be cool if there are any arborists in the chat. Let us know. Send us a tweet or something like that. I'd be very interested to understand. I think my cousin's actually an arborist. I should know, but I don't. As Canyon going to pay a visit towards the bottom side of the map as a welcome for Teddy, perhaps, as the Prowling Projectile does not quite find the mark. As you can see, though, Teddy actually laning very effectively here as Canyon slinks into some mist, and Teddy says, "Oh, hi." And then wheel back.
Canyon realizes, okay, if they're reacting like this, there must be a ward in either the tri-brush or here. The river is able to sweep it and take it out. As otherwise, you know, minus Deft's initial trades here in the lane, it hasn't been a very exciting early game at all. There was that one gank topside where you see some of that gold lead coming through, but, you know, Deft is not getting huge advantages anymore here in this lane as the sustain of Yuumi is still a thing.
Yep. We'll just be able to hold on to this wave quite nicely, though, and we'll go for a second back, actually. So very even on farm as the waves are just going to meet once again, and should mean that Teddy still has a tempo advantage down there.
He also
back from Kana.
He also has a BF sword because a Cole was picked up for Deft, so he's still got some time before he's actually going to be able to pick up any big money items, and so as a result of this, the Aphelios is going to hit pretty hard, actually, even with his, for example, Calibrum shots. So
look at the little Cho'Gath was just hiding. I like when he's backing. It kind of looks like he's hiding.
He's like huddled back there.
Yeah, don't look at me. I'm being small. I'm being the smallest Cho'Gath ever.
I will lose my teleport. Very sad.
And of course, hasn't stacked up many feast stacks yet. So of course, is kind of small at this point in time.
It's a good Cho'Gath skin though. It's the one I use. I don't like the bony one that a lot of our pro gamers like.
You're not a Jurassic Cho'Gath guy? I'm kind of into it. I do like the Boombox Cho'Gath as well. Especially if you're laning against Nasus, as you can have double Boombox in the lane. Okay, Deft. Not as cozy in this campfire anymore as Teddy with the Ghost active, but we'll just walk forward and take too many axes to the head.
Yeah.
That is not what you really want to do. We'll get sidesteps the kick. But Kellen possibly out of position now. Slinking into the mist, though, is a Viego from afar. Means that Canyon shows his position, but will guarantee that Kellen is absolutely fine. And it looks like this Drake is going to be started up with the lane control that they have.
The W there coming through from Kellen the Campfire is going to allow Deft, with even just the dirt that he's sitting on right now, to do a decent amount of damage there too. Teddy push him away, and that's that. You know, you have mid-prio. It's going to be an early Drake going over, and Harold's still up, but unfortunately, Liv Sandbox trying to group to contest on Teddy.
Whoa, that's a big old flash forward from Deft. He has the cozy campfire. His Canyon's not going to be able to get in there because, of course, there is Willa in the flank. So, yeah, Teddy used his Ghost, but then Deft is like, I've got one better. I'm going to use Ghost and Flash and run towards you.
And that will, of course, be the flash of Teddy gone here. Kyle also committing both summoners here. And Deft, if he got an auto or two more, he could just ult for the kill there. He does not do enough damage, so does hold on to it. But still, you know, with the group up that we had with Liv Sandbox trying to take a later contest of that Drake, they're not able to cross map here. They don't have control of top side. They don't have control of mid, so they can't take Harold. And as a result, now D+ could just reset and probably group to try to go for double objectives early with this Draven pick. And things are looking very good here in this early game.
So far, so good.
Not even missing a cannon.
Nope. Oh, I like that. Jonas Strong also very happy about that situation. The last series had a few too many misses, I think. Things got a little bit off the rails during games 2 and 3. And this is only game 1, so you generally hit the cannons in the first game, and then things get a little bit more loosey-goosey as things go forward.
Here's that group up for the Herald, and Deft is backing right now, so he's a little bit behind Teddy's rotation over here, but can still get involved with his ultimate.
Bertle just going to hit Shelly around a little bit, just some void monsters hanging out in the river. As Canyon will move on over, spots that this is about 50% on health. A train able to leave the station here as Canyon going to get tagged for a moment. Bertle coming on over. Canna, I don't think you really want to be here as it is going to be secured. Teddy going to be there to help lock that one down. The flash forward from Showmaker and Whirling Death is going to fly in and get the cash out. Teddy in trouble, gets his heart broken, and it's a flash forward that doesn't actually exist. Wasn't a flash forward, but it's Deft picking up yet another kill on the Draven. My goodness, that went from it looks okay for Liv Sandbox to absolutely awful.
And that's what I was talking about with the ultimate there from Deft. He has so much damage on that ability when there's a hard engage from Kana to lock them in. They're priced into taking the Rift Herald, and at this point, Deft isn't there, so they're like, okay, we secure the smite, we should be able to get out, right? But Kana's positioning is so good, he locks them in there. He's got a Q and an ultimate, and the rest of the team is kind of in shambles as the Whirling Death flies through. It's the first reset here for Deft, picks up a cash-in of about 600 gold, and now he's got 2 kills with the additional one going over there. And this is the game going exactly the way that Deft and D+ want it. The Rift Herald is secured, and we'll pick up some plate gold here. I like that Teddy sticks around, and he's going to be the recipient of those plates because that is really important. He needs to try to catch up here to Deft, but feels like a consolation prize. The big win here is that early cash-in.
Yep, and Teddy is going to be able to come over, like you say, grab to it. Oh, never mind. I don't think that plate is gone. It's not. No, it's 5 health.
Oh, sad times.
Oh, so only 1 plate going over with Shelly's efforts there. Not exactly the optimal usage of that one. But if they stick around, they should be able to get it anyway. Just a little bit.
He really wants to. You can see that Kyle is backing, and he's trying to push it there. Kyle now reattaching as Bertle is also similarly going to be pushed away. And this is pretty disjointed here for Liv Sandbox now, as Kana, like we talked about before, the Scion could just sit under the turret and not care. Deft is getting plates here. Cho'Gath is doing nothing. And Teddy's not even getting that plate. He's backing.
That's actually so massive that Kana made him waste that time. Almost gets over and denies another one. But look at this. I mean, the Rift Herald does absolutely nothing. And in fact, Deft, I think, will be able to get this plate. Yep. And that means that even though Shelly was invested, it actually was a waste of time for the Sandbox.
Also going to, after that back comes through, is going to get a Demolish proc and pick up plate gold himself. But watch Deft here. He's not in range. The smite comes through, but everybody is kind of locked in here as Scion's in position. And Kana just prevents anybody from following up and eats that ultimate there from Teddy and just flashes out. And it's 2 kills going over to Deft. I mean, this, I feel like when I'm rewatching it, nice. On rewatching it here, you could also see that Liv Sandbox had a chance to get out a little bit faster had they pulled the trigger, but eventually it was too late. Kana sets it up.
Okay, so Canna is going to turn up here towards his bottom side. Teddy trying to do some work here, but he's a big old tanky Scion, gets the fully stacked Q, and Teddy is well and truly dead. Kyle is just a cat with a dream, but has Willa. And so the Vi is going to give the cat a way out, but still, that is a very dead Aphelios, and Liv Sandbox kind of teetering here in this game. This is looking like Series 1 of this matchup in Spring.
It also was really reminiscent of a lot of what KT did in that third game, but to a more extreme degree, where the value for this Draven is insanely high, similar to how aiming was able to get accelerated outside of lane on the Aphelios. And once again, it's like, okay, well, Birdall is getting some money in the top lane, but the enemy AD carry is getting loads, and they're going to be able to get the second Drake as well. And Liv Sandbox always seem to be on the wrong side of the map, as D+ are just way out lane swapping them here. And it's very much just a case of being ahead of the curve in terms of macro. 3,000 gold is, I mean, it's a lot of money. It's an entire item that Deft is going to have once he completes that over Teddy, who doesn't even have his Mythic, is Trinity Force and Collector versus no Mythic. Look at that.
Yeah, no item. That's Zeal and BF Sword. He hasn't completed anything yet. Oh my goodness, this is a Draven that's Dravening.
And look at all the wards.
Yeah.
Like, look at how many different ways and avenues he has to be able to make an impact early with the earlier Unleashed Teleport. And there's just nothing Teddy could do. He's ulted, tries to kite back here. I believe has no flash, so can't flash the follow-up Q. He is dead. At least Yumi's able to attach here to Willer and get out, so Kyle survives, but at a hefty cost. And the trade-off is Birdall getting like one more plate on Shogath.
Yeah, and that means not a whole lot, as you were alluding to from that one. Canna having a pretty happy time on this Scion. We've seen this matchup, like when Rascal debuted this, I believe it was last season. He debuted it for the season, right, for 2023, as Willer is going to get hit by a bear. Vault Breaker comes. Oh my goodness! Def tried to pick the timing on that one to get the double tap, and it didn't quite get there. So it will be Willer surviving. Closer, are you going to be all right? Oh my goodness, it's just the Goon Squad now for D+ Kia. They are just everywhere on this map, picking them off one after the other.
And Yumi can't roam. She can't help out. There's nothing that Yumi can do. Milio, on the other hand, can help speed you up with a shield, and Willer's got to get out of here. There's a speed up, speaking of. But he's got Shirelia's too already, Kellen does, and he's just helping them constantly chase down. Whereas, unfortunately for Kyle, he's locked to Teddy here. Not because of the best friend mechanic, just because Ayumi alone can't go from mid to bot when they don't have map control. So it's always one man down for Liv Sandbox in these fights. The first time led to plates, this time the whole turret, an additional kill going over. Closer is dead. And I mean, this is way too big of a gold lead at this stage of the game, 4,500. We don't normally see advantages like this in this meta. It's usually a bit of a more slow burn type game where we get to the scaling aspect. But the Draven that Deft picked up here early in the draft is just them saying we're going to play our style of this meta so far. And the rotations have been good. Collector picked up so early means the damage is unreal.
Yeah, and it's just crazy to me as well, Wolf, because they announced that they were going to do this in the Trash Talk video.
Yeah.
Like, this is not a surprise that D+ were going to play as aggressively early as they possibly could. And Liv Sandbox just haven't been able to do enough to mitigate it. It's 5,000 gold the lead. And you pick a Draven, you know that the idea is going to be get Draven fed early, otherwise we probs lose, right? Like, that is just what it says on the tin. And D+ have really not given Liv Sandbox very many options to have any counterplay into it. And they have a lot of tools that are very, very strong. We've seen Yumi and Aphelios do quite well into these Melio compositions. We've seen Vi be completely broken here today. Clid demonstrating that in our initial series. But with this kind of early lead that D+ have built for themselves, it's looking really, really difficult for Liv Sandbox to make their way back in.
Yeah. It's not impossible, but it's going to rely on this game going very late and probably delaying one of these Drakes. Like Willer's trademark steal may be required because if D+ just grab this one in 90 seconds time and they have Infernal Soul Point, they can just force that final fight on their terms and then say, all right, well, good luck in game 2, because there's just no way out, unfortunately, after that. It's also like the Andres Syndra because you're playing into Scion, so the burst damage isn't as good. You're just hoping that Teddy's somehow going to get 3 items, you know, at like 30 minutes. And we're just so far away from that reality, whereas Deft is halfway to a 3rd item, by the way. You're at 17:45, so
And like so much early power as well. Like you go full Collector and Trinity Force, like you are just having the greatest of times on this Draven at this stage of the game. Augmenting that with the next one, we'll see what he does decide to go with. Storm Razor could be hilarious, but BT also another option. Even if it is changed a little bit on this particular patch. Teleports come forward from Live Sandbox, who are grouping up to try and go for this Infernal Drake. Infernal Soul Point for D+ Kia, not something that Live Sandbox can really afford to give away, and now they're going for one potential 5v5 team fight, an honest-to-goodness team fight, Wolf. We'll see whether that is what they're going to need, as Will is on the flank.
Yeah, Willer on the flank here, but look at Def's positioning. He's exactly where he needs to be while he's also doing a majority of damage to these minions and just clearing and picking up more axes, more axes, more axes. Like, he got such an early cash-in. We don't need to talk about his future ones, but he does have those on the cards here as well. And I mean, as Live Sandbox here, you're like, okay, Willer has to engage, then we have to have the follow-up from Closer. He just used it, by the way, so not going to have that for a few more seconds. Then Birdall needs to feast on somebody. It's just so complicated from behind, and this is what we talked about in the draft. It can work, but when it's behind, it just seems like an impossible task. It's so disjointed. How does this team even work together when Teddy's sitting on a Gale Force and Canyon now just doing this by himself? You can't even approach.
Yeah, how do you face check an Annie as well with Flash and Tibbers both available? Canna doesn't have a lot of health left. There's great little knock up there as Birdall gets thrown away by the ball that Kellen just kicks towards him. And that is going to be enough to deny him. They just don't have an access point to this river. The Drake is going to go down. Rupture is going to connect on to Showmaker there. Might give a little bit of space to Live Sandbox to try and get some damage onto this turret. They just get a little turret down to try and do some damage there, and that is all they're going to be afforded. Even the Prowling Projectile not going to work. And Teddy gets out of the way of the queue with a Prowling Projectile? With a Gale Force.
Yeah, Gale Force used here on the longest cooldown ever, but still. I mean, we're not looking at a lead that is so big with the champions that D+ have, and especially without Leandri's on the Annie here, where they could start Baron at 20, but you know, in a minute or two, before this next Drake, they absolutely can start threatening Barons. I mean, it's Draven damage. Once that third item is done, he's going to be doing a lot. And they have great turn. They have great map control. Notice that Willer and Closer are trying to clear vision around the Baron pit right now, desperately trying to get anything during this reset, but they don't even have enough of an idea about where the rest of D+ is to actually further put vision down or put it in the river. And even committing a TP here to try to save this turret, because the turret is like their last bastion of hope to try to survive and buy more time in this game.
Yeah, to have any access to the rest of the map, but Shirley is going to put a big old dent in it. Thankfully, not going to destroy it in one go as Canyon goes back towards his jungle to continue farming it up. And in the river is Showmaker just getting vision of this Baron. That is on the minds of D+ Kia at the moment. 21 minutes into this game as Closer is at least keeping up in levels, and he's 30 CS ahead.
Yeah.
A potential win condition, perhaps, in the Syndra, but I don't really think so. Just because you are kind of a sitting duck to this D+ Kia roster, and with Kellen providing the range to Deft as well, I mean, I just don't know whether a Flash Unleashed power is going to be enough.
Yeah, and with the Leandri's build here too, like the burst isn't as good as it could be, and it's hard to proc that onto anybody besides the Scion, and to proc it consistently and break through the Scion's health is going to be so difficult, but your team fight doesn't work that way anymore. It would have if you were in an even game state here, but we're so far away from that that it's just kind of silly to even talk about at this point. But my biggest issues here for Live Sandbox now are, how do you ever group up for a 5v5? How do you ever try to engage? Because there's too many other ways for things to go wrong. If you try to engage onto the Draven, for example, the peel is insane between the Milio, the stun from Annie, and the Scion that's going to be standing in your way with 2 items. The Eve also went Radiant as well, so yeah. It's a daunting task, and then even if you kill Draven, he's going to do so much damage before that happens. Like, how do you win this with a 1-item Aphelios?
And Def now picks up his 3rd item. That Bloodthirster we were talking about is now completed. And Birdall, he's getting in there. Jack Shows comes down as Willer at 50% health. The wild growth of this huge Tibbers heading down towards them. And it looked like that because the animation looks a little bit, look at that. Yeah. Isn't it cool? Looks like a wild growth Tibbers.
It does. He's
that may have confused a lot of people because there is no Lulu in this game.
No, but it's okay. He looks wild and he's grown. And the animation is not that dissimilar, you know? It's a little bit...
Yeah, and it's a big bear.
Yeah.
I reckon, I think Wild Growth Tibbers is totally a valid name for that particular skin. Probably more useful when Lulu is actually in the game. But Deft's going to pick up all of these minions, and this Baron is not going to be taken. So that is in the good news column for Live Sandbox, alongside not a lot else.
Alongside the fact that this is game 1 of a best-of-3 series.
Yes, it is.
You have 2 more chances. 1 more chance if, of course, game 2 goes wrong.
Teddy also has better shoes than Deft.
True.
So there you go. Oh no, Jonas Strong didn't even get the zoom in.
Yeah.
As because that's even worse, right? Because it's almost like he could have been missing a feast on that one, you know. 5 stacks currently, so not doing too badly. So it's not exactly a huge deal, but still.
You know, right now, Canyon, Showmaker, Def, they all have a quick way to check what time it is as well, with the stopwatches in their pockets. I guess they're not pocket watches, but they probably tell the time, too. They could just alt-tab and see what it says in Windows at this point.
Might be time to fight. I think that's what the time is. That's what it says.
20 seconds until this Infernal Soul fight that Live Sandbox have, like, no hope in unless we see a really good engage. But Kana's positioning good. Deft here right behind him as Canyon's always on the flank.
Willa now does get into position, but Control Wall goes down and Kellen spots him out. Keeping their eye on where this Vi is very important. Scatter is going to connect as Kellen tanks a heck of a lot of damage onto that one. Canyon still lying in wait though. And it looks like D+ here will be all right. Still, some opportunities. Decent little stun, but the immediate turnaround on Canyon. He breaks his stopwatch as Bertle now just trying to get into position. Willer is just not strong enough, and Canyon will be the last man standing as far as these junglers. Deft has to utilize his Ghost in order to get out of the way there as the Whirling Death flies through. Teddy takes a lot of damage from that one as well. The stacks built up from Deft helping out on that one. And Live Sandbox just thrown towards their turret. The Infernal Soul should now belong to D+ Kia.
It absolutely will, and that's a further set of damage here for this 3-item Draven. And you can just see there's 3 main threats on the side of D+, Canyon, Showmaker, and Deft. And Canyon, while also being fairly vulnerable as a non-tank Viego with just a Sunder sitting here, is moving forward. And when they press the trigger or pull the trigger to try to kill him, he has a stopwatch. Like Showmaker, the other threat in the mid lane, and like Deft, the other threat in the bottom lane. So all of these threats have the ability to escape the engage, and you only get 1 engage as Live Sandbox. You have to chain it together. Stopwatch is like the anti-Live Sandbox here because it just stops you from getting that chain together and then actually blowing up a single target. And they got 3 of them. Well, you know, at least maybe now if you catch Canyon, maybe he'll die this time, right? With Flash and Heartbreaker, wouldn't count on it.
And the way you think about how these teams are supposed to meet up as well, like where's the engage coming from? It's coming from Willa. So Stopwatch to deny the assault and battery, or the cease and desist as it is now known, it makes things so difficult. That's the price you pay for going for the counter pick of the Cho'Gath, because it doesn't give you that engage outside of the opportunistic rupture to catch someone off. As D+, they have started off this Baron. Let's see what they can actually get done here.
Willer, no flash.
Does go in. They have full information of what's going on. Teddy moving on over. Does have to clear that one out. It's okay, there's the big engage. Whirling Death does so much work. Bertle has to get out of there, but Death still will get the cash in. Oh my goodness. The power has been unleashed, but it doesn't exist, Wolf. Nope. And it's a knockback onto Teddy. He's dealing with this big old bear, and D+ Kia say, no, you can survive. We're going to take a Baron.
Teddy is hoping he can go to the pawn shop and trade that 50 gold from Tibbers for the 50 gold he needs from the Nexus. This one is all over but the Cryon with the Baron buff now picked up. It is a 8,000 gold lead nearly here, 7,700 between these two teams. And this is that moment here where Canyon is going in and you're like, okay, we turn on him, right? Syndra ults and he just stopwatches everything as Teddy is sitting here with Calibrum, then gets the Infernum out here, but he can't get anywhere near this team as Deft is 1v3 on the other side. And then this fight, if you could call it that, is just a tragedy. Look at Deft. Is he autoing people? No, not at the beginning of this. He's actually stunned as well right afterwards. Does very little. He's just sitting there like, I pressed ult. That's how far ahead we are. My ult won the fight.
Yeah.
And Tibbers is like also helping out a little bit, I guess you could say. But this game is just so off the rails at this point for Live Sandbox.
Yeah, it's back to the drawing board, I think, for the cool kids this time around. 8,000 gold is the lead for D+ Kia. And what this is the perfect example of an early game composition piloted beautifully in the early game. And now there is absolutely nothing that Live Sandbox can do to try and claw back into it outside of D+ Kia making a huge mistake, right?
Yeah.
Dotting I's, crossing T's, and then looking to try and do the same thing from the red side in game number 2 is the D+ Kia theory. Live Sandbox will have theoretically blue side next time around, but maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves. The Nexus hasn't necessarily died yet. But I think that 50 gold almost belongs to the coffers of D+. The train is going to head towards Closer, and being hit by a train that's dressed as a lumberjack feels real bad.
It does not feel good. And Closer is now out of the game here as Willer's going to flash for this engage. Def doesn't care.
Yeah, no one, in fact, Kellen doesn't care either. As Cease and Desist comes down and the Vine just explodes. The turret is going to follow suit here as Teddy and Bertle not really sure what they're supposed to do underneath this turret. It is still pretty healthy, but I think that is not going to be the case for very much longer as Teddy with his big old shield, Showmaker bearing down on them in D+. They are corralling Live Sandbox here. Canyon dives forward. Bertle is going to explode. And Canna, he's going to secure that kill for the team.
Look at the damage!
Just, oh my.
What? He ults him?
Well, he does. Oh, good! He gets him on the mountain! 404 cares not found, Wolf, as Inhibitors also going to vacate the Rift. D+ just Nexus turrets in front of them, and the Nexus here for game number 1. So similar to the first series for both of these teams in the spring season. Not even close. However, it's a best of 3, and if these cool kids do indeed never panic, then they can come back and they can turn it around.
You love to see the Alpaca synergy as well from the Deft versus Faker show match coming through there at the end. Everybody's got their Alpacas ready for the Nexus falling, and it was all Deft all the time this game. And yeah, Kellen gave him a little bit of an assist early on as the Sandbox fans look a little bit stunned here. But this is just like what we saw from Deft in most of spring season, except on the Lucian. He played Draven a little bit, but it was Lucian, get ahead, get a lane advantage, push it all over the map, push it into Rift Herald fights, push it into Drake fights, be the AD carry that has the tempo advantage, and they're just playing their own style. I mean, it goes back to the joke that he made in the trash talk about, like, yeah, Teddy, he plays late game, we're not going there. But it's so fitting that that's exactly how this first game went, where the lead was so massive that, well, we couldn't even have a discussion about, how is Teddy's late game going to go? How is his form? I feel like we learned nothing about how Teddy is as a player in this game. Nothing
What
at
about
all.
late series? Because we might go late, because that's like game 2, right? Because that's like the other half of the series is, oh my goodness, I don't even really want to look at it. That is just absurd damage out from Deft in this particular game in comparison to everybody else, because this game just didn't really go, well, I mean, I guess, 29.5 minutes. It went longer than we expected. However, a lot of it was just Live Sandbox not being able to do anything and D+ not wanting to take overt risks, right?
Yeah, I think it was
no one died.
It was a sketchy draft from Live Sandbox too. I think it had some strong points, but it was just so reliant on a perfect combo that never came to be.
Certainly, but look, it is only game number 1. Live Sandbox look to try and turn it around up against a very hungry-looking D+ Kia. Much better look from them. Short break, the space, and then game 2.
Hello and welcome back to the space where we talk about what happened in that first game. I think one word can sum it up here. It is oof. The Draven got ahead. He bought 2 items at 14 minutes and then the game was over. So what did you guys think about that?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think that's how I describe it as well.
Okay.
Oh, you guys are not very helpful. It was a very one-sided game. Actually, isn't that much more to say about it. With Draven comps in general, it really often feels very binary. Does the Draven get ahead? If yes, the game feels very unplayable. And this was a great example of that, particularly because Milio makes it so much harder as well. And that's something that I think is the reason why we see this Milio as much as we do. Is because if you get your AD carry ahead, like what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's pretty tricky. I mean, obviously it limits, like, even a good scout of the week is going to get cancelled out. So much survivability assisted, but it felt like when it came to those early fights, it was D+ who was setting the pace on them. They were starting things off. I think both the solo laners did a pretty fantastic job of finding these engage angles. And like that first round on Herald, it was just death there for the cleanup.
And I'm really wondering what the draft prior is going to be, because Aphelios is really barreling towards a really bad win rate, right? And obviously it's still a very small sample size. The pick is strong, but I'm hoping that teams will learn that maybe we should not pick picks like Aphelios that really require a draft to be centered around them, and there are things they can't really play into, and instead pick something like Cassante, which you can double flex, it can go into any lane.
Cassante AD carry, I love it.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Guys, let's take a look at the first highlight, which was this Herald at 9 minutes and 50 seconds. And this was the Showmaker highlight here.
What I really want to highlight is how much more cohesive D+ look. This is something that really struggled with, and Kana and Showmaker do a really good job of setting up the fight here.
Yeah, and it's a great angle coming in, but you can just see the confidence where Showmaker runs past the scout of the week, which narrowly misses, flashes in, and then just as the Draven ult comes in, the cash-in is there. You can actually see 553 gold, I believe it is, on top of the 400 for the first blood. So instantly you got a very rich Draven, and then just to make matters even worse, Deft also picks up another kill here as well. And at this point it's like, right, the game is basically just lost.
And Showmaker doesn't even die because he gets saved by Kellen, like going for the big ulti, actually able to keep him alive, and he would have taken that trade. And also again, Kana starting off that fight together with Canyon to kind of forcefully push the rest of Lift Sandbox in the pit. If you know Lift Sandbox, they're not going to back down from a fight. So they took it, didn't work out, and from that point on, the game was unplayable.
It's the cool kids that never panic, even when they get corralled into a Baron pit against 5 people and a Deft that's just waiting to earn a lot of money. Let's take a look at the second highlight. We really wanted to show what is possible in this patch of League of Legends.
Yeah, so this is an interesting change that we've seen, is the fact that you can now have those earlier TPs. Plates are still up. You're in Aphelios, you see a tower that looks like it's free. You can pick up some free platings. The TP behind comes in from the Scion to shut it down. And this is specifically between that 10 and 14 minutes. They push the Unleashed teleports we talked about at the start of the day. So it's now available at 10 minutes and it allows for plays like this. Sadly, Teddy doesn't get a cash in on those plates and had a pretty unfortunate time this game.
Yeah, it's really going to take some time to recalibrate, right? Because you are in Aphelios with Crescendum and there's turret plates up. So you're like, I'm safe. I want to get these plates. I need the gold very desperately, but instead gets immediately taken down. And then we said, like, the game was already kind of very, very hard because of the Milio, because of the front line, the team fighting power, and a fat Draven. And then when Teddy also dies again there, it just snowballs very, very quickly.
Yeah, I like the fact that we have, you know, cool mechanics within the game that can allow you to punish plays where you are actually, like, out of position, making mistakes, unlike blast plants that exist to save those exact people. Live Sandbox have chosen the blue side here, which is not too surprising. Will we see anything different here? You know, maybe some Milio Prio change-ups with the fact that they banned away so many different things, like the Kog'Maw ban and the Xayah ban and like all the different things, the Lucian, I guess, as well. And then he just picks Milio Draven.
Yeah, I think maybe, like, if you're concerned about early skirmishes going in the wrong direction, maybe Draven ban in the second rotation could have made sense. But honestly, I feel like when you're on blue side, draft's just going to change up so much because of how many champs you now don't have to ban.
Well, as you guys may have heard by the screech, we do have the POG ready to go. So let's see who did pick it up. It is Showmaker on top of this with the first POG for his team here. A pretty much perfect game of Annie, although you could say that it really came down to this play. He set up Deft, and then Deft knocked it down.
And what I find insane is the fact he didn't flash the scat of the week. I feel like so many players would have just flashed the stun, ensure you got past it. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna run past it, save my flash for the big engage, and it worked out, but it was super close. But the rest of the game, he continued on finding these big angles, these big moments.
And to me, the other hero, and I really want to highlight again, is Kana. Kana actually getting multi-man knockups, getting really big ultimates, going for the teleport play. Felt like a D+ that was very much in control. As again, we keep having this. I really like the Kana votes as well. I think the Deft votes make sense considering what happened in game was all about Deft. So it's a lot of split votes today.
Yeah, but you know, the analysts here from both Korean and English side kind of led the charge on that one.
Yeah, 3 in a row, just like some other groups that sometimes do that as well. Either way, guys, we are done here on the space for the first game. Let's throw it back to the casters for game number 2.
Deft completely robbed. The game was entirely about him. So casters united here on this particular desk.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
with that one media guy.
I'm gonna have to call Teddy from the LPL, not Live Sandbox. Teddy, and be like, how do I join the Boom Boom Damage Club?
Yeah.
I am a big Boom Boom Damage voter today, and we're gonna have to link up so we can figure out how to coordinate our votes better. I thought Showmaker had a great game. I was myself leaning more towards Kana as a secondary vote to Deft than Showmaker, but he had some incredible plays, including the game-defining one, which was obviously with Kana, Showmaker, and Deft all together. Let's jump into this next one. Ryu pictured. Ryu, you know, coming back to Korea as a coach in spring season and continuing to lead as the coach here as we move into summer. Then he's going to have to make some tough decisions here as we move on to blue side for Live Sandbox. Who knows what they're talking about?
Not entirely sure, Wolf. Not entirely sure.
He's telling him, I think, probably Milio needs a look. I'm like, nah, I don't think that was
like, no, Milio is just broken. Don't worry, we'll get the next one. Well, we'll see whether they can. Blue side has been 100% win rate here today thus far, and Annie is going to be banned away. So Live Sandbox agreeing with the analysts as far as the POG vote. Because, of course, this Annie has been a problem. And honestly, it's been a problem all day. All day,
yeah.
BDD having a fantastic performance on the pick in both of the games that KT won, and now Showmaker picking one up as well. So Nico remaining on the ban list, and we've got Cat and Little Girl banned away here on the Live Sandbox side. And Nico, we'll see what else is going to be taken off the board. Like, the Nico Melio Zeri could just come out here by DK, just avoid the theoretically OP picks, and that's what they're going to do, at least for the moment.
Yeah, I think if you're D+, you're not that worried about a first pick Cassante very much, because it's flexible, and this is something Chronica pointed out, maybe pick something like that if you're Live Sandbox and build your draft around that and react a little bit more, but I think as D+, it's not ban-worthy here. It could be a strong pick for Live Sandbox, no doubt, but I'd be more concerned with Teddy Zeri myself, so I do agree that I think that is likely going to be the one. They actually banned Cassante here, so this makes the choice pretty easy for D+. And maybe they're fishing for Willer getting the first pick Vi. Maybe that's the angle here with Ari being available.
Yeah, maybe it's like, do you ban Lucian instead? And then take a Zeri if they take a Vi, and otherwise, if they first pick Zeri, then you've got Vi to immediately answer it. The Ari is going to be the choice.
So similar idea.
Yeah, but that's the theory, right? You throw away one of these bans, and then go for a better choice. And then Jace is going to be locked in first for Closer or Birdle. Of course, very flexible on Live Sandbox just because Closer was so good at it last season. Birdle, of course, has been known for his Jace. But this means the D+ can pick all of the things that they would like.
I think it's very easy to go for a Zeri lineup here as D+, but they don't have the Yuumi. They're going to look for the Vi instead for the lockdown onto the backline. I say that, and Deft is like, I don't play late game AD carries. That's not my thing. And if you look at his results in spring, you would definitely agree with that statistic as well as Maokai kind of slipped through this draft as well. So Maokai will get locked in here. So D+ already have a lot of tempo in the Lucian, as well as some ways to set up that Lucian for success in the mid game.
And I imagine that Teddy's probably angling towards a Zeri here, as Sejuani and Jax being hovered for now. Sejuani insta-lock there by Willa, and it looks like Liv Sandbox just want to take away some comfort towards the top side of the map instead. Certainly showing their hand quite a lot. This is not something that we see all that often, especially with D plus Kia not locking in anything for their solo lanes just yet, unless we're going back to 2013 and it's Maokai top or something like that.
Yeah, this is quite... I mean, we saw D plus do a very similar move in the previous draft, but showing your solo lanes this early allows D plus to now put the focal point on the AD carry pool and ensure that it's going to be an easy laning phase here for Deft and Kellen. You know, we are going to have a lot of Lucian this patch, and on 13.11, it's 13.12 where that gets nerfed, so I mean, it's been nerfed several times, but nerfed so much that I think it's probably really going to be gone. Lucian won't exist as a champion anymore. They already gutted him in solos. Now they're gutting him in the duos finally. But yeah, we're going to see a little bit more of this as long as Deft is playing. And particularly, he had a fantastic Lucian.
Oh, yeah.
I can't overstate it. Like, he was arguably the best Lucian player we had in LCK Spring.
I think it was after the Liv Sandbox series, the very first series of Spring, that Deft was basically never allowed to play Lucian ever again. Yeah, it almost got like permaban from that point on.
It took a little bit longer, sadly, but yeah, it was around like after his 6th win in a row that teams were like, wait a minute.
You would know. You were the one calling for it more than anyone else. Yeah,
I was really upset. Now, subsequently, even though D Plus can put a lot of focus on the bottom lane here, take away the Rakan to limit the Xayah and a lot of other engage options, the Sandbox can now put the focal point on the solo lanes here, and we'll see the Gragas, which is arguably the most flexible of those, great with the Jax off of the table. Lulu gone now, which hurts the Aphelios, because Yuumi is already banned. Milio is already banned.
I actually really kind of like targeting the supports here. Lulu especially takes a lot of power away from, like you say, even the Zeri and the Aphelios that do like to go with that into these lanes with Nami in it, the Lucian Nami especially.
Yeah, if you weaken
lane with Nami in it.
If you weaken all the supports, then all of the AD carry picks become a lot more fragile, especially when you consider you have the most robust AD carry support duo on D plus Kia's side here. So if you're only getting half of the package for some of these late game scaling carries, it can be disastrous in the laning phase. Poppy, very interesting pick here, potentially making its way back to top lane right now in this meta. Will be locked in here. And now still keeping the final pick, a bit of a mystery, as if we're going full poke here and you want to go Rage Blade Varus, you can do that. I just don't advise it. I don't know if this is the right call.
You do kind of outrange the Lucian, I guess. There is that. We'll see what Kyle is going to bring down there.
Whoa, no Varus Heimerdinger. I'm not going back in time.
Hey, honestly, like, I think Envy's best champion was Lethality Varus. So Liv Sandbox pretty used to playing around that particular
I'm just like, is this Bull? Is it Bull from Challengers? Is it Bull? Like, is that what I'm watching here? Is we are going to see the Varus come through here with the Nautilus, and this is where things can get a little bit weird. I mean, not the Caitlyn pick, but with how this bottom lane can go. Any scaling pick here for D+ is really good. You just need to survive the laning phase and survive the poke. And Aurelion Sol,
Dragon.
it fits the bill. And I thought maybe we'd see something like a Victor here. In the old days, you'd be like, oh, maybe Azir could actually round this draft off very nicely, but that's been gutted. It'll make its way back in a future patch. But I'm looking at this draft for D+. There's a lot of power in the bottom lane before Sejuani comes online and before Sejuani has level 6. Aurelion Sol should be able to deal with the Jace with really good wave clear very nicely. Just going to sit under turret, farm it up. Poppy gives you both engage opportunities and disengage opportunities in this game.
Not to mention, it stops Jax from being able to play the game at all, kind of.
Yeah, stops Sejuani pretty well, too.
Nautilus will struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, Poppy's Steadfast Presence has a lot of value in this particular game. However, won't offer a heck of a lot of damage alongside a Maokai, so theoretically the Jax should be able to scale as far as that split push late game threat is concerned. And that might be something they can try to go for.
And for once, I'm really on Chronicler's side on this one. Please just be tank Maokai. Just build tank Maokai. Deal with all that lethality damage coming through from the Jace, and deal with the Varus poke as well. And just sit back and let Aurelion Sol win you the game. This game will not be as fast as the last one, regardless of who wins. It's just not that type of game. It's a little bit more of a sit back and scale. Liv Sandbox also have strong split push win conditions here with this Jax. That's something that you can't necessarily say about the draft here of D plus Kia, but I think their draft is overall otherwise much more well-rounded.
Yeah, you definitely have so many tools. And the old press R as either Maokai or the Aurelian Soul, that's going to feel really, really good. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to do it. Let's hop onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, here we are, both teams out onto the Rift for game number 2 of our second series of the season. Bertel back on the Jax. Bit of a split push threat here. Closer on his Jace that he's been very, very good at, as Showmaker's going to breathe on him just a little bit here. And in the end, a giant hammer is going to be better than breathing.
Yeah, that was a bit of a choice you could make from Showmaker there into the Jace, but he's just going to be back, and he's going to find. He will back and be fine.
Yep.
And I look at this situation here as Live Sandbox, and I'm like, very similarly to Game 1, you've made some really bold choices. You know, you have decided that this is going to be your version of what you think the meta is. We saw the Varus hovered as well last game, and I'm like, is this really what we're doing? Like, is this what Teddy wants to do in his return to pro play? It's lethal tempo. Before anybody asks, we're not doing any of that early lethality Varus stuff. Rage Blade is an item that exists that is very good right now. And yeah, none of that. But still, this comp is really reliant on that poke damage landing.
Well, Hail of Arrows is going to give away their position. A little bit of value there. Ardent Blaze splits the bottom lane of Live Sandbox, but nicely avoided there by the two of them. As the Chandelure skin, definitely the best Nautilus skin option. So Kyle coming out on top as far as that is concerned. Spatula Nami also very, very good. So I guess we're pretty even. As Pink Space Dragon in the mid lane for Showmaker.
Yeah, a bit of a shout out to Bulldog.
Yep.
You know, I will say Bulldog, he just couldn't keep a straight face in the intro, could he? He just couldn't do it. But you know what? That's his personality.
True.
So I'll let it be.
But it wasn't like a cheesy smile. It's not like he was laughing at the situation. He's just a smiler. He's just a happy boy, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that's very wholesome.
It's also just it's who he is, right? Like it represents him better than any other fake stuff they could have done in the intro for him.
Yep. It's perfect. That's what you got to do.
I'm looking forward to seeing him play tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. Good to see whether it'll be good to see if Quantum Freaks are continuing to ramp up. As Kyle, not sure about that hook. Well, I mean, I am. I'm sure that it didn't really work.
I could see why he thought it was going to work, but you know, from the outside looking in, not so much.
Yeah, well, Kellen taking a lot of damage here. As Kyle also very similar story. A little bit of a dive. Yeah, being set up here as Willa. Not really thinking like it's going to be the best option for him.
There goes the dive.
Yeah, okay, we're back. We're going for it yet again. This wave still pretty stacked.
Chugging some pots.
As we still have heal, we still have cleanse. Now we don't have any of those options, as that is going to be first blood going over to Teddy. Kellen, okay, Willa's going to flash, and Teddy is going to take a turret shot that's well and truly charged, but it's a double kill for the Varus. Fantastic news for Live Sandbox.
Yeah, kill picked up here for Deft on the other side, but still much better news here, as you mentioned, for Teddy. And the juggle of the turret was so well played by Willer. He did ultimately have to flash at the end, but making sure Teddy didn't take any damage there. And now he's back tier. Was going to pick up his Noon Quiver, has to wait for a little bit of extra gold before he can actually pick that one up on the edge of the fountain, head over. A huge pickup here this early on in the game, whereas, of course, for Deft is going to be able to get a Dirk, which will still be relevant, but you really are accelerated now as Teddy here. So successful dive at the end of the day. Flash down for Willer, but is, you know, at level 3, not going to be too useful anyways.
Yep, and as a jungler, you're not too worried about it. So here we go. Stacking the wave very nicely, and then Live Sandbox just do what they do best. Aggression.
Yeah, Deft here cleanses, doesn't flash, just goes under the turret. Willer picks up this aggro here so Teddy can continue to auto Kellen just to make sure. Doesn't have to flash. Could have argued maybe Teddy takes the aggro a little bit earlier there and he doesn't have to flash, but better safe than sorry. They're just making sure that nothing bad happens. Neither Deft nor Kellen though flash, so they still have these tools available for them in the lane.
Yeah, so theoretically the aggression can continue. Buckler being thrown at Bertel, quite frustrating. As there is a Maokai on the top.
Here we go again.
Yeah, Deft in a whole host of trouble. Will is going to come down. Deft trying to trade it. He does manage to go 1-for-1. Kellen dies. Does have to flash, but if he died, then it would have still been good news for Live Sandbox. But that's nice that at least Deft got a kill.
Yeah, he gets a kill here, and I think he turned this really bad situation into the best possible one for him. as Canyon, unfortunately, has just been otherwise invisible this game, as he is, on the other side of the map.
He blends into the forest quite well.
Yeah. But hey, at least, we talked about that flash that they've still held on to. Got value out of it right afterwards. Even if it is Teddy getting a massive lead here. He's got his recurve bow now ready and set to go. Let's watch this one more time. Control ward set up here for Willer, so by the time that they know about this, it's just far too late. As soon as Kyle decides to go in, they're like, okay, this is what's happening. Def reacts immediately with the flash to take him out. So it is a trade at the end of the day, but still a massive trade up for Liv Sandbox.
Could have been a disaster if he flashes forward and doesn't get the kill.
Yeah.
That would have looked not so good. But here, 1,000 gold, going to be the lead at closing on 6 minutes. As Willer walks towards a whole lot of plants here in this bottom side. Hook going to just barely miss. Deft gets out of the way. Kyle takes a lot of damage. Nicely played there by the Lucian. As Liv Sandbox will push another wave forward. And it's 11 CS, probably 13, as this wave is going to crash in. And that is great news for Teddy and Kyle, having a much better time this time around.
Yeah, certainly looking very good for them. Not the early lead that Deft was hoping for. And what you consider this comp is going to take now, the Lucian is no longer really a mid-game threat. I mean, this is just going to continue to happen. Now they have no flashes, so it's just plate gold at worst case scenario for Teddy, and potentially even more. They're going to force them away from farm here as the wave crashes. Canyon has to come down now.
Ooh, Hook going wide there. Kyle hoping for a different juke as in goes Canyon. Oh my goodness, that is a journey you can go on as the sky descends on top of the cool kids as Closer having to run away now, and Showmaker just says, nope, that's no more winning for you.
Yeah, as he has level 6, it's a really nice ult coming through. He's even chasing Closer away. I think Closer should be able to survive. He does have phase rush. He is a Jace after all.
He's following the instructions that Deft laid out in last season's instructional video about how to use those emotes. Very well. Nice work, Showmaker.
Yeah. Hook misses here. Showmaker's in position with level 6, and Canyon decides he wants to flash for this. And the follow-up flash from Teddy actually doesn't do him any favors. He's still knocked back, and Canyon is further along where he wants to be here. So 2 kills going over to Showmaker here. And that's a lot of money. I was right before this going to say, or was in the process of saying, now your Lucian's mid-game is irrelevant, so it's all about the scaling of the Aurelion Soul, and that's going to take a really long time. Well, not as long anymore.
Yeah, and Kyle not having the greatest of games so far. These hooks going in the wrong directions, probably still calibrating for the first little while, but not the greatest, as great use of the buckler toss there by Canna. Being the ranged Poppy that he is. 15 CS in the lead. We mentioned that this is a great matchup for the Poppy. Building towards his Sunfire Cape like a fantastic tank. It's exactly what you want to see.
Aurelion Soul stacking up nicely here. Showmaker behind in CS. A plate did go down, but still continuing to become stronger over time. And the question will, of course, become now, how does Deft get out of this laning phase and be relevant? Because right now, he's still got those 2 kills, but he's 20 CS behind. He's lost half a turret. He's about half a level behind Teddy. So, yeah, you got your Aurelion Soul 2 kills, but that also isn't going to mean that you suddenly are scaled now. So these next few fights around Herald, around Dragon, Liv Sandbox should absolutely try to push their advantages right now with the lethality picked up here by Closer, with the Noon Quiver and Recurve Bow that Teddy have right now. Like, this is the kind of play that we are finally now seeing with the bio they have. You've got to be so quick on this. You want to push your advantages now while you have them, because your window to use this advantage is now thinned quite significantly. You're even, in fact, behind on gold, but you can still force fights. You can still force these objectives.
Yeah, getting these Drakes is going to be pretty important, like you state. Bernal, cute little counter-strike, but Canna just doesn't really seem too bothered. He's just diving. Never mind, and not going to be able to get out of that one. Canna just presses Steadfast Presence and watches Bertle spin around as he launches to the sky.
It's crazy how well Canna is playing this lane. He's just outplaying Bertle at every turn. Now, bottom side of the map, obviously, still an issue. Like, how does Deft get out of this one? It's going to be very difficult. But at least top side of the map, maybe they could get a pick here onto Birdall. Not as relevant, though, as the scaling Varus here, but let's see. Canyon's got 6. He's got an ult.
Yeah, and just going to walk towards Birdall here to deny that back, and Leap Strike. Not really going to work out there as the ulti comes in. Heroic Charge, not even necessary, really, because Canna doesn't get the stun, but they still manage to get the kill, and this is what you sacrifice by focusing everything bottom lane.
Yeah. Still, I think bigger advantages here for Liv Sandbox in terms of what they get trade-wise, as Deft is just not able to really farm. Comes over here. Uh-oh, a trap.
What? Okay, avoids everything. It's fine. No hooks actually available because I don't think the terrain was in the way.
Yeah, Admiral Akbar let him know
yeah.
what was going on. Closer's also just continuing to get further advantages here in terms of picking up plates. Has a nice CS lead. Showmaker is just trying to catch waves here on the turret. Still going to be able to stack with those and still will be able to continue to grow stronger. Has his Rylai's done a third of the way with his tier. But the real question becomes, as Live Sandbox here is, Bertle, I mean, this is pretty self-explanatory. Kind of flashes for this also just to guarantee the kill. So it's not a free kill. It is at a cost of a summoner. What I was going to say is I think that how Live Sandbox transitions this Varus lead is very critical. And doing stuff like this...
깜짝이야. 나 걸어갈라 했는데 그냥 쎄서 핑크가 간.
But if they can transition this Varus lead into some early objectives here, continue to do that, there's a real hope for them in this game still. Even with the nameplates on, but you gotta see it.
Exactly. Man, that was very, very cute. Deft having an actual heart attack as he face-checked that one. Really glad that we managed to put that one on screen for you guys. As, kind of now, oh my, this wave state for Bertle is just horrendous. And we cannot state it enough. Bertle has been thrown to the wolves, guys. This isn't like, this is already a difficult lane, and it's only worse. I'm really proud of it for getting 71 CS at this point in time.
It's rough, and...
Hook, just barely going to miss. Deft having to use the Relentless Pursuit to get out of the way of it. As Willa, okay, never mind. It was almost like a thing, but then it wasn't.
Yeah, not quite.
Okay, it really just doesn't look like Jax has very many options.
No, it's really hard. Because in order to actually use your Counter-Strike, you have to leap strike in, and then you're going to get caught, you're going to get bopped, and then he's going to hit you with a buckler, he's going to start burning down, obviously now with the bombies. And this is the game sense of Showmaker. He's just lost so much farm and given up these plates because he knows that they're trying to compound this lead, and he's just willing to say, no, I'm going to naturally scale, doesn't matter. He still has a significant gold lead, like 115. And he's just like, nah, I'm just not going to let them get further ahead.
Tidal Wave, great buffer there of the dredge line. As I don't know what the, the follow-up was going to be of the Tidal Wave, but
yeah,
it's just a weather event.
It wasn't ideal. If there was like a dragon or something like that, you stop those backs a little bit, and then you come over and rush it down, but Drake's not spawned yet, so an unusual move there from Kellen.
Yeah. Sometimes you just want to get the thing on cooldown, because you just don't have as much value. If it's ticking down, that means you're getting to the next one. And if you use things off cooldown, then the cooldown is an actual relevant number.
That's why I always just instantly smite as soon as the jungle spawns.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you got to keep that cycling. Keep it cycling through. At least, get down to have one charge.
I've been asking Riot to put a stat into the game, like how many times did the players smite? I'm trying to get the high score.
No, how long in the game did they spend with everything on cooldown? Yeah. That's what I like. Flash straight out.
Flash out of the fountain. Get to the objective fast.
That way you get to the brush, for the invade a little bit earlier.
Yeah, if you play Blitzcrank,
your opposition,
you got the synergy going.
100%. That's what you got to do. That gets you the value on the cooldown. Otherwise, the cooldown could be any number, right?
Yeah. So Teddy rushed the Kraken Slayer here. He does a lot of damage at this point in time. He is a very big boy, and you can see it even in his Q damage here, but when he's able to get a few autos off and start ramping up that lethal tempo, it's insane what he can do, and when you have the Ghost Blade done this quickly for Closer, he can chip away. There's a lot of ways for fights to end before they even begin here if Live Sandbox is controlling vision aggressively, if they're trying to get to these objectives faster. And I say if, because Live Sandbox has been a team that has sometimes been a little bit timid on objective setup, and committing to getting a Demolish proc here instead of contesting Drake, means that D+ get a free Drake here. And, I think this is an opportunity missed, to be totally honest with you, Atlas here. Live Sandbox had an opportunity to try to force, poke, chip away. Instead, we got one slap on the turret as Bertle.
And Bertle might actually be in a little bit of trouble here, but no, we'll be able to make it back to his turret, but isn't able to get anything relevant, right? The plates did fall down about 30 seconds ago. I think he managed to get at least one before things went down. It's going to be denied on the back, and this turret should be dead. Closer should be able to return the favor and actually will collect first turret blood as well, so that's an advantage.
Well, the thing is, like, if you look at this Jace lead, where he has like all plates, and I mean he's picked up several plates in mid, gets the bottom plates, or rather bottom turret, excuse me. You know, he's got so much money, but what does it mean if you don't hit anybody with your lethality? You know, if you're PvEing the whole game, you miss your timing window.
If a Jace queues alone in the forest, doesn't do any damage.
Exactly. Like, if Jace never presses Q, like, what's his damage going to be at the end of the game? We'll take a look at that graph later on.
That's a little bit more like you can actually you can calculate that.
Yeah, I know, and we will.
Oh no. Well, we'll just have to see, right? It's only 15.5 minutes into this game. Shirley is going to be next on the menu. As that Q, that's not going to be represented well. As okay, heroic charge into the wall as, oh my goodness, the Wombo. Closer, going to try and get out of there, and we'll be able to do so. Jace is pretty big right now, but that will guarantee the Herald. Bertle just very happy to be by himself, I think, at this point in time. And we'll be able to grab another turret as well. So Liv Sandbox coming out ahead as far as the objective play is concerned.
They're killing a lot of turrets, Atlas.
Yeah.
They're potentially going to give up this Herald, though. As Bertle scouts this out, they need to rotate over. Showmaker slowing over the rotation. He has his empowered ultimate as well. This is not a fight you want to take Teddy. No mana.
Well, Tidal Wave is going to come through. Yet another heroic charge as Canner is just having the time of his life. Steadfast presence to get them out of there as, oh my goodness, the stars well and truly descending, and now Deft is the one doing all of the damage. The drive-by not going to quite have the range on the laser beam from his mouth, and Showmaker going to back away. So, deep here, they do manage to get the Herald.
For a moment, I thought Showmaker was going to flash for it. I really did. I don't think it would have been enough, so he thinks better of it, but this is going to be the mid turret going down. And D+ just kind of got away with highway robbery there. They started off the Herald early. Liv Sandbox were not grouped, and then they were like, wait, hold on, let's contest Bertle. He should be okay. There's no tidal wave. But
there is a Poppy, though. That's the scary part.
Yeah. They suddenly were like, let's contest the Herald. Wait a minute. You know, like, look at the prio they have here. And then they just walk into this. Kana just walks in as Jace face first. Or, sorry, excuse me, Closer walks in face first and loses all of his health bar. Then we come over here and contest. Showmaker's got his empowered to the skies. And this is just not the fight you want to be taking, unfortunately. Bertle looks like he was the one who made the call. And this is just disastrous. And considering the lead that both the Jace and the Varus had in this game, this is not how I foresaw the mid-game going.
No, it's not necessarily working out. And if you push Closer out of the fight like that, there's just not a lot of control at this stage of the game. Really great heads-up play from D+ here to understand that and target accordingly. But the thing that I really took from that is the fact that Canner just seems unanswerable. And D+ Kia have been playing around Poppy for a really long time. Yeah, no, like this guy is actually just hard carrying as Lollipoppy in this game. And I don't know how I feel about it, but it's not positive. Just because Lollipoppy gives me the heebie-jeebies. Always has. If you know, you know, right? Like that splash art, man. Oh my goodness. Nightmares to this day.
Sunfire enjoyers.
I mean, it took a while for him to get the Sunfire. He was topping damage for like a really long time.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the experience, and Bertle spent a lot of time in lane, and he's even on CS, so he has a slight experience lead, so it doesn't look all bad, but his relevance in these fights has been less than 0. Whereas Kana has done a lot in the lane, he's done a lot in terms of the setup, and he's just pushed him out of the lane so he has extra prio so he can be on his objectives faster. Showmaker as well, constantly making an impact in these fights, basically saving the game single-handedly outside of lane, dealing with those ganks and the pressure as well, just being willing to give up his turret plates and give up a lot of his turret health just to catch waves and stack up as best as he can. I think Showmaker has shown great crisis management in this game, despite the early deficit that Deft faced, and Liv Sandbox just haven't been able to capitalize at all on that advantage, and the windows they had have completely slipped away from them now.
Yeah, and it feels a little bit like Showmaker with his mojo back, right? I mean, it feels like early days for it, right? And this is going to be a hard slog once again, a long season. But Showmaker did another fantastic interview with Ashley Kang recently that really did illustrate that he's still going through a lot of those struggles that he had, that he told us about after winning Worlds quite a while ago now, but still is hungry for that next victory, right? And actually saying that the fun of League of Legends is playing on the LCK stage, is these match day games. And looks like he's having a lot of fun here today. So it's really, really good to know. Make sure you go check out that interview, by the way. It's a really good one.
Yeah, it is a really good one. I think that, like, when I look at Showmaker, too, a lot of the offseason he spent streaming and experimenting on Deft.
Okay. Not going to get hit by the Glacial Prison
very predictive.
or anything else.
Let's say it was a very predictive attempt from Willard.
Yeah.
Expecting the Relentless Pursuit to be used at a specific timing. Which most players do, to be honest. As soon as they see the Sejuani, they panic, they dash, and Deft did not. And
maybe Deft is a cool kid as well.
Yeah.
I thought you were only allowed to be a cool kid that never panics if you're on Live Sandbox. We'll have to look into that. I'm not entirely sure, because that's got to be a cheat code or something like that. Next time around, though, probably not going to predict any Relentless Pursuits, and Deft now has his flash back available.
You know what he did just there? He connected plus D.
Well, heroic charge. Bertle connected to the wall right there, and you can see that stunned him for a few moments. The back is going to come through here for Deft. We'll see what he does end up putting together for himself. And speaking of, yeah, there we go. It's his favorite item in the game, the rapid fire cannon.
Yeah, he's just not going to build a mythic. He's not super interested in all that right now. He's just going to go fast and shoot far.
Yeah, and you need to make sure that you get as much value out of the energized passive, you know? That's the Storm Razor way.
Yeah, Kerchessi's boy.
Yep. And yeah, there are a lot of bucklers being thrown around in this lane. Bertle's trying to look like he's doing damage and wants to 1v1, but I don't think he really wants to do damage or 1v1 because he loses on that front.
Yeah.
Canna, who has a Bramble Vest as well as Canyon. Okay, he's going to Bramble smash Closer back. Closer taking so much damage, gets knocked into the sky with that big old wave. This guy's descending. Oh no! He's picked apart. Bertle teleported to his death, and now D plus Kia at 21 minutes and 45 seconds will probably go for a Baron.
It looks like he got killed by the Super Mario 64 Bowser shockwave.
I was trying to think about what it reminded me of. It was exactly that. Canna somehow survives. I don't know how that even happened. The Baron is going to be taken. Teddy exploit. Oh, he blows Deft up. It's beautifully played. He will die in the end, and it means not a whole lot, but it was a cool play from a returning player.
Oh, no, I mean,
been on the professional stage for about a year.
100% Teddy outplayed Deft this game, but Willard.
Yeah, well, where are they going? The blast cone's even confusing our observers as, okay, yeah, that's just a lot of damage. And this is what, you know, Aurelion Sol's pretty strong at this point in the game, 5-0 and 3. We haven't really seen them be quite this accelerated. As Closer is teleported, it's an opportunistic teleport that he thinks the better of, and I think that was the right choice.
Yeah, he's like, I just was here to get the farm and protect the turret. Yeah, unfortunately, not much he could do with this, as Bertle is just trying to get any farm he can on the map. He does have his Black Cleaver done now, but I think we're going to go back to this fight here where Closer is once again way pushed up. You are a Jace, my man.
How many waves
then Bowser
does this
Shockwave?
team have?
Oh.
Yeah. Like, it's Tidal Wave, like, all of the waves.
Yeah, and then this is like, okay, we see an opportunity here. Maybe we can get Kana, the extremely tanky Poppy. Nope, he flashes out. Deft ults through, barely hurts anybody because he's got a weird build. He's very behind. Teddy actually beats him because he's super ahead.
Sick well.
Flash, dodges the bubble, gets the kill. And like, Teddy's playing great by himself. The rest of the team and the shot calling and the decision making on where to fight when they had their biggest advantage, they've been missing it. As it is Chemtech Soul, so that's why the blast plan is very weird. Doesn't do them any favors, and it's basically a full wipe.
Canyon just living his best life as a tree as well. We haven't really mentioned him too much, but he's sitting at 2-0 and 6 this game. And it didn't feel like a blowout, right? This is a game that felt like Live Sandbox were in so much control early on. You can see that tiny little blip of blue in the goal graph. It's like, yes, that's when they were doing stuff, but it just hasn't amounted to anything. And it almost feels like naturally D plus Kia have found this big lead as another Glacial Prison is going to fly the wrong direction. Canyon takes that as an opportunity to go for the engage. Decent knock up there from Kyle, but he just explodes. He just does not tank damage very well at all as Canyon. He's the opposite. The skies descend once again onto Live Sandbox, and I think this game is well and truly done. Canna, their most fed gigantic carry tank Poppy, wasn't even there.
It wasn't even there. I mean, Showmaker and Canyon have been on the same page this entire game. They've been on the same page their entire careers, to be totally frank with you, Atlas, but it really showcases just how long these players have played together when you watch them literally single-handedly, or as a duo, single-handedly save this game from the bottom side play.
Duo-handedly, I think.
Yeah, bottom side play from Canyon to get Showmaker those first two kills. It's a chicken and egg kind of situation as to which one you think is POG, but Yeah.
It's Showmaker. It has to be Showmaker.
I think it's Showmaker
He span
as well.
around and did the breathing thing. And so that has to be it.
He
It
did
has
the
to be.
big ults, you know.
Yeah.
His positioning in lane was so good. This is Canyon just saying, all right, we're doing it together again. And, I mean, look at Closer. He is just, like, running around the back. He's like, let me kill these minions. We are so doomed.
Look at Canyon, like, no fear at all. It just sips some sap and walks his way out. Just chilling.
Yeah. This one was not close.
No. Oh, Lollipoppy. Let's not. No. Although, actually, like, the model in-game, it looks fine, and now the updated splash art is fine. So I shouldn't really be too worried about it.
It was pretty scary before.
It was.
Don't Google that.
Yeah, Showmaker is just putting singularities on the ground and having a great time. Legendary Aurelion Sol was not something that I had on my bingo card here today, but it is looking very frightening. He also has 3 items, 3 of the best items that you could really have for a Aurelion Sol in this game, and is going to be able to secure that Rift Scuttler with just enough time. Does a little backflip there as well.
Tank Maokai as well, as we all wanted. You know, this team just did everything.
Abyssal Mask as well. You were talking about the Canyon Showmaker synergy. Isn't that gorgeous?
Just delete the early game for Deft and Kellen from your memory, and it's like, wow, D+, man. Nothing to worry about here.
And Kellen also has that, like, the perfect duo of items these days for the Nami, feeling fantastic. Able to imperially mandate things.
Got more gold than you used to have on this patch as a support. You can buy those too.
Adding that bit of extra damage as well, and when you're doing the healing and having a good time. As Deft is dashing forward, Closer getting culled momentarily, as he will get knocked up as well. Finally reduce. Oh my god, the damage! Okay, Aurelion Sol, you need to chill out for a moment, because I was trying to play-by-play something else, and then Showmaker just comes in and kills everyone. Kyle, he's going to die. It's a bit of an afterthought, as that was like 1 tick of breathing, and he died. Showmaker going to turn around and will it? Yeah, he's a raid boss. No one can come close to this dragon.
Teddy got out. He got out with his life. You know, consolation prize here. I feel like this Aurelion Sol, do not try this at home. This is like the Buzz Lightyear
This is the Aurelion
commercial.
Sol we were expecting when he first got remade, right? We're hearing all of the stories, watching all the YouTube videos.
Yeah, you watch the solo queue games, but then some programmer is like, not a flying toy. But but actually in this case, like, Showmaker is a flying toy. Like, he actually can fly. He actually can just do whatever he wants. Look at this ult. Everyone's like, we can defend this turret, right? Surely. There's no minion wave. There's no minion wave. We're fine. Maokai ult plus Showmaker ult. The synergy continues to be real. And then they're like, oh, we got to get out of here. But there is no getting out. Kana's on the flank.
Yeah.
Oh, this team looks clean tonight, Atlas.
They are looking very, very good. Very reminiscent of the last time these two teams debuted. Honestly, it was Live Sandbox not looking too crash hot at all. They turned it around really, really nicely after that series. The initial series for Live Sandbox in spring, don't go back and watch it. It was against D+ Gear, and it did not look close whatsoever, and wasn't indicative of what this team looked like further on down the line.
But that was like NB getting dunked on. This time it was like Teddy dunked on Deft, but then it's still
and then there was this dragon. Yeah, that is kind of the story. So it goes a different way. The results are similar.
They don't have a jungler now.
No, they don't. Canyon, he's going to be there. He's just going to put down the Nature's Grasp. They are going to collect a few things as the tree goes fishing. Kyle going to get snared for a moment. Bertle is slowed on the approach, though, as another ult comes down. The dragon is just tidying them up. Breathes once again as Deft does go down after getting a double kill. Showmaker's going to go golden. Wants to utilize that stopwatch while he has a moment, as Willer's pretty tanky, but he is also going to die. Gets executed by the breath of Showmaker, and they want to end this game. It's Showmaker going home early the way he likes it.
Yeah, I mean, it still ended up almost being a 30-minute game, but it's about as fast as it gets to be a dragon with 11 kills.
Oh, it's a very happy dragon.
That's not the change to the sweeper that Riot told me about.
And is it going to be double POGs?
I think so.
Showmaker,
I think so.
It's such a great story for a player that has been struggling more recently than not, someone who has been an absolute veteran of the LCK for the last few years. Showmaker having a great performance here today. Deft, similar story, although Teddy playing much better in game number 2, which I imagine, even if you're just a general LCK fan, you are happy to see it.
Oh, no doubt.
Watching Teddy get smashed by this D+ Gear team doesn't feel good for anyone, I don't think.
No, I don't think so, but it's still early days. I think D Plus has a strong season ahead of them. It's a tough schedule for Live Sandbox this week, so you're starting things off with D Plus, and they came out strong. They came out prepared, and yeah, was it Deft's finest hour in that second game? No, certainly not. But I am not a Deft boom boom voter damage this time because there was no boom boom damage to be had. But I think that in some ways they had a cool idea with this Varus pick. They did get it ahead, but then they seemed a little bit clueless as to what to do with their lead and to where to fight and to which ways they could approach objectives and try to snowball. It ended up being Chemtech Soul anyways, so would you have been able to threaten that much, with the advantage you had anyways? It's hard to say, but it felt like they really just got advantage and then hit turrets. And Closer spent most of the game in the side lane, or most of the big game in the side lane, hitting turrets and not poking and not getting involved and not trying to set up on objectives, not trying to further vision control. And once Showmaker survived those a few, gank attempts there from the bottom lane, from the jungle, he was just starting to stack up. And then that one big play from Canyon, which allowed him to come back in, was just what saved the game, honestly, because it looked pretty doomed, even with the lineup that D Plus Kia has here, with stacked players like Showmaker, Canyon, Deft. It just seemed like there's no way out.
And Deft there just being like, yep, that second game was not the one that I'm really excited about. However, the first one wasn't too bad. No worries at all. I kind of expect is it a Poppy POG today for the second game, or is it the Dragon POG?
I went Dragon. I mean, Kana was just quietly destroying Birdall.
Yeah.
But I feel like, and he made some great plays, but I feel like Showmaker and Canyon are where it's at for me. Kana just kind of looked really cool the whole time.
Yeah, he just existed.
He was the
really
bassist.
Good matchup the entire time. Yeah,
he was like the cool bassist in the band.
But he's head bobbing like perfectly along, not messing up any of the notes.
Yeah. He was casually very, very important in this game, but
this is where the game ended. P.S.
Yeah. I feel like Showmaker was the lead singer and Canyon was the lead guitarist.
Yeah. I think so too. Doing some vocals on the side as well.
Yeah.
Is kind of how
good harmony.
Yep. There was some line. They did 3-part harmonies as well, and that's where the Poppy came in. Certainly did have a mic in front of him, even if he was mainly just playing bass.
Yeah, I feel like Deft was unfortunately the warm-up band that people forgot about in this game.
Oh
no! Well, look, Live Sandbox, there's a lot to work on still. It's still a new roster with Teddy, right? And I think he is one of the shining parts of it so far, so it's not all doomed or anything like that. Remember, Live Sandbox had an even worse start in spring, and then they came back to be a top 3 team for a while in the LCK, so still early days. Don't judge too harshly.
No, exactly. Tidal Wave onto the Rift Scuttler. I'm really glad our observers caught that one so incredibly closely, as we're going to have a listen to D Plus Kia in the last few moments of this particular game. Showmaker wanted to utilize that stopwatch before it was all over.
Kellen not having the greatest ults this game, but, it wasn't about him, so it's okay.
Nope. And honestly, it wasn't about Deft and Kellen because they got an Aurelion Soul ahead. So it was pretty clear from pretty early on that the win condition did not come from the bottom side. And look at this spinning dragon having the greatest time ever. Having a bit of a giggle there as well, understandably.
The players seem really happy, but, I'd say... on one hand, as Deft, you know that this was a game that was not about you at all. But hey, you had game one where it was mostly about you.
Yep.
So,
and this is also something that Deft actually spoke about, right? It was that our team now feels like a family. He actually mentioned this in the interview before we got into the series. So over this 6 months, they've been bonding together, and they had a rough end of the season last time around, but the offseason, I think, has really given them a lot as far as built synergy and things like that. Moving towards Worlds.
Potentially.
The Freudian slip there is what they're aiming
The script is leaking.
Well, I mean, I think I was talking about that after their first win against Live Sandbox last time around, but MSI was the reference, and that didn't work out. So don't believe me with what I'm saying. Let's throw it over to the space, though, to break down today's games.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for that awesome cast on the day. As we're going to break down that game number 2. Okay, we did it. Good job, guys. Thank you. We're done, right? Okay. Let's take a look at the draft here. As the Jace first pick, we've been seeing this a little bit in Challengers. It feels like it falls flat on its face every time, but I'm not sure.
So Jace first, I'm willing to be okay with. I think that the pick is still strong. Obviously, Ghostblade is in a really good spot. giving over Lucianami to D+Kia, that's already kind of. But then the Jackson, I'm like, what? What?
Just need a table for you to
yeah,
flip.
I would love. I can't flip this. You know, it's very nice. But if I just could flip, because I don't get it, right? It is a pick that at the moment is just not that strong, and it really feels. I think you were saying as well, like they're just going for pure comfort and seeing if it works, and then it didn't work at all.
Yeah, and it felt like even with the Jacks, right? So, some of the theories, right? You have the Sejuani, you got two soul laners who are melee who you can play around, but like, we just saw like a big top gap, right? And even though you have like Maokai, Aurelion Sol, which you wouldn't think it's like the most proactive mid-jungle duo, after those early skirmishes, it just felt like they completely took over the map. And it's like, you have Jay Sejuani and you're getting beaten pound for pound by this dragon who's going to scale into an absolute monster.
And then you're playing a short-range composition because you're also going, which I think was a fine call, right? Crit Varus. But you're playing that into Aesol, like a melee composition that needs to be in your face and hard engage. So great drafting from D+. Really want to give them credit for that. But it also really feels like you're throwing 3 top lane bans. You're picking Jax, trying to protect this. And then you also don't play towards it, right? Like it actually, Willer actually camped bot lane, which just makes me wonder, like, I don't know what the read is from Sandbox at the moment. I don't know what their scrims look like, right? What they think is working in the meta. But it just felt all over the place. Because if they went for a very different bot lane and they like hard cam top, it would make a little bit more sense to me. But Poppy obviously shuts a lot of that down.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we do have a bot lane highlight reel we can jump into because there was a lot of camping in the bot lane. This is bot lane highlight number 1. Tons of fun.
Yeah, and actually they played this dive really well initially. The Nautilus is already low, so you're like, cool, that's a sacrifice you're willing to make. And then a great flash here coming out to drop the aggro. Huge wave miss, like this is a positive, and they try to keep the momentum going, but as we go through these clips, we see D+ answering back more and more. This one is just an outplay from Deft there, able to turn it around, so it's a 1-for-1, but this one is where it really was devastating.
And it was, as the cast has mentioned, it was the Showmaker and Canyon show, right? Like those two players have looked kind of all over the place. We've seen glimpses of it, and obviously it's a first series. It's against Liv Sandbox, a team that we knew was going to struggle, given how the latter end of their season played out. But still, right, seeing them on the same page, seeing them play proactively, seeing them play with confidence is something that even I think when D+ did well, we didn't really see. And Showmaker Canyon, they've been in the league for like 5 years now, and it's just a pleasure to see the players work well together.
Yeah, it's great to see them doing very well. I think that we saw some games still in regular season in spring where at times, especially against weaker teams, they would come out and it would just kind of look like this, and it's like, okay, well, it's Canyon Showmaker. They can still do it, and hopefully this time it's a little bit more consistent in this season. But let's take a look at the mid fight that we did have at 21 minutes into the game. As, we had to get something, and this was a lot of fun for the side of
It's like Canyon's build as well. Like, he is so tanky while at the same time enabling the rest of his team. And at this point, the state of the game is disastrous. So Liv Sandbox, as they do, try to throw a bunch of Hail Marys, try to go for a crazy fight. And the reason why we got this is because this was like one of the few good moments that they had. And it's not that great.
There's just so much lockdown, and it's so difficult. Like, especially when a lot of your DPS is going to be this virus. How can you stand still on auto? There's too many threats. Like, and even though you find that outplay there, like, Aurelion Sol just walks up and it's like, okay, you're dead. He throws his E down, he throws his ult down, especially when he's got it empowered, and you just can't play the game. And here, just sliding after you. It's obnoxious, honestly, when this champion's ahead.
Well, Valdo's very happy to see the karmic retribution of a Giga Blast Cone not working out, and I don't know who's going to end up getting POG, but feels like Showmaker, but Canyon to me is a really, really good vote as well. I think that his early presence, his impact on the Maokai, the way he set up fights, plus his build, all A+.
Yeah, well, Showmaker did put up a lot of numbers, so no doubt we'll have some support from media. Let's take a look at the POG for game number 2, as it should go to the Dragon, but let's see who does pick it up. It will be Canyon, and that's fine too.
Yeah, I think either is a good call, but Canyon really setting up a lot of these plays, kind of holding them still on the Maokai so that the Dragon can just breathe fire on them. But plays like this, super confident going in with the Aftershock as well to buy some time with that extra tankiness, and just able to really facilitate so many early plays.
Also his builds. We were a big fan of his build.
Yeah, right? Going for the early Evan Shroud, making use of how cheap that item is, and then getting Sunfire, according to Orcs, the best damage channel in the game, and then finishing it out with, particularly with how much magic damage there is in his team, and he's doing the Abyssal Mask, so it's perfect building. And again, when D plus Kia look good, it often involves Canyon just running over the opponent.
Yeah, and I always like tracking the numbers on these items, and the Abyssal Mask, it done like barely any damage before the like last fight, I think it was, or when he like finished it, and it did like 1400 damage in one fight. Like just from the fact it's shredding so much MR and the Aurelion Soul's doing so much damage, it's super impactful. And yeah, I feel like this is kind of what we expected.
Votes, yeah, Kana also dunks on his lane, played a really good Poppy game, so makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, he deserves some votes in the first game as well, which he did get. So. Yeah. Nice to give him some more props as well.
It's really interesting in a meta that is so focused around bot lane that like today it's been a lot of, you know, top half of the map, setting up, enabling, getting those these POGs.
Yeah. Well, we should be getting into the interview in just a moment. We will be hearing from a couple of the guys on the side of DK. I'm just happy that Showmaker's looking happy. You know, like it feels like the overall vibe on this team is feeling pretty good right now.
It's a Showmaker Canyon interview. You can't go wrong with those.
We've had a lot of these as well. We do have it ready right now, so let's jump into the interview with G-Sun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the second POG interview of the day. We're here joined by the classic mid-jungle duo on the side of D plus Kia, Showmaker and Canyon. Congratulations, guys. Guys are kicking off the summer season with a 2-0 win up against Lip Sandbox. How do you feel? I thought Lip Sandbox is one of the strong teams, so I thought it was going to be a rough series today, but it went easier than I expected, so it feels nice. Same, I was a little bit nervous playing the first match of the summer season, but I'm happy with a clean 2-0 win. And Canyon, I think you were able to showcase a very sharp performance today. Do you think the hard work during the off-season paid off? We also kind of grouped up to prepare for the summer season pretty early, so I guess it kind of paid off, yeah.
긴 연습 과정이 있었고요. 역시 연습은 배신하지 않는구나라는 다시 한번
And that led to a perfect performance up against Lip Sandbox today. And Showmaker, let's go back to the first game. It was a very clean win up against Lip Sandbox, and it all started with an outplay from Annie around Harold. So let's take a look at this replay together. So you barely sidestepped the E from Syndra, and then you were able to find massive ult. It was a bit of a different angle because there were so many wards, and I actually was watching out for the E from Syndra, but I just believed in the speed boost coming from my E, so I was like, I don't know, I'll just go, and then I got lucky enough to dodge it, and I was able to find that ult. Showmaker, a lot of people are now highlighting on the reduced cost of the lost chapter, and I think this kind of brought the meta of AP champions up the mid lane, which you were looking for. What do you think about that? A very good patch indeed. I have been waiting for this moment forever. Thank you, Riot. However, Kenya, we are seeing a very similar champion pool, same as the spring season. How do you feel? Yeah, Maokai Vi forever. So we have a very narrow champion pool right now in the jungle. But still, if we remove Maokai and Vi, we will be able to see more of the jungle picks. There are some viable picks I'm thinking of. And then in game 2, Showmaker, we finally got to see the famous Showmaker Asol. It was a pick into Jace on the mid lane. Tell us about it. Well, I have been spamming Aurelion Soul Jungle starting from the spring season, but I've never gotten a chance to play it. So I was just looking for this moment, and finally today we got the perfect comp for me to play ASO. And then we had the spinning dragon in the end as D plus Kia was marching towards the enemy nexus. So after the remake, if you like kind of spam W, you can do a different ceremony, and then they fixed it. So I was looking for a different ceremony to showcase how happy I am to annoy the opponents, and I found the perfect one, the spinning dragon. And then in the voice comm, you actually accidentally sold Rylai's, and you said it's like cost 800 gold or something. What was that? So if you take boots as your rune actually and then sell that, it's actually making a bad choice in terms of the gold. And then I was like selling my biscuits, and somehow I sold my Rylai, so I had to pay extra 800 gold to repurchase it. So, but still I was having a lot of gold in my pocket, so that's a relief. So I was pretending that I'm pretty cool and chill, but in my mind I was pretty annoyed by my own mistake.
저희만 하는 줄 알았는데 쇼메이커 선수도 하신다고 하니까 뭔가 인간미까지 넘쳐 보이는 느낌인데요. 캐년 선수
And Canyon,
상대가 바텀
in Game 2, Lip Sandbox was paying a lot of attention to the bottom lane. They were diving bottom lane so many times, but there was that one play where you were able to find a perfect angle to punish the opponents, where you flash W into Teddy. So I was looking at the minimap, and then I could see some over-aggression coming from the opponents. So I was trying to just cover our bottom duo, and then they kind of overextended. And I saw Nautilus also just running away with his Q. So I was like, maybe I can just go in and get a follow-up from Asol, and it kind of worked really well.
실제로 캐년 선수가 지금 솔랭에서
Canyon.
니코 정글을 조금 연습하고 계신
Rumors
걸로 알고
say
있습니다.
you are spamming Nico jungle in Korean solo queue. So if you see a Nico locked in from D plus Kia, who do you think it's gonna play? Because who has the higher proficiency on that pick?
제가 말씀드리자면
Well, if I have to say something,
좀 건부가 좀 더 저보다는 잘.
I think Canyon will be a better Nico player than me.
선수 인정하시나요?
Canyon, do you agree? I started playing Nico faster than Showmaker, that's true. And then she has really good synergy with some of the jungle items. So I think Nico is a pretty good and fun champion to play in jungle. Wait, Canyon, I thought you were gonna say no, and you're gonna say I'm a better Nico player, but it hurts to see you actually admitting it. So are we gonna see some Nico jungle from D plus Kia in the future? Well, yeah, maybe we will just take it and then use it as a flex pick for mid and jungle. It's gonna be a lot fun if we get to play Nico in the LCK for sure.
또 기대되는 답변을 주셨습니다. 좋습니다. 이번 서머에 사전 예측에서요 정말 많은
A lot of
분들이 디플러스
pro teams actually predicted D plus Kia to also pop off this summer season. You guys are playing under a lot of expectations. What is your mindset heading into this season?
항상 매 시즌마다
I
기대는
think
진짜 많이
we're
받았던 것
getting
같은데.
very high hopes and expectation every season. So I hope this time around we can finally live up to those expectations and, you know, pull off the perfect outcome we can. Similar, you know. I hope we can have fun this summer. I hope we can, you know, not feel too much pressure and enjoy while we perform throughout the summer season. And this will be the end of the interview from Canyon Showmaker from D plus Kia, and I'm gonna pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As now, let's take a look at the standings, as we do have a standings graphic. I got baited by that a little bit earlier on. DK and KT netting the first couple of wins of the split.
Yeah, kind of embarrassing considering Gen G and T1 were in last finals and they're yet to win a single series. So they really need to step up their game.
What's going on with that?
Yeah, actually T1 level with OK Bro right now.
OK Man.
OK Man Bro.
I don't know if you two bring out the best in each other. I'm having a tough time over here. Everything was fine when I was just with my boy Valdez.
Yeah.
And now Ox comes in.
Okay, man.
No, I'm having a lot of time. Tomorrow will be actually me and Veldos on the cast. Going to be Kwangdong Freaks.
What a banger
and
day.
DRX. We actually, I'm very curious to see how DRX performs, and then also Nongshim with a new roster quad coming in, taking on OK Manbro. OK Savings Bank OK Savings Bank Breon.
Man.
Their mascot is OK Man, who is a carrot.
Okay,
and I swear I'm not making this. It's a carrot.
It's real.
It's a carrot. Okay, OK Man.
Okay, bro.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
It's gonna be fun.
That's it for today, guys. That's gonna do it. Thank you guys for watching. As always, it has been a blast here on the first day of the LCK. We got 4 more coming up this week, so you won't want to miss it. But that's gonna do it for us today. Have a good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling. I'll keep falling. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby. I'm ready to jump. I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling. I'm falling.
캐디는 미쳤어요. 개사기.
마음에 뭔가 변화가 생겨서 이제 솔로 랭크에 좀 집중을 했는데 게이머를 다시 해볼 수 있겠다 그런 생각이 들었던 것 같아요.